10 years ago, my parents died unexpectedly and left behind a large inheritance. After I was accidentally lost, my uncle and aunt took over the property and many years later found me and brought me back to their wealthy family. At first, I thought they were doing this out of family affection, but I found out that they just wanted to prevent me from inheriting my parents' estate. They forced me to marry the powerful and evil villain who was rumored to be powerful on behalf of my cousin. When the news of the substitutionary marriage spread, everyone said that my life was over. A country girl was sent into a tiger's den and would not live long. But I didn't care about these rumors. They will never know that I have a force behind me that is powerful enough to subvert everything. I agreed to come back, not to accept my fate, but to find out the truth about my parents' death and find the black hand that controlled my destiny. This time, I, Diana, will take back everything that belongs to me and make those who are hiding behind this pay the price they deserve. 10 years ago, my parents passed away unexpectedly and left me a large inheritance. Later, my uncle and aunt went missing unexpectedly and took over the inheritance. Many years later, they found me and took me back to their wealthy family. I thought they loved me very much, but in order not to let me inherit my parents' inheritance, they just wanted me to marry a villain instead of my cousin. It was rumored that this villain was extremely powerful and had done all kinds of evil. When the news of my substitutionary marriage spread, everyone thought that my life was over. A country girl was sent into a tiger's den. I was afraid that she would not be able to save her life. But I don't care about these rumors. From the moment I walked into the gate of June's house, I was ready to face the unknown challenges. But my identity is not simple. I returned again to find out the reason for my parents' accidental death and who was trying to control my destiny. In a police station in a district of Rongqing, a female police officer pushed open a door and said to the woman behind her, "The little girl is so pitiful. She was lost for 10 years before she was found. You must take good care of her." I stood in the room, rubbing the corners of my clothes with my head down, feeling inexplicably awkward. My rusted clothes and the pink hairpin on my head made me look out of place in this city. 10 years ago, I was a happy child, the apple of my parents' eyes. An accident took their lives and took away everything from me. My uncle and aunt took care of the funeral, and not long after, I got lost when I went out. In the past 10 years, my uncle Lin Yoqiang made a fortune with the inheritance left by my parents and became a well-known, wealthy businessman in Rongqing. But I was adopted by a rural couple and only recently found my way back home. Eve, my aunt, came to pick me up. Her eyes were so cold, and her face showed a disgust that made her want to leave me on the side of the road. When I returned to the Lin family, my uncle greeted me with a big smile on his face. "Diana, you've suffered. This will be your home from now on, and we will never let you suffer any grievances again." His enthusiasm struck me as ridiculously fake. When I entered the guest room, I heard a quarrel downstairs. My aunt asked my uncle, "Let her live at home?" "No, she is a burden." But my uncle whispered, "She is our retreat." I sneered, took off my hairpin, and pressed the call button. "White Wolf, how is the matter with Countrywide going?" A familiar voice came from the headset. "Everything is going well." I replied, "Very good. Let's treat this as a vacation." Just as I put away my equipment, the door was kicked open and a heavily made-up girl rushed in. I recognized her as my cousin Lisa. She screamed, "Country girl, how dare you live in our house? Get out now." Her words were full of sarcasm, but I just looked at her indifferently and said calmly, "I want to rest, please leave." This sentence ignited her anger, and she raised her hand and wanted to hit me. However, I just turned around and threw her to the ground. She struggled and groaned on the ground. Obviously, she had received a heavy lesson. The noise alarmed my uncle's family, who rushed over. My cousin held her waist and shouted, "This wild girl hit me. You are letting a wolf into the house." My aunt asked me sarcastically, "How could you hit someone?" I bowed my head and apologized softly. My cousin said she wanted to chase me away and hit me. I was scared for a moment, so I accidentally fought back. Uncle waved his hand. "Diana, you should have a good rest." After they left, I raised my head, my eyes as cold as ice. My mission was to go directly to the June family, and that ridiculous marriage contract was the best reason to enter the June family. Lin Yoqiang called Lisa out and told her about the substitutionary marriage. Only then did Lisa calm down her anger and pretend to run away from home as planned. The next day, Eve took me to the mall to buy clothes. She pretended to pick out a lot of cheap items, pretending to be thinking about me. Try this. It suits you very well. She handed me a cheap skirt with a fake smile on her face. I took it calmly and said thank you in a pretended grateful way. After putting on the cheap clothes, I even pretended to be happy and turned around in front of the mirror. Eve showed a contemptuous look and snorted. You are really a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. When he got home, Lin Yoqiang sat on the sofa with a sad face. Someone from the Jun family came and said that if you don't marry your daughter to him within 3 days, the company will go bankrupt. He sighed and raised his voice. Lisa ran away from home because of this. I have been looking for her for a whole day, but couldn't find her. What should I do? Eve pretended to be anxious. If we don't hand him over within 3 days, our family will be finished. Diana, your uncle and aunt are so kind to you. You can't just stand by and watch him die, right? I lowered my head and whispered, but my cousin is not at home, and I don't know where to find her. How about I go out and look for her? Lin Yoqiang was so angry that he almost jumped up, but he had to suppress his anger. Diana, marrying into the Jun family is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's much better than marrying into an ordinary family. Really? I tilted my head and nodded. Then why did my cousin run away from marriage? Uncle, do you want me to persuade her? Lin Yoqiang couldn't stand it any longer, so Eve said directly, we want you to marry your cousin in place of him, so as not to offend the Jun family. I'm marrying for someone else? I pretended to be surprised. Isn't this a lie? Will the Jun family find out? I widened my eyes, my expression simple and innocent. Eve said hurriedly, no, the Jun family only wants the daughter of the Lin family, not the niece. Besides, marrying her will bring you happiness. I seemed to be convinced and nodded. Since uncle and aunt care so much about me, then I will agree. Seeing that I agreed, Lin Yoqiang and Eve were secretly proud. As expected, this silly girl was coaxed into submission with just a few words. But I suddenly said, when I get married, should the Lin family prepare some dowry? 2 million, maybe? Not much. 2 million. Lin Yoqiang's face froze instantly. Diana, how much did you say? He tried to hide his inner panic. I held up 2 fingers with a serious look on my face. 2 million, not more, not less. It's decent and not shabby. After all, it's the Lin family marrying off their daughter. Eve was so angry that she almost exploded, but she had to smile and say, you are marrying into the Jun family. You can spend money as you like. Why should we worry about it? I blinked innocently and said seriously, but without a dowry, will the Jun family suspect that I am a fake? If they ask, I am timid and will definitely let the cat out of the bag. Forget it. I waved my hands in fear. Why not find my cousin as soon as possible? She is the right person. Chapter 3 Reclaim the Legacy. Lin Yoqiang realized that I was not stupid at all, but I was asking for too much. 2 million. It was obvious that he wanted to extort money from them before leaving, but he couldn't do anything to me. No matter how much I was persuaded, I refused to give in and was determined to take the 2 million. In the end, in order to protect Lisa, Lin Yoqiang gritted his teeth and agreed. On the morning of the 3rd day, the Jun family's car arrived as scheduled. I took my savings card with 2 million in it, carried some cheap clothes, and got on a luxury car to Kyoto. The housekeeper Zhou, who picked me up, was a middle-aged woman who was used to bullying the weak. Along the way, she glanced at me coldly several times, her face full of contempt. The journey from Rongqing to Kyoto took about 2 hours. I closed my eyes and recalled Johnson's background information in my mind. Johnson, who graduated from a prestigious international school at the age of 15, was the pride of the Jun family. But an accident 3 years ago left him disabled and mentally ill. The car drove into the Jun family's ancient castle villa, which was very magnificent. It took a full 5 minutes to drive from the gate to the main house. In the living room, Johnson's stepmother Monica was elegantly flipping through a magazine. When she saw me, a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. "What's your name?" she asked casually. I whispered, "Diana." She frowned slightly. What a rustic country girl. Monica asked someone to buy me some clothes and threw the marriage certificate in front of me. "You are already a legal couple, so there is no need for a wedding." I lowered my eyes and pretended to be submissive and obedient. "As long as you behave yourself, no one will treat you unfairly. Stay out of your own business," Monica said impatiently. Then the butler took me to the 5th floor where Johnson lived. When I got out of the elevator, I heard a terrifying roar. "The second young master is ill again." Butler Zhou explained in a cold voice with a gloating look in his eyes. "When he is ill, he yells and screams. He is either stupid or irritable. I kept a calm face and followed them into the room. The room was in a mess, and the air was filled with the smell of sweat and medicine. Johnson was tied up with chains, his arms and legs flailing around, his eyes filled with frenzy, like a trapped animal out of control. The two male servants were at their wits' end, and they were as happy as if they had found a savior when they saw Butler Zhou. After she had scolded me, she turned to look at me, revealing a bit of a tentative look. "Aren't you afraid? He is my husband. Why should I be afraid?" I answered calmly, picking up the overturned chair and sitting down. Butler Zhou was stunned. "Isn't she too calm?" He muttered to himself but didn't dare to say more. The medicine was brought, but none of the servants dared to step forward. They were timid, fearing that they would be hurt by the mad Johnson. I stood up, took the medicine bowl, and said calmly, "You all go out. I will take care of him." Butler Zhou tried to stop her. "Madam's second young master, you just came here and you are not familiar with it." Before she finished speaking, I interrupted her coldly. "He is my husband. I can naturally take good care of him. Go out and close the door." I smiled indifferently, but my tone revealed unquestionable majesty. Chapter 4. My husband is not a criminal. Why is he locked up? Butler Zhou left angrily, sneering in his heart. "Okay, since she's not afraid of death, let her fend for herself. Don't come to beg us if she cries later." As soon as the door closed, I turned around and poured the bowl of medicine into the toilet. The strong herbal smell was mixed with a hint of sourness, which was the smell of the heart-confusing grass, which was extremely rare. The herb has a hallucinogenic effect, and long-term use can lead to madness or even exhaustion and death. This is not a natural madness, but a man-made result. About half an hour later, Johnson finally ran out of energy and collapsed on the bed. I went over to check his pulse and found that, as I expected, he was already in the advanced stage. Without intervention, he wouldn't last more than a month. I looked at him with mixed emotions. This man, even in this state of disgrace, was still stunningly handsome. I noticed that his wrists and ankles were covered in blood from the struggle, so I took out the key I had just taken from the housekeeper and untied the chains on him. When I checked again, I felt a silver needle buried deep behind his head. I pulled it out gently. He frowned and snorted, but his complexion improved a little. "How vicious," I whispered to myself, fed him another pill, gently covered him with the quilt, and adjusted his sleeping position. "Johnson, I saved your life. I hope you won't let me down." In the evening, someone delivered a few sets of clothes, some ordinary brand names in the packaging. I picked out a dress I liked, took a shower, and put it on, and I felt a lot more relaxed. The person in the mirror was fresh and refined, completely different from the previous country girl image. When Butler Zhou saw me, he was so surprised that he almost didn't recognize me. She hesitated and said, "The fourth young lady is back, and I want you to go and see her." I replied casually, "Since my sister-in-law wants to see me, she should come." The housekeeper sneered. "The fourth young lady is the apple of the master and his wife's eye. How dare you say that? Let's see how she will teach you a lesson later." She stormed off, but I just smiled. I turned around and found Johnson had opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer frantic, but were calmly staring at the ceiling. "Awake? Tired after lying down for so long?" I asked softly. He didn't respond, so I helped him sit up and observed his condition. "You're recovering well. You'll be well soon." At this time, Fiona pushed the door open aggressively, but was stunned by the scene in front of her. "Second brother? Are you awake?" Butler Zhou was even more horrified. Seeing Johnson, his anklet untied, he quickly searched his pocket for the key, but found it empty. I took out the key and shook it, then said with a smile, "Are you looking for this? You left it here with me." I saw that he was uncomfortable being locked up, so I unlocked it. "Are you crazy?" Butler Zhou was furious. "The second young master is crazy. How can he unlock the lock?" "Madman." I raised my eyebrows and asked calmly, "He is my husband, not a criminal. Why do you lock him up?" Chapter 5. The arrogant sister-in-law kneeled down to me. When Butler Zhou saw Fiona approaching me angrily, he quickly grabbed her and said, "Fourth miss, let's go." When the second young master gets mad, he doesn't recognize his relatives. He's not easy to mess with. Fiona disagreed and snorted. "Even if he wakes up, he's just a crazy man with mixed feelings. How can he support her? Ridiculous." Her words were full of sarcasm. "Father married you because he believed that marriage could cure illness. But in our eyes, you are just a servant serving a madman." She glanced at the bag of clothes on the stool and sneered. "Give these clothes to housekeeper Zhou." They will be just right for her daughter's birthday. Upon hearing this, Butler Zhou smiled happily and said hurriedly, "Second young master, madam, please bring the clothes over." Fiona indifferently picked up the bag, packed it neatly one by one. But instead of handing it to her, I put the bag at Johnson's feet. Fiona's face darkened. "What do you mean?" I smiled slightly and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "Since I am Johnson's wife, these things belong to him. If the fourth lady wants them, she naturally needs his consent." "He's crazy," Fiona said angrily. "What does he have to do with it? Since you won't hand it over, I'll take it myself." She rushed over angrily, and before she could finish her words, "Pa!" a loud slap landed on her face. Fiona covered her face, stunned. "You dare to hit me?" Johnson thoughtfully. Johnson stared blankly ahead without saying a word. Butler Zhou was suspicious and hurried to smooth things over. "Fourth miss, the second young master may be a little bit abnormal today. Let's go first." Fiona gritted her teeth and was about to retort when suddenly a sharp pain came over her. Her legs went limp and she actually knelt in front of me. I chuckled and said, "Fourth sister, don't be so polite. Although I am your sister-in-law, you don't have to kneel down and kowtow." I turned to Johnson and said coquettishly, "Honey, don't be too harsh. My sister is family after all." Fiona was so angry that she was shaking, but was hurriedly dragged away by Butler Zhou. Her legs were so numb that she couldn't stand up, so she could only let Butler Zhou support her. This little episode did not affect my mood. I turned back to Johnson and said softly, "Are you tired of sitting? Sleep for a while." I fed him another pill, adjusted the quilt, and whispered, "I hate your sister, you won't blame me, right? If you dare, I will turn you into a lunatic again." He closed his eyes and his long eyelashes trembled, as if he heard what I said. The next morning, Fiona's legs suddenly recovered, and she told her mother Monica what happened last night with a feeling of grievance. Monica was so frightened when she learned that Johnson had injured someone when he woke up that her face turned pale. She scolded Butler Zhou. "Miss, why didn't you stop her from going to the 5th floor?" Housekeeper Zhou felt aggrieved, but could only lower her head and listen to the scolding. "Yes, madam." She knew that the bonus was definitely gone this time, and her heart was bleeding. Monica then taught her daughter, "I told you not to go to the 5th floor. A madman will not recognize his relatives when he gets mad." Fortunately, nothing serious happened this time, Fiona said unconvincingly. "I just want to see if the woman who is the wife of a madman dares to hit me." Monica sneered. "What wife? She's just a servant. Let me tell you, your second brother won't live past a month." Fiona's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "My second brother is going to die?" Chapter 6, Mother-in-Law is here to make trouble. Monica looked indifferent and continued to educate Fiona. "Anyway, I told you. You know it in your heart and don't say anything. That girl is just a tool. Once Johnson leaves, she will be useless. Today is a sunny day in your home, and the back garden is in great spring scenery." I pushed Johnson in his wheelchair and slowly walked towards the garden, feeling the long-lost fresh air. "You haven't been out of the 5th floor for a long time, right?" I asked him softly. He looked up and out the window, with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. "Let's go and take a look at the garden. It may help your recovery." I pushed the wheelchair out of the elevator and passed through the corridor. The servants in the house looked at me with astonishment on their faces. Seeing this, Butler Zhou hurriedly called Monica to report. Monica snorted coldly on the phone. "Let her make a fuss. I'll be back soon." In the garden, cherry blossoms were in full bloom. I plucked the fallen flowers off his hair and saw a hint of sadness in his eyes, perhaps because of the scene. "Just think of the past as a dream." I comforted him softly. He was silent for a moment, then uttered a word with difficulty. "No." Being as proud as he is, he naturally cannot stand humiliation. I smiled and said, "Then get well soon and trample those who hurt you under your feet." At this time, a group of people rushed over, led by Monica, and angrily accused me. "Who allowed you to bring the second young master out?" She turned around and told Butler Zhou, "Take the second young master back to his room, and the second young master's wife will go to the laundry room. From now on, let her wash all the clothes in the house by hand." Butler Zhou immediately stepped forward and tried to pull me away, but was tripped by my light movement and fell to the ground with his legs up in the air. I squatted down to help her, pretending to be concerned. "Housekeeper, are you okay? You have to walk carefully when you are old." Just as Housekeeper Zhou was about to speak, she passed out. I pressed her sleep points silently. Monica's eyes widened with anger, and she ordered her bodyguard Babulu, "Send the second young master back." Babulu, a tall and burly man who was once an international Sanda champion, approached Johnson and pulled out a pair of shackles, ready to lock him up again. I stood in front of the wheelchair and said calmly, "Our country's laws prohibit the illegal detention of others. If it is illegal, foreigners will be deported." Monica in confusion, and she sneered, "This is the June family's territory. How dare you talk about the law? You really don't know your place." Chapter 7, I accept this knee. Monica calmly, "Isn't the June family's territory within our country's territory? If so, everyone should abide by the law. It is the duty of every citizen to obey the law." After saying that, I took out my phone and started recording. The second young master of the June family has been imprisoned in chains for 3 years. Once this video is exposed, public opinion and the law will not let you go. Monica was so angry that her face turned blue, and she yelled, "Babula, what are you still standing there for? Take her phone away and forbid her to use any communication tools." Babulu received the order and stepped forward to grab the phone. I raised my eyes coldly and punched him on the arm, which actually knocked him back 3 steps. His arm was numb and his face was shocked. He stared at me with suspicion in his eyes. My gaze was cold and sharp, like a soldier who had experienced life and death on the battlefield. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Babulu, how many years have you been in Country Z?" I asked casually, touching the hairpin on my head and transmitting the live broadcast back to the mysterious base. Five years. Babulu answered subconsciously, probably because the shock of the punch just now had not yet dissipated. "If you want to continue making money here, you have to abide by the law." My tone was calm, but it revealed unquestionable majesty. At the same time, in a certain base, the man in front of the monitoring screen picked up the intercom and ordered in a cold voice, "Find out about this Babulu and find a reason to get him out of Country Z." Monica hadn't noticed the fight just now. She just thought Babulu was hesitant and immediately yelled, "Babulu, what are you doing? Don't do it!" Babulu's face darkened, he growled and punched me. This time he used all his strength, and even Johnson felt the danger and tried to stand up but was unable to do so. As I watched the fist falling, I suddenly lowered my head to tie my shoelaces. His full-strength blow landed on the cherry tree behind me, causing the cherry blossoms on the tree to fall like rain. While he was off balance, I quickly attacked him and slapped him 4 times on the key points of his limbs. When the cherry blossoms faded, Babulu was already kneeling on the ground with his hands raised high, as if surrendering. Monica's eyes widened and she stamped her feet in anger. "Babulu, what are you doing? I asked you to teach her a lesson, not to kneel down to her." I patted his shoulder gently and smiled. "Why? You're sorry to my husband, so you kneel down to apologize? I'll accept this knee." Babulu wanted to explain, but found that he could not speak. I had sealed his mute point. Just as Monica was about to call the security guards, the security captain called first. "Madam, the police are here to arrest Babulu. He is suspected of soliciting prostitution and may be deported." Monica screamed angrily, "This idiot! Isn't the money I gave enough?" She watched the police take Babulu away, her face full of anger, but she could do nothing. I pushed Johnson, shook off the fallen petals on him, and said softly, "You've been out for a while. You must be tired. I'll take you back to rest." From beginning to end, I didn't look at Monica again, and she was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she could do nothing. At this time, Dr. Zhang hurried over. "Madam, why did the second young master come out?" Chapter 8, Trapped in the Elevator. Monica frowned and glanced at me, impatiently saying, "You go check the health of the second young master. I'll change clothes first." Covered in cherry blossoms, it was disgusting. She always hated cherry blossoms, but she had to tolerate the existence of this sea of flowers. Dr. Zhang followed and introduced himself. "Madam Second Young Master, I am the second young master's personal physician. I am here to examine him today." There was a condescending tone in his voice. I didn't bother to pay attention to him and just pushed Johnson away. Dr. Zhang was obviously a little dissatisfied and followed closely behind to help push the wheelchair, but I slapped him in the face and interrupted him. "Second young master's wife." Dr. Zhang covered his face with his hands, looking aggrieved. "How can you just hit someone?" I gave him a cold look and had no intention of paying any attention to him. "Your so-called doctor's duty is to make the patient worse?" I retorted, "A doctor shouldn't lose his conscience for money." After saying that, I pushed Johnson away. Dr. Zhang's face was livid, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only take his doubts back to tell Monica. When he mentioned Johnson's condition, he was hesitant. The second young master seems to be better. I wonder if it's a last gasp. Monica sneered. A wild girl from a small family really thinks she can turn the world upside down? Wait until that lunatic dies and just kick her out of the house. There was a sinister light in her eyes. I checked Johnson's medications during the day before letting him take them, and the same was true at night. I covered him with a blanket, and he asked vaguely, "Can I recover?" I held his hand soothingly. "Believe me, as long as you persevere, you will recover." He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. The next day, I pushed him outside for a walk. Relaxation would be good for his condition, but when we were in the elevator, the power went out. It was dark all around, and I pressed the emergency number, but there was no response. My heart sank. This was not a simple power outage, but a man-made conspiracy. I sensed that the surrounding environment was intended to exacerbate Johnson's condition. Monica downstairs was drinking coffee calmly, as if she was watching a good show. Her sinister tactics chilled me to the bone, but made me more determined to protect Johnson. Chapter 9, No One is in the Elevator? Jun Ji-eun just came home, and he seemed to be full of anger. I stood upstairs, watching him angrily questioning Monica. How is Johnson's health? Didn't they say that getting married would make him better? I sneered in my heart when I heard this. He may not know that Johnson and I just came out of the elevator, but Monica had arranged for someone to do something early, hoping to use this accident to do something. I saw that she was pretending to be serious, but I couldn't help but want to see what she would say next. Johnson's health is not good, but this girl insisted on dragging him out to expose him to the wind and cold. She doesn't take me seriously at all. Monica accused him while acting very lifelike. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant suddenly ran over to report. Oh no! The second young master's wife and the second young master are trapped in the elevator. Monica's face changed, and she quickly pretended to be panicked. Go and save them. Johnson can't stand this kind of torture. I almost laughed out loud when I heard this. The elevator did have a problem just now, but I have fixed it. I was just wondering how Monica would handle it, but now it seems that she is just waiting to see the joke. I walked over and gently pressed the elevator button. The elevator door opened, and of course it was empty. I smiled and looked at everyone. What are you doing? The elevator has been fine for a long time. Jun Ji-eun was stunned. Who are you? Monica rushed to say, she's the bride you found for the wedding. Didn't she say she was trapped? Why did she come out now? Are you deliberately making people worry? I looked at her clumsy performance and said calmly, the elevator did break down just now. I called for help, but no one responded, so I fixed it myself and brought Johnson out. Hearing this, Jun Ji-eun was full of doubts. Can you repair the elevator? Monica sneered. Humph! Who knows if the servants did something bad that the elevator was restored in a short time. She was obviously trying to shift the blame, but her trick didn't work on me. I smiled and added, the elevator problem has been solved, and Johnson is fine now. Dad, don't worry. Monica took the opportunity to continue to stir up trouble. Johnson is so weak, but you drag him into trouble. If something happens, how will you be responsible? She looked righteous, but I knew she just wanted to stir up trouble. I knew what was going on, but I wasn't in a hurry to argue with her. I replied softly, Johnson is fine. As for the doctor's examination, he didn't feel well yesterday, so I stopped the doctor. Let's arrange it another day. Seeing Monica's face getting more and more stiff, I felt relieved. She wanted to take the lead in this scene, but unfortunately, I didn't intend to cooperate. Chapter 10, You will always be the second young master's wife of the Jun family. Jun Ji-eun slammed the table and cursed in frustration. How dare you act like this? And you have ulterior motives to harm my son? Hearing this, I sneered in my heart. Sure enough, as long as someone fanned the flames, this family would act without knowing right or wrong. Monica immediately added, we in the Jun family cannot have a daughter-in-law like this. Johnson will be killed by her sooner or later. But I just smiled and watched the show continue. It seems that you are not suitable to be the daughter-in-law of our Jun family. Jun Ji-eun said coldly, let's get a divorce, and I will find a suitable one for Johnson. I raised my eyebrows and said calmly, I am Johnson's legal wife now. Unless my husband asks me personally, no one can drive me away. Monica was so angry that her face turned blue. She hurriedly shouted to the security guard, get this wild girl out. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind. Who dares to touch Johnson's wife? The voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air around. I looked back and saw Johnson slowly approaching in a wheelchair. His pale face was sharper, and his eyes were frighteningly cold. Johnson, Jun Ji-yun was delighted. You are awake? Do you recognize your father? Johnson glanced at him calmly. Dad, long time no see. There was sarcasm in his tone. Jun Ji-yun seemed not to hear it and wanted to hug him, but Johnson avoided him coldly. He turned to Monica, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I heard that you want to drive my wife away. Monica was speechless for a moment, stammering and unable to say a word. Johnson glanced at his servants, his tone cold. Can't even solve a problem like the elevator malfunction? Everyone will get paid and leave today. Monica's face became even uglier, but Jun Ji-yun agreed immediately. Yes, yes, change it. Johnson, as long as you are happy. Johnson didn't look at them again. He turned to me and said, Wife, let's go back to the room. I pushed his wheelchair into the room and shut out all those inquiring eyes outside the door. I peeled an apple and handed it to him, asking, You haven't recovered yet. Why did you come out all of a sudden? He took the apple and looked at me seriously. How can I just sit there and watch you being bullied? This made me laugh. He continued, You saved me, and I will repay you. Whatever you want, I will satisfy you. I suddenly wanted to tease him, so I lifted his chin and said jokingly, Anything? Including you. His face suddenly turned red, but he whispered, Sure, as long as you are willing, you will always be the second young lady of the June family. At this point, he suddenly added, But my heart was given to a girl 5 years ago. She saved me, but I never found her. After hearing his confession, I smiled softly. It's okay. I'm just your wife temporarily. When you find her, I will naturally give way. Johnson looked at me with complicated eyes. No matter what, since you are my wife, I will never let you down. I comforted him casually. Let me check. Maybe I can help you find her. I knew in my heart that this was just a temporary deal, so why take it seriously? As for his health, I promised him, you will be back to normal tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. But remember to take good care of yourself. Johnson nodded after listening, with a look of trust in his eyes. Chapter 11, Do you really think I, Johnson, am a loser? Johnson frowned slightly. I had guessed what he was thinking, so I whispered, It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Why rush it now? The person who hurt you is probably Monica. It's not easy to deal with her. He sneered, his voice low, but with a chill that could not be ignored. Just her? She is just a knife in someone else's hand. If we really fight, I will not let her get away easily. She must pay back what she owes me. Hearing him say that, I was looking forward to what was to come. A man like this, if he didn't make a move, it would be fine, but once he did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. I silently lit a candle for Monica, ready to see how she would suffer the consequences of her own actions. In the evening, Jun Ji-yun came upstairs to call us for dinner, smiling from ear to ear. Johnson, when they heard that you woke up, the eldest and his wife came back specially, and Fei came back too. It seems that you have more face than me. Johnson interrupted mercilessly. That's because every time you come back, you want money and then go out to play with women. He said this without any concealment, and I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Jun Ji-yun's smile froze for a moment, and he said with a wry smile, Johnson, can you please save some face for Dad in front of outsiders? Outsiders? I raised my eyebrows. Is he talking about me? Before I could say anything, Johnson held my hand with a smile in his eyes. Once you are married, your wife is your closest relative. At that moment, his smile was so gentle that I almost thought he was serious. I pulled my hand back and said coldly, Don't touch me without my consent in the future. He seemed a little embarrassed, but quickly regained his composure and explained in a low voice. Jun Ji-yun's words just now were just a test. I don't want him to have a chance to cause trouble for you. When we went downstairs, the restaurant was already full of people. Jun Qinghao, the eldest son of the Jun family, and his wife Wu Lianlian were also there. Jun Qinghao was gentle and polite on the surface. He exchanged a few words with me and gave me a ruby necklace as a wedding gift. I opened the box and looked at the necklace, which was of average quality. I sneered in my heart. It's just a showpiece, and you dare to give it to someone else. But I said calmly, Thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Fiona hugged her dog and said sourly, Brother and sister-in-law gave gifts to the new brother and sister-in-law. Why didn't they give me one? I also need a necklace. I smiled and said calmly, Does fourth sister like it? Why not give this necklace to you? She looked suspicious, but when she saw me take out the necklace, she reached out to take it. Unexpectedly, I turned my hand and put the necklace around the neck of the pet dog in her arms. You know what? It suits it very well. Fiona was stunned for a moment, then looked down to see the quality of the necklace and laughed heartily. Haha, sister-in-law, you were so stingy to give me a gold-plated necklace. It would look pretty good on the dog. Johnson's voice was as cold as a knife. Is this the gift that Big Brother carefully prepared for my wife? It seems that you really think that I, Johnson, have been lying down for 3 years and have become a useless piece of trash who can be fooled by anyone. He swept his eyes over everyone, and everyone was silent. Chapter 12, Occupying His Bed. Johnson's cold temperament made me feel nervous. Although he was in a wheelchair, he was like a living devil. He didn't get angry easily, but once he got angry, no one dared to approach him. I glanced at Wu Lianlian. Her face was pale. Obviously, she didn't expect things to get to this point. She probably thought I was just a rustic little girl, but she didn't expect me to fight back in public and even use her gift to decorate Fiona's dog. What's worse is that Fiona didn't know how to restrain herself and mentioned the gold-plated necklace clearly, which made her lose face. Before she could say anything, Jun Qinghao took the initiative. Don't be angry, second brother. Your sister-in-law must have been cheated and bought a fake product without knowing it. I'll give you a gift tomorrow. He said it politely, but I could tell that he was trying to calm the situation. Johnson sneered. No need for that. My wife has high standards and is afraid that Big Brother won't be satisfied with the selection. Otherwise, Big Brother, just give it a discount. I couldn't help laughing out loud and immediately cooperated. Yes, my card number is 55,000XXXX, a rural credit union card. It's best not to cross banks as the handling fee is too high, so as to avoid making my sister-in-law feel bad. I deliberately dragged out the last word, looking at Wu Lianlian's angry face turning blue, and I couldn't help laughing in my heart. Jun Qinghao was good-tempered and actually asked, "Is 1 million enough?" As soon as he said this, before I could react, Wu Lianlian's eyes were about to pop out of her head. It's just a meeting gift. Why does it have to be so expensive? 100,000 is enough. Looking at Wu Lianlian's distressed expression, I deliberately acted ignorant. Well, I grew up in the countryside, and I don't know if 1 million can buy suitable jewelry. How about 2 million? Brother, do you think it's too much? If you feel bad, less is fine. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Wu Lianlian covering her chest, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. It's okay, as long as my sister-in-law is happy. Jun Qinghao was generous and transferred the money to my card in front of everyone. I looked at the notification on my phone and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The atmosphere at the dinner table became tense because of this incident. Monica went back to her room with a frustrated look on her face, using the excuse of stomachache. Jun Jiyuan was still chatting with Jun Qinghao about the changes at home, when Johnson said calmly, "If you can't even manage your own family, how can you manage everyone else?" The whole table fell silent instantly. After returning to the room, I felt Johnson's pulse and handed him a pill. He swallowed it without saying a word, then looked up and asked me, "What exactly did you give me?" "Poison." I winked at him. "You've already taken it for several days. It's too late to regret it now." He looked at me, and his tone was so serious that I was stunned. "I will take whatever you give me, even if it is poison." I didn't know what to say for a moment, so I could only smile and shake my head. "Silly, this is just an antidote pill I researched myself. It has no other effect." After feeding him the medicine, I looked up and said to him, "Before, we shared a room together to protect you. Now that your people have changed, I don't think anyone dares to harm you anymore. Shouldn't you prepare a separate room for me?" Johnson smiled slightly. "It should be prepared for you, but it will make others suspicious. It's better to buy a sofa bed, fold it up during the day, and you can sleep well at night." He was very efficient, and the sofa bed arrived an hour later. I was about to lie down on it, but Johnson got there first. "From now on, you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa bed." I was stunned, and I felt a little uncomfortable when I saw that he had covered himself with the quilt and closed his eyes. However, since he took the initiative to let me go, I naturally didn't refuse. As soon as I lay down on the big bed, it was indeed comfortable, and I fell asleep quickly. Chapter 13. Sharing the Bed. Late at night, I woke up in a daze, with the horror of the dream still lingering in my mind. Those devilish memories resurfaced, making me shrink into a ball subconsciously, mumbling, "Mom, save me." Suddenly, an arm gently embraced me, and a low and gentle voice came to my ears. "Don't be afraid. It's just a dream. I'm here, and no one can hurt you." This voice brought an indescribable sense of comfort, like a barrier that kept those nightmares out. I don't know when I fell asleep again. That night, I dreamed of my childhood, the carefree days when my parents were still around. When I woke up, the sun was shining in the room. I slowly opened my eyes, and it took me a few seconds to realize where I was. But when I saw the person next to me, my hair stood on end. Johnson, I sat up suddenly and saw that hypocrite lying on my bed, even hugging me. I immediately kicked him off the bed. Before he could react, I had already started to curse. You hypocrite! How dare you take advantage of me? Tell me, what did you do to me last night? He covered his waist, which was hurt by the kick, and sighed helplessly. I am a patient. If you hurt me, you will become a widow. Ah, don't give me that. I rolled up my sleeves and prepared to hit him. He hurriedly explained, you had a nightmare last night, and I just wanted to comfort you. As a result, I accidentally fell asleep and did nothing. When I heard the word nightmare, I was stunned. For many years, I never let anyone know about my nightmares, but he actually saw it last night. I stared at him suspiciously and said coldly, okay, I'll trust you for once. But remember, don't tell anyone else about this. He nodded with a smile on his face. I frowned. What are you laughing at? He stopped smiling and muttered quietly, not laughing. I glared at him. You better not. After breakfast, I told him I wanted to go out and do some shopping. He misunderstood and immediately asked, are you leaving? Didn't you say you were going to stay for a while? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who said I was leaving? I just wanted to go shopping and buy some things. He was relieved and took out a black gold card and handed it to me. This is the black gold card of Tianfu City. With this card, you can buy anything you want without paying. I took the card, looked at the exquisitely designed card, raised my eyebrows and asked, don't tell me you opened Tianfu City? He nodded calmly. Yes. When I was 13, my grandfather gave me some money to invest independently. I bought a piece of land and built Tianfu Mall. Hearing him speak so nonchalantly, I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll go experience the feeling of emptying the mall. Holding this card, I decided to go for a good shopping spree. Chapter 14. Meeting my cousin. Diana didn't realize the boasting in his tone. She said with a sigh, empty the entire mall? What a big deal. If I really emptied it, wouldn't you feel bad? That would cost a lot of money. She immediately started to giggle again. But don't worry, I won't be that greedy. At most, I will just empty out half of the mall. Ha ha. Then he took the card and left humming a cheerful song. Johnson looked at her receding back. A hint of smile appeared on his originally cold face. You were so easy to coax. Diana didn't want to empty the mall, but she was afraid that she would have no place to put her things, which would be too troublesome. She had no fixed place to live in these years, and she traveled to all corners of the world for her mission. She saved a lot of money, but she only bought physical items to meet her needs, and she didn't buy too much. The main thing she wanted to buy today was some clothes. The Lin family bought her a lot of clothes, but they were all cheap goods, and many of them were simply unwearable. Monica did send a few bags of clothes at the beginning, but there weren't many that she liked, and there was no underwear either. Diana walked around the mall and went to a hair salon to get a haircut. After a slight trim of her bangs, she looked completely new and her temperament was improved. She was no longer so rustic and looked like a pure college student. After getting her hair done, she went to the clothing area on the third floor. As she was walking, her eyes were suddenly attracted by a set of black underwear in the window. The underwear was very unique, especially the bra, which was designed in the shape of a butterfly. Diana liked it at first sight. She walked into the lingerie store and was immediately greeted by a salesgirl. Diana pointed directly at the underwear in the window and asked, "Can I try this one on?" "Of course you can." The salesgirl had just taken the clothes off the model when an old employee walked out and scolded her coldly. "I've told you that this dress is very expensive and can't be taken off casually. Why can't you remember?" The salesgirl hesitated. "But there are customers who want to see it, Customer?" The old employee looked at Diana's clothes. Seeing that her clothes were all branded, they were just scraps from famous brands and were not at the same level as hers, he said with a bit more arrogance, "Miss, this is our limited edition underwear. There is only one set in the world. The price is naturally not cheap. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Diana said, "I haven't looked at it carefully or tried it on. How can I be sure whether to buy it?" "Sorry, you can try other styles, but this one is not available for trial unless you purchase it. Your clerk just said that I could try them on. She's new here and doesn't know the rules. I'm the store manager, and if I say she can't try it on, she can't try it on." How could Diana not see that she was just deliberately making things difficult for him? She was just a small store manager, but she was acting like a big boss. Okay, I'll buy it then. The store manager was shocked when he heard this, and his tone changed. Ah, you really want to buy it? This set costs 580,000. Are you sure? Sure. Diana also has a problem. If she doesn't spend money, it's fine. But once she starts spending money, she doesn't care how expensive it is. Even if she doesn't have a black gold card, she can still afford it. The store manager was immediately overjoyed and pushed the clerk aside. Okay, then please come over here to pay. The commission from this order alone is quite a lot. This kind of high-end luxury product has a limited consumer base, so it is very rare to sell one. And today's order is the most expensive item in the store. But I heard Diana say, I'm sorry, I don't like you very much. Please ask the teller to help me with the bill. The teller she pointed at was the young teller just now. The young teller was young and had a rustic air. It was obvious that he had just arrived in the city to work. Ah, her? She's still in her probation period. I'm afraid I can't serve you well. How about? Diana didn't even give her a chance to speak. She took the underwear and threw it to the salesgirl. What are you standing there for? Why don't you give me the order? At this time, another person came into the store, and it was Lisa, the cousin who disliked Johnson as a lunatic and asked Diana to marry him instead. Lisa recently made a new friend, Song Chanchian, a daughter of the Song family, one of the 3 richest families in the imperial capital. Relying on Song Chanchian, Lisa has just entered the imperial capital's socialite circle and is planning to move her family to the imperial capital. Song Chanchian was an illegitimate daughter. She lived in poverty in her early years and suffered a lot. She did not return to the rich family until she was 18. Once she became rich, her life immediately became extravagant. Hey, Chanchian, look. This is the limited edition underwear we saw in the magazine yesterday. The real thing is even more beautiful than the photo, Lisa said as she snatched the underwear from the salesgirl. She wanted to buy it, but when she saw the label, she was immediately discouraged. The Lin family was just an ordinary wealthy businessman, and Lisa couldn't afford to spend so much money on a set of underwear. Song Chanchian also took a fancy to this set of underwear, but after seeing the label, she felt that it was a little expensive. She was an illegitimate daughter, and her status in the Song family was not high. Her monthly pocket money was only 600,000 yuan, so it was a bit extravagant to spend nearly a month's pocket money on a set of underwear. She was a little hesitant, but the store manager who was bullied by Diana just now, as soon as he saw Song Chanchian, immediately acted like a backer and said servilely, Miss Song, this is a limited edition in the world. There is only one of its kind. The design is unique, especially the butterfly's eyes, which are decorated with sapphires, which are luxurious and elegant. It matches your noble temperament very well. Why don't you try it? Song Chanchian really liked this model, and after hearing the store manager's flattery, she thought about giving it a try. If it really looked good, she would buy it. At worst, she could just tighten up on other expenses. Diana was a little annoyed. Why did you refuse to try it when I asked you to? But when someone else came, you rushed to ask them to try it? Without waiting for the salesgirl to speak, Song Chanchian said proudly, This limited edition underwear is too expensive. Generally, only VIP customers in the store can try it on. Ordinary customers don't know the details. What if they take off the gems and take them out privately? You are Diana? Why are you here? Lisa finally recognized Diana. It was mainly because Diana was dressed too rustic when she was at the Lin family before. Compared with her pure and beautiful appearance now, she is completely different. Diana said with amusement. What's so strange about me coming to the mall? Song Chanchian asked Lisa. Do you know her? If it was before, Lisa would not want to acknowledge this cousin. But now, her thoughts are different. Chanchian, let me introduce you to my cousin Diana, the one who was sold to bring good luck to the couple. Therefore, Song Chanchian looked at Diana with a bit of sarcasm on her face. She's the cousin you mentioned before who sold herself for 2 million and married a lunatic. No wonder she has the money to shop at luxury stores like this. After all, she sold her body. Chapter 15 Betting. Diana did get 2 million from Lin Yoqiang, but that was her dowry to get back her parents' inheritance. But she didn't expect Lisa to frame her like this. Her face darkened and she said coldly, Give my underwear back to me and don't provoke me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Lisa said, Return it to you? You didn't pay for it. Why should I return it to you? If I want to give it to you, it depends on whether our Miss Song thinks highly of it. Only if she thinks highly of it will it be your turn. Didn't you just extort 2 million from our Lin family? Why are you showing off? If you have money, Spend it sparingly. Otherwise, when your lunatic dies, you will be kicked out. Don't come to our house shamelessly then." Before he could finish his words, he heard a slap, and Diana slapped him hard, leaving several finger marks on his cheeks. Diana said coldly, "It was my fault at the Lin family before. I didn't hit you lightly, which made you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me now. You, how dare you hit me?" Lisa was furious, but she didn't dare to fight Diana when she thought about the shoulder throw that time, which made her body hurt for several days. So, she could only look at Song Chantian pitifully. Without waiting for Song Chantian to react, Diana grabbed the underwear from her hand without any hesitation. First come, first served. Do you understand? If you don't understand, go back and ask your mother to teach you again. Since Song Chantian returned to the Song family, people have always given her some respect wherever she goes, and she has never been treated like this before. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Diana snorted. I don't care who you are. Song Chantian puffed out her chest like an airport. Let me tell you, I'm the daughter of the Song family. Do you know the Song family? The Song family is one of the 3 largest families in the imperial capital. Even the people of the Jun family dare not give face to the Song family. Diana sneered. The Jun family gave face to the Song family? That was for your cousin Song Baishu, not for you, the illegitimate daughter. The 3 great families in country Z were originally headed by the Jun family. After Johnson fell ill, the Song family, under the leadership of Song Baishu, gradually began to surpass the others. Before returning to China, Diana had already learned about the details of the 3 wealthy families. She knew that these wealthy families looked glamorous on the surface, but in fact their relationships were chaotic, with a lot of illegitimate children and daughters, and their status was far inferior to that of legitimate children. For example, Song Chantian and her ilk could only show off their power outside. Song Chantian was already very self-conscious about the identity of illegitimate daughter, and Diana exposed it in public, which was like slapping her in the face. She angrily said to the store manager, "If you want our Song family to come to your store to buy things in the future, drive this woman away now, immediately, right now. Don't worry, she is just a wild girl from the countryside. No one supports her." The store manager was a little bit hesitant about Diana's identity, but after hearing what Song Chantian said, he no longer hesitated and said directly, "Miss, please leave. We don't do business with you in our store. Even honorifics like you are no longer used." Diana looked at her calmly. "Are you the boss? Who do you think you are? You said you don't want to do my business, so you don't want to do it." The store manager said proudly, "To be honest, our store is directly operated by the mall, and the big boss is not in charge of daily sales. I'm the store manager of this store, and I really have the final say on whether to do business with you or not." Diana chuckled. "So you are the store manager. I am so sorry." The store manager wanted to support Song Chantian and continue to show off. "Please return the underwear. Even if you have money, we won't sell it to you. Limited edition underwear is very precious. Only real ladies from noble families can afford it." Lisa took advantage of Song Chantian's presence, and her arrogance rose again. "Diana, you should know now that you can't show off just because you have a little money. High-end brand clothing stores like this only serve high-end people. Who do you think you are? I heard that when you entered the Jun family, you didn't even have a proper wedding. If I hadn't promoted you, no one would have known that the lunatic in the Jun family actually got married. It shows that the Jun family doesn't take you seriously at all. You are probably just like a servant." Song Chantian examined Diana's clothes and said, "Look at your clothes. This is a small brand that is not even worthy of being on the table. Even our maids don't like clothes of this brand. You dare to snatch things from me. You really don't know how to live or die. Why are you still standing there and getting in the way? Manager, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Get her out." The store manager came up to rudely try to kick the man out, but before he could say anything, he was startled by a look from Diana. This woman is too fierce. When she glares at people, it seems like knives are about to fly out of her eyes. Diana asked coldly, "Are you sure you want to kick me out?" The store manager said in a timid tone, "I'm not trying to drive you away. You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. You'd better leave early to avoid suffering. Tell me, who should we sell this dress to?" Diana glanced at the cashier next to her. This little cashier was very interesting. She was still in her probation period and had always been trembling with fear. But now that she had seen the bullying of the wealthy, her blood boiled. She secretly stood up for Diana and wanted to speak up to stop the fight several times. But her words were too weak, and she was blocked by the loud voice of the store manager. Hearing Diana's question, she simply said, This lady said she wanted to buy it first. I was about to give her the order when Miss Song came in. It is reasonable that this set of underwear should be given to the buyer who came first. The store manager yelled, "You little bitch, you don't want to live anymore. Can you offend Miss Song?" Song Chantian sneered, "I've already offended you. Don't expect to find a job in this circle in the future." The young teller was quite tough and simply threw away his work coat and said, "If I don't want to do it, then I won't do it. At worst, I can go back to the countryside. There are too many bad people in the city, and we country people are more honest." Diana didn't expect this little teller to be so funny. He dared to be so rude without any background. He was a bit similar to her back then. She bent down to help her pick up her coat and handed it to her. "Don't worry, I'll keep your job." Her beautiful eyes turned, and she looked at Song Chantian with a smile. "You just said that you want to make it impossible for this girl to find a job in the circle, right? How about this? Let's make a bet. I bet that not only will she not lose her job today, but she can also become the manager of this store." The store manager sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so brazenly?" Song Chantian also laughed. "Okay, how about 10 minutes as the deadline?" She became more cautious and thought that no matter what, the store manager was still hers, and it would be too easy to fire a small cashier. Chapter 16, Bullying the Boss Lady? Diana didn't care at all and agreed with a smile. "Since we are going to bet, we can't bet without the stakes, right?" As she spoke, she did not forget to touch the flower hairpin on her head and record the bet to prevent anyone from denying it. Song Chantian thought that she would never lose. She couldn't wait to see Diana make a fool of herself, so she came up with a vicious bet. "How about this? The loser walks around the mall in his underwear." Diana frowned slightly. "Isn't this bad? It's in public, it's unsightly." Song Chantian was afraid that Diana wouldn't dare, so she deliberately provoked her. "Why, you don't dare? Then you can just crawl out of the mall like a dog." Diana smiled contemptuously. "Okay, it's a deal. I hope Miss Song won't regret it." "You are the one who regrets it." Song Chantian immediately gave the store manager a look. The store manager walked up to the teller and said arrogantly, "You can go now." The store manager can easily fire an employee who hasn't even passed her probation period with just one word. The young teller snorted, "You are just bullying new employees like us." "Humph, just leave. What's the big deal?" Just as she was about to leave, Diana stopped her and said, "It's not even 10 minutes yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you wait a little longer? Maybe you can really become the store manager." As soon as these words were spoken, the three people nearby laughed. Diana let them be proud, took out her cell phone, and called Johnson. "Are you busy?" Johnson, who was having a video conference with an old subordinate, quickly closed his computer and said, "I'm taking a break." "I'm not busy." Diana said, and said bluntly, "I don't like the manager of the LL underwear counter in Tianfu City. I want to change someone else. You have to help me get it done within 5 minutes." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Before Diana left, she specifically told him to rest well and not to work too hard, so Johnson heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Fortunately, it's not a checkup. Song Chantian crossed her arms and sneered. "Look at this posture. If you don't know, you would think she is the boss of Tianfu City." Lisa agreed. Maybe he's been around crazy people for too long. His brain is not normal anymore, and he can't tell the difference between imagination and reality. Song Chantian shook her head and sighed. A good person, but she was greedy for money and married a madman, and ended up driving herself crazy. At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes hurried into the mall. The store manager bowed immediately when he saw him. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Luo Wen is a professional manager of Tianfu Shopping Mall, responsible for the operation of the entire mall. He was in a meeting just now when he suddenly received a call from Johnson. He was shocked. When he heard that his wife was coming, he could no longer sit still and rushed over immediately. Luo Wen looked at the people present and asked carefully, "Excuse me, who is the owner of the black gold card?" Lisa looked confused. Song Chantian took out a black card from her bag and glanced at Diana proudly. "Boss Luo, did you come here to receive me because you heard that I was here?" Lisa immediately boasted, "Wow, it's a VIP card. Only VIPs who spend more than 5 million in the mall can get it." "Chantian, you are really generous." Luo Wen shook his head. "I'm sorry, but VIP cards only give you some special discounts. I was talking about the black gold card, which has only been issued once. Anyone with the black gold card can get any product in this mall for free, even if they clear out the entire mall." Lisa and Song Chantian were both surprised when they heard this. After clearing out the entire shopping mall, there is still this kind of card? How valuable must it be? Diana casually pulled out a card from her bag and asked, "Are you talking about this card?" When Luo saw the card, he immediately understood Diana's identity and bowed respectfully. "I'm sorry that you had a bad shopping experience. This is just as you ordered Dash." After he finished speaking, he turned around and said to the store manager, "You are fired. Please leave this mall immediately." The store manager was unwilling to give in and shouted, "Boss Luo, I have worked hard here for several years. Why can you let me go just like that?" Luo said, "Just because you offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Song Chantian also stepped forward and said, "Mr. Luo, right? I'm telling you, you can't fire this store manager today for any reason. I'm the daughter of the Song family, and I've spent a lot of money here over the years. If you don't follow my instructions, you'll lose the Song family as a big customer in the future." Diana raised her eyebrows. "Oh, a big customer. Mr. Luo, from today on, Tianfu City will not do business with Miss Song." Luo said, "Yes, as you command." Song Chantian's expression suddenly changed. "Boss Luo, do you really not care about offending our Song family?" Luo said, "I'm sorry, I'm also working for someone else. The boss lady has spoken, so I can only do what she says." Lisa still didn't understand the situation. "What boss lady?" Luo looked at Diana. "This is the boss lady of our Tianfu City." Diana in disbelief. "You mean her? When did she become the boss lady of Tianfu City?" "Your boss. Could it be that crazy young master of the Jun family?" Luo's eyes turned cold. "Miss, please be careful with your words. Our boss was indeed a little unwell before, but he has begun to recover now. Johnson, the boss, has not managed the business here since Tianfu City got on track. No one outside knows that this is his property, but today he actually revealed his identity for his wife. These people dared to challenge his boss's wife without knowing what was good for them. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." "Recovered? Is this true?" Lisa was shocked. She had never heard of a crazy person being able to recover. Luo was too lazy to waste words with these ignorant women. He just said to Diana respectfully, "Madam, if you have any other instructions, just ask." Diana pointed at the stunned cashier next to her and said, "I like this girl. Let her be the manager of this store. There's nothing else to say. I'm here mainly to shop, and I don't want to cause any trouble." Diana had plenty of ways to deal with a little girl from the Song family, but she just wanted to see if Johnson would offend someone from the Song family for her. After all, the Song family was the only aristocratic family that could compete with the Jun family. Fortunately, Johnson did not disappoint her. Song Chantian kicked the nail board, but seeing that she couldn't get any advantage, she glared at Diana angrily and turned to leave. Diana blocked the way and said, "Ms. Song, you probably forgot the bet you made. The loser has to walk around the mall in his underwear. You were the one who came up with it." "Well, I actually thought this bet was a bit unfair, but Miss Song insisted, so I couldn't say anything." Chapter 17, If I Want to Bully You. What can you do to me? Song Chantian was so angry that her eyes almost popped out. "Don't go too far." Diana blew away the non-existent dust on her nails. "If I want to bully you, what can you do to me? This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't knock some people down once and for all, they will come back again next time." "Bitch!" Song Chantian was so angry that she raised her hand to slap Diana. Before her hand fell, Diana caught it, grabbed her palm, and slapped it back several times. Song Chantian failed to hit someone and was beaten instead. The most humiliating thing was that someone held her and hit her with her own hands. At this time, my hands and face really hurt. Lisa was also frightened when she saw this and hesitantly advised, "Diana, stop it. She is the daughter of the Song family. Even if it is the Jun family, it is not good to offend the Song family." Diana said, "Why? You want to take the punishment for her? I advise you to consider whether you can bear it first." Lisa didn't dare to say anything. Diana smiled and said to Song Chantian, "Actually, I also think it's not good to go out wearing underwear." Song Chantian had been beaten to the point of despair and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard these words. But Diana continued, "The main reason is that you are in such bad shape that it will affect the appearance of the city. How about this? If you crawl out like a dog, I will let it go." Song Chantian was completely broken by her and started crying. "I can't afford to offend you. For the sake of me being a member of the Song family, forget it." Diana asked back, "If I lose today, will you let me go because I'm a member of the Jun family?" "No. You will only think that my husband is a lunatic useless and has no one to back him up. Similarly, who can back you up?" Song Baishu. This sentence really touched Song Qianqian's sore spot. If she was Song Baishu's biological sister, it would be fine. But she was just a cousin, and one who was not taken seriously. As Miss Song, she could only act arrogantly and intimidate others outside. She always bullied the weak and feared the strong. She never thought that today she would bully a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing. Lisa's fault for misleading her. Thinking of this, Song Qianqian hurriedly said, "No matter what, I am also a daughter of the Song family. This concerns the reputation of the Song family. Otherwise," she turned to look at Lisa, "let her climb out instead of me." Lisa is a bit of a bootlicker, but that doesn't mean she's willing to be a bootlicker. She immediately got angry and said, "Qianqian, you were the one who insisted on making the bet. Why are you asking me to take the punishment for you?" "Oh, the legendary fake sisters?" Diana shook her head regretfully. "You also know that Lisa is my cousin. No matter what, I can't let my family embarrass myself, right?" Lisa was somewhat grateful when she heard this. But when she saw Diana's cunning eyes, she immediately realized, "Diana, did you do this on purpose? Did you deliberately let Song Qianqian put the blame on me?" Diana ignored her and threw Song Qianqian to the ground. "Crawl or not, I don't have that much patience. If you don't move, I will be rude." Although she ran away as soon as she got out of Diana's control, she was still witnessed by many people, and some even recorded it. It was really embarrassing. You were so cruel." "Diana, let's just wait and see." Lisa left in a hurry after saying these harsh words. However, she and Song Qianqian had a feud. She had thought she had made it into the circle of socialites in the imperial capital, but now all her efforts were in vain, and it might even bring a lot of trouble to her family. Diana shook the clothes and turned to the stunned clerk next to her and said, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you help me pack the clothes? Don't you want a commission? New store manager." The young teller reacted, "Oh my God, so domineering." He even spoke in his hometown dialect. As for the old store manager who was forced to step down, he was already scared silly. She originally thought that she would be punished, but unexpectedly, Diana didn't even look at her when she walked out of the store. Humph! This kind of minion is not worth her effort. Putting aside these minor incidents, today's shopping experience was really good. Diana used the unlimited black gold card to buy a lot of things in Tianfu City, and when she returned to June's house, she carried a lot of things in large and small bags. Johnson was seen sitting leisurely in a rocking chair, enjoying the sunset, and he looked quite conscious of being a patient. She smiled with satisfaction, threw the shopping bag casually on the stool at the end of the bed, and went to remove her makeup and wash her face. But in fact, Johnson held a video conference all day. It was not until he heard the security guard at the gate report that the second young master's wife had returned that he hurriedly put away his computer and pretended to lie down in the rocking chair again. He had been lying in bed for 3 years, wasting too much time and work. Now he felt that his body had recovered well, but Diana insisted that he continue to stay at home. Johnson also learned about Diana's conflict with the Song family in the mall through Luo Wen's retelling. He didn't care whether he would offend the Song family or not. He was just curious about what kind of clothes could make that woman who was as proud as a little wild cat go to such trouble. Just as I glanced around, I saw LL's packaging bag on the stool at the end of the bed. Most of the brand counters in Tianfu City are under Johnson's name, and there are too many of them for him to remember them all. Diana today, he wouldn't even remember that there was an LL counter in Tianfu City. As for what LL sells, you're kidding. As a straight man, it's good enough for him to remember a few men's clothing brands. There's no way he would care about what LL is. But at this moment, perhaps because he was too bored, he suddenly wanted to show some concern. "Is this it?" He picked up the package, and before he could take a closer look, Diana came out of the bathroom and shouted, "Why did you touch my things?" Johnson's hand shook, and the package fell to the ground. The black bra inlaid with gems fell on Johnson's slippers, sparkling in the afterglow of the setting sun and looking very beautiful. Johnson has never eaten pork, but he has seen pigs run. He was immediately embarrassed and tried to explain, "I wanted to see if you brought me a gift, and I accidentally took the wrong one. You have no worries about food and clothing at home. Why do you want a gift?" Diana was also a little embarrassed, but who was she? No matter how embarrassed she was, she couldn't let others see it. Ahem. Diana coughed lightly, pretended to be calm as she picked up the bra, turned around, and went to hide it in the cloakroom. But I heard a mischievous chuckle from behind me. "It's really pretty, worth grabbing." Diana, what the hell? That night, as soon as Johnson closed his eyes, the gorgeous black bra involuntarily emerged in his mind. To the point that I even dreamed of Diana wearing a bra and looking very charming. Chapter 18, Johnson's White Moonlight. But soon, the dream changed, and what appeared in front of him was an unfamiliar foreign sea. A group of armed bandits rushed onto the ship where Johnson was, and after a hail of bullets, all his bodyguards were killed. At this critical moment, a girl in camouflage clothes and holding weapons seemed to be a god who descended from the sky. With several subordinates, she quickly and skillfully eliminated all the vicious bandits. "You dare to come here with just a few people? Do you know how dangerous it is here?" The girl's face was covered with thick camouflage, but Johnson could still see that the smile at the corner of her lips was so arrogant. Because they were all from Country Z, the girl agreed to escort them, and Johnson was able to spend 3 short days with her. She didn't talk much, often patrolling the deck, and sometimes asked him about the situation in Country Z. She said that she hadn't been back to her country for a long time and missed her homeland very much. Johnson asked her, "Since you care about your motherland, why don't you go back?" The girl stared at the endless sea and replied calmly, "It is my duty to protect my home and my country." At that moment, Johnson felt a great respect in his heart. "When will you return home?" The girl shook her head and smiled. "I can't say for sure, but there will always be a day when I can go back. Maybe I will come back to find you in the future." As for her identity, it has always been kept secret. In addition, her real name and age are also unknown. He only knew her codename, Spirit Fox. 3 days later, when the ship docked, he turned around and could no longer find her. She was as mysterious as when she came. When Johnson woke up, it was still dark. He lay on the sofa bed, thinking about the dream for a long time. That was 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, he traveled across the ocean several times to see her again. Unfortunately, after that encounter, it was difficult to meet again. She is like a drop of water, merging into the vast ocean to realize her ambitions. At this moment, a soft murmur pulled Johnson back to his senses. He turned around and saw the girl in the bed next to him struggling in a nightmare again. It was hard to imagine that she would be so vulnerable at night, as she was so aggressive during the day. "Diana, wake up." He originally wanted to wake her up, but she suddenly hugged him as if she had found a life-saving straw and whispered, "Take me away. I'm scared." Lin family. Lisa was frustrated with Diana and also held a grudge against Song Qianqian. Seeing that she could no longer make it in the imperial capital, she had no choice but to return to Rongqing overnight and cry in front of her parents. Eve's face turned green with anger when she heard this. "How dare this ungrateful bastard do this to you? Don't cry, my dear daughter. Tomorrow, Mom will go to June's house to settle the score with her." Lin Youqiang's focus was on another aspect. "Lisa, are you saying that Johnson has recovered?" Eve then said, "Yeah. How come he recovered all of a sudden? I've never heard of a mentally ill person getting better." Lisa curled her lips and said, "Who knows what happened? Anyway, Mr. Luo from Tianfu Shopping Mall only said that he recovered, but we don't know how he recovered." Eve was immediately jealous after hearing this. "That damn girl is so lucky. I thought she would be a widow after marrying into the June family. But she didn't expect that. No, there must be something wrong here. Maybe it's a last gasp? I heard before that Johnson is terminally ill and won't live long. If not, we wouldn't have let go of this piece of fat meat from the June family." Lisa wiped her tears and said, "Maybe it's just a flash of life. What's that Sky City boss lady? It's very likely that that damn girl hooked up with Roman Tam and deliberately put on a show for us." Lin Youqiang pondered for a long time. "No need to speculate too much. Let's go to the June family tomorrow. I am her uncle, and now I am also Johnson's uncle, a legitimate relative of the June family. If Johnson really wakes up, we can also get some benefits. With the support of the June family, is it possible that our Lin family will not be able to gain a foothold in the imperial capital in the future?" He also reminded Lisa, "When you go there tomorrow, remember not to shout or make noises, and get along well with your cousin." Early the next morning, Johnson was kicked out of bed again, and with it came a barrage of accusations. "Ah, Johnson, you despicable villain. You don't keep your word." What do you mean by you? Your right to sneak into my bed in the middle of the night? Am I too polite to you? I've let you get so bold as to bully me." Johnson had no way to defend himself, but luckily he had been prepared in advance and turned on the video on his mobile phone in the middle of the night. Not only did he record Diana's nightmare, but he also proved that he had been honest all night and had not behaved inappropriately. Diana watched the video, blinked a few times, and her anger subsided a lot. Johnson breathed a sigh of relief silently. secretly praising himself for his cleverness. Who knew that the next moment, Diana pinched her waist and said, "Who told you to secretly take pictures of me? I didn't know you actually had a habit of secretly taking pictures. Despicable, shameless, obscene." Johnson, if a woman is unreasonable, even gods and demons can do nothing about it. Monica has been very depressed these 2 days. The June family has undergone a major staff change, and the current servants are all Johnson-esque people. She is not very comfortable using them, and she always feels that she is being monitored everywhere, which makes her not want to stay at home. This morning, when I was leaving the house by car, I suddenly saw a strange car parked at the gate. When I asked, I found out that it was Diana's uncle and his family who came to visit. The security guard was about to go in and report, but Monica's eyes turned and she said hurriedly, "The in-laws are here. What else is there to report? You are such a clueless bunch. Why don't you open the door quickly?" She could tell at a glance that this family was not a good person. She estimated that they came here either to cause trouble for Diana or to extort benefits. Doesn't Johnson cherish his poor wife? Then let him see clearly what kind of people her relatives are. For this purpose, she specially sent a message to call Jun Ji-Yuen back. Lin Yoqiang's family didn't expect that Monica would be so easy to talk to. She personally welcomed them into the house and was smiling and friendly all the way. Lisa thought to herself, it turns out that the June family's mother-in-law is so kind and doesn't look down on them. No wonder Diana dares to be so arrogant outside. She must be relying on the love of her in-laws. When they saw the June family's mansion, which was as big as a royal castle and decorated luxuriously inside and out, the Lin family's small villa looked like a doghouse in comparison. Lisa even regretted it. If I had known earlier, I should have married here. Even if I was a widow, I could live in a place like a palace. I would be happy as a widow. Chapter 19. The Weird Uncle and His Family. The three members of the Lin family had just arrived in the living room and hadn't even sat down yet. Diana was just coming downstairs and was quite surprised to see the Lin family. "Oh, Diana is here." Lin Yoqiang was delighted to see Diana, and then he squeezed out tears of excitement. "You've been married for several days. Why didn't you call your uncle? Are you used to living in the Jun family? Is Master Jun treating you well?" Diana really admired Lin Yoqiang's acting skills. She smiled and said, "Uncle, you really care about your niece. I was wondering if you hadn't contacted me in a few days. I was afraid you had forgotten me." Lin Yoqiang touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. "How is that possible? You are my only niece, and Uncle has always loved you the most." He winked at Eve secretly, and Eve quickly took out the gift she had prepared in advance. Lin Yoqiang began to distribute the gifts enthusiastically. "Your uncle and aunt spent a lot of time choosing these things. This is for the mother-in-law and father-in-law. This is for Diana. And this is for the second young master to replenish his body." "Hey, why is the second young master not here?" Diana walked to the sofa, glanced at the gifts, and said in a surprised tone, "Oh, they're all good things. It seems that Uncle and Aunt have spent a lot of money this time, especially this silk scarf, which is a famous brand. It is probably much more expensive than the big bag of clothes that Aunt bought for me before, right?" Eve felt extremely embarrassed when she heard this. She looked down on her and bought her cheap clothes, but she knew it all. Who was she pretending to be surprised by? Seeing her bad tone, Lin Yoqiang thought she was unhappy about what happened yesterday, so he pushed his daughter out and said, "Lisa told me everything about what happened yesterday. You should be magnanimous and stop arguing with your own sister." Although Lisa was unwilling to do so, she still followed her father's instructions and pretended to apologize. Monica immediately became curious when she heard this. Yesterday? What happened yesterday? So Lin Yoqiang simply recounted what happened yesterday, deliberately downplaying the fact that Lisa and Song Qianqian had humiliated Diana at the beginning and only extended it to a small friction over a piece of clothing. However, in this way, Diana was said to be a piece of clothing, which was unreasonable and offended the Song family. Just as he said this, Jun Ji-Yuen came back and overheard. He was immediately furious. "What? You actually spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy a piece of clothing? And you offended the Song family? We are old friends with the Song family, and we have a lot of business dealings. Do you know how big a mess you've made? Does Johnson know that you can cause so much trouble?" As soon as the old guy came back, he started bombarding me with questions. Only then did Lin Yoqiang realize that he had accidentally said the wrong thing. So he pretended to speak well of Diana in front of Jun Ji-Yuen. "Don't be angry, dear-in-law. My niece has been raised in the countryside. Suddenly, she came to a wealthy family, and she is a little ignorant. Please forgive her. If there is anything she did wrong, her uncle, will apologize to you on her behalf. Diana really found it boring and turned around to go upstairs. Lisa jumped out without a care. Diana, June's house is so beautiful. Why don't you take me upstairs? Before she could finish her words, Diana glanced at her and she immediately swallowed her words back. Lin Yoqiang had never experienced Diana's power, so he shamelessly chased after her. Diana, why did you leave before we finished talking? How is Master Jun? Is he at home? Otherwise, take us upstairs to see him. Diana refused politely. No need. My husband needs to rest and doesn't want to see strangers. Lin Yoqiang still didn't give up. Why are we strangers? We are all your family members. Monica, who was eager to see the world in chaos, interrupted and said, I saw Johnson was in good spirits during breakfast, so he should be able to meet the guests. Besides, how can a son-in-law avoid meeting his wife's family? Who said I was hiding from people? A cold voice suddenly came, and then everyone saw a man wearing a gray-blue silk shirt and a noble temperament slowly walking down from upstairs. He no longer needed a wheelchair, and at this moment, he didn't look sick at all. When Lisa saw Johnson, her eyes almost popped out. He was Johnson? How come I had never heard of him being so handsome? He was 100 times more handsome than the handsome boys on TV. Also, he looked really healthy, not sick at all. Diana actually married a man who looked like a fallen immortal. The most hateful thing was that this man was originally her fiancé. Johnson didn't even spare a glance at Lisa. His eyes were only on Diana. Only when he saw Diana did the ice in his eyes melt. He said softly, I heard someone from your family came. Why didn't you tell me? Diana said, I just knew they were here when I came downstairs. So Johnson immediately grasped the important information from her words. Her family members came to visit without even notifying her first and just came uninvited? At this time, Junji Yuan came over to complain. Son, you really need to take good care of your wife. Do you know what she did yesterday? She actually had a conflict with Ms. Song just to grab a piece of clothing. She must have offended the Song family. You have to find a way out quickly. Johnson interrupted coldly before he could finish. You dare to snatch clothes from my wife? I'm lucky I didn't ask the Song family to settle the score. Jun Ji-yoon was immediately furious. How can you bastard, say such things for a woman? The Jun family has been working closely with the Song family in the past 2 years. What if this incident affects the business of the two families? Johnson sneered. In the past 2 years, the ones who have done business with the Song family are Jun Zaheo and Jun Qinghao. What does it have to do with me? Dad, since you were a hands-off boss, don't ask about business matters anymore. You, an unfilial son. Jun Jian was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, but in the end he could do nothing about his son and could only stomp his feet and leave. Diana didn't like to bother Johnson with personal matters, so she said to Lin Yoqiang, What is your purpose for coming here today? Just tell me directly. Lin Yoqiang wanted to be more tactful, but Diana didn't want to waste time and said, Think about it carefully. This is your only chance. You may not be able to enter the Jun family's door next time. Although Lin Yoqiang felt that she didn't respect him, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he had to seize it. Diana, can I have a moment with you? Diana wanted to see what tricks he was playing, so she said to Johnson, Don't worry about them. Go back to your room and rest. Then she took Lin Yoqiang to the living room on the second floor. Chapter 20 Uncle wants to borrow 100 million. Johnson was about to leave, but Eve stopped him enthusiastically. Is this your son-in-law? Wow, he is so handsome. Diana is so lucky. Come, sit down and chat with your aunt. Our Diana loved chatting with me when she was little. Now she has grown up, and her temper and personality are different. She was also smart. She deliberately mentioned Diana as childhood to pique Johnson's interest. Sure enough, Johnson sat down. Eve casually talked about some of Diana's past, and then changed the subject. Lisa and Diana were closest when they were young, and they could share any secrets. How about letting Lisa tell you? Then he said to Monica, Mother-in-law, I think the scenery in the garden is very beautiful. Can you take me out for a walk? Eve regretted it so much when she saw Johnson just now. The Jun family is so rich, and Johnson looks like a completely normal person. If she had known, she would not have let Diana marry for her. But now that Wild Girl has become a phoenix from a sparrow, and she doesn't take them seriously at all. Looking at her daughter, she was staring at Johnson the whole time. Eve could see what her daughter was thinking, so she tried to give them some time to spend alone together. In her opinion, Johnson even likes that Wild Girl, which shows that his standards are not high. His own daughter is so outstanding, Johnson will definitely fall in love with her as long as he spends time with her. Monica also saw through the mother and daughter's thoughts early on. She deliberately wanted to create trouble for Diana and even condescended to accompany Eve to visit the garden. Johnson and Lisa were the only ones left in the living room. Lisa took the initiative to sit next to Johnson. She sprayed her newly bought perfume before going out today. It is said that this perfume has a strong smell and can make men feel excited. Johnson did smell her body odor and felt his nose was uncomfortable. He thought, this woman is really weird. Is she spraying so much perfume to cover up her body odor? Diana also wears perfume, but her perfume is very light, so faint that it makes people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. Lisa took the initiative to ask, is Diana treating you well? She has a bad temper, so don't take it too seriously. Johnson said, no, she is very gentle, except that she would get grumpy in the morning and kick him out of bed. Lisa added, she grew up in the mountains, has never seen the world, and behaves rudely. Johnson frowned. Really? Seeing his reaction, Lisa thought Diana was pretending in front of him. Well, since you want to pretend, I will tear off your disguise and let Johnson know what kind of person you are. She deliberately leaned forward again. Diana has a wild personality and a bad temper. When she was young, she would fight with boys. Unlike me, I have always been gentle and polite. Fighting with a boy? Johnson thought for a moment and said, that boy must be the one who deserves a beating. Not really. She has always been domineering and often bullies people for no reason. Once, she beat up a kid in the lower grade just because he glanced at her secretly. Lisa deliberately wanted to discredit Diana and made up a lot of lies about her doing bad things. She said things like bullying classmates at school, talking back to teachers, making old ladies cry outside, and robbing beggars of their money. At the end, he compared himself to me. Unlike me, I was brought up with strict family education since I was young. My parents sent me to the best schools in Rongqing, and I also learned a lot of art projects. For example, piano, tea art. By the way, I am very good at making tea. If you have time, you can come and taste the tea I make. Sorry, I don't like green tea. Johnson interrupted coldly, which caught Lisa off guard. She asked stupidly, I didn't say I only drink green tea? Johnson did not answer but asked, didn't you say Diana grew up in the mountains? Then how do you know so much about her? Lisa let the cat out of the bag without noticing. She rolled her eyes and said, I'm talking about what happened before she was 10 years old. She lived in the city before she was 10 years old, but later she got lost and was adopted by a family in the mountains, so she grew up in the mountains. My father traveled all over the country to find her, and he suffered a lot. Has she ever been lost? Diana was very secretive about her past and never talked about it. Johnson didn't ask about it either and only found out about it now. Lisa said, yes, she has a wild personality. She can't stay at home and loves to run around. She loves to hang out with boys at a young age. Her parents couldn't control her when they were alive, and when they passed away, there was no one to control her. Later, she got lost. It was said that she was tricked away by a boy. Johnson asked her, so when did she get it back? Lisa didn't think about it and said, it happened not long ago. She went to work in the city, but she probably felt it was too hard. She heard that my father had saved a lot of money from his business over the years, so she came back to recognize her relatives. Johnson realized, so, she came back on her own, and your father was able to run a thriving business while still looking for someone all over the world. Lisa was embarrassed for a moment, and then she quickly made amends. My dad has been sending people to look for her. Johnson is not a fool. How can he not tell the truth from the false? He sneered and didn't expose her, wanting to see what else she was going to make up. Lisa continued. After she came back, my father was so happy that he raised her as his own daughter. But who knew that when she heard that our Lin family and the June family had an engagement, she coveted the June family's wealth and insisted on marrying in. My father felt that he owed her all these years, and since I was not at home at the time and the June family was pressing him, he agreed to let her marry in. At this point, Lisa lowered her head shyly. Actually, your original wife should be me. Johnson narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glimmer appeared in his cold eyes. I see. Lisa didn't notice the change in his eyes and pretended to be coquettish and said, Brother Johnson, can I call you that? You are wrong to marry a wife like Diana. She is fierce and uneducated, unlike me, who only feels sorry for my brother. Living room on the second floor. Diana sat on the sofa with her arms crossed and said to Lin Yoqiang, tell me your purpose. Don't waste time. Lin Yoqiang smiled and sat down. Since we are all family, Uncle will not beat around the bush. My company owes the bank some money, and it is about to be due, but there are problems with the project operation, so I can't pay it back for the time being. The June family is not short of money, so lend me 100 million for turnover. It's only 100 million. It's really nothing to the June family. Diana smiled and said, but why should I lend it to you? It sounds nice to say it's borrowing, but everyone knows that it's like throwing meat buns at a dog which can never come back. Chapter 21. I don't want family affection wrapped in calculation. Lin Yoqiang said shamelessly. Aren't we relatives? When relatives encounter difficulties, they naturally help each other. Diana, don't forget, if it weren't for our Lin family, how could you marry into the June family? Diana sneered. What project has gone wrong? It's because you lost too much money gambling in other places and couldn't pay back the money. So you took the funds from the project to plug the loopholes, which led to the failure to repay the loan. When you made the marriage contract with the June family paid a lot of money. As a result, you found out that Johnson was a lunatic, and you wanted to regret it, but were afraid of offending the June family. So you pushed me out as a scapegoat. Am I right? You. How do you know so much? Lin Yoqiang never expected Diana to know so much. He lost money in gambling, but even his wife didn't know. Otherwise, they would have divorced. Diana said, it's just your little thing. Isn't it easy to find out? I thought your business was already in jeopardy, and I didn't plan to ask you for the money for the bride buying from the June family. But you, seeing that I'm doing well, shamelessly come to my door and even dare to ask for 100 million. Where on earth do you get such a big face? Lin Yoqiang said angrily. You little bitch. I am your uncle after all. Your only relative in this world. How can you talk to me like this? Even if I schemed against you, didn't I let you marry into the June family and live the life of a wealthy wife in the end? Diana sneered. It is because you and my father are from the same mother that I am willing to listen to your nonsense today. If you can behave yourself in the future and don't come to me to cause trouble, I won't bother you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yoqiang never expected that the wild girl who was so weak and vulnerable a few days ago would become like this. But since he dared to come and ask for a huge sum of 100 million yuan, he must have made other preparations. Okay. You have grown too independent and no longer take me. Your uncle, seriously. I just don't know if you still have your father in your heart. Diana frowned. What do you mean? Lin Yoqiang said. When your parents died unexpectedly, aren't you curious about how they died? Diana's father was busy with work and often had to go on business trips. Just before Diana's 10th birthday, her father came back from another trip, and her mother took a leave of absence to drive to the airport to pick him up. Unexpectedly, a serious accident occurred on the way, and both the husband and wife died. Diana was still young at that time, and she cried so hard when she encountered such a sudden change. She didn't realize that there was anything wrong with the car accident. When she heard Lin Yoqiang mention it, her heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Was the car accident deliberately caused by humans? Lin Yoqiang sighed. Your parents are really pitiful. You have no idea how miserable they were. Their car was completely crushed, and the people inside were in disarray. They had no other relatives, so I was the only one who came to help with the funeral. I felt something was wrong at the time, and later I made an effort to check it out. And indeed, I found a clue. Diana hurriedly asked, what did you find? Lin Yoqiang smiled cunningly. Diana, you see, this is the advantage of having family members. When you encounter problems, only family members can help you. Uncle also knows that I have let you down over the years. But even if you don't care about anything else, you should consider that I am your father's only brother. If your father was still alive, he would definitely help his brothers when he saw them in trouble. Diana's tone turned cold. So you are threatening me now? Lin Yoqiang laughed. How can that be a threat? It's obviously a family helping each other. I need money. You lend me money. You want to know about your father? I will definitely tell you everything. It's a give and take, how nice. But what Diana hates most in her life is being threatened. Diana closed her eyes and said as if she was a little tired, Go away, I don't want to do anything to you. Lin Yoqiang was stunned. What do you mean? Don't you want to know about your parents? Humph, you are indeed a conscienceless, ungrateful person. Just because you can't bear to part with a mere 100 million, you don't even care about your parents' grievances. My eldest brother really gave birth to a good daughter. Diana suddenly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes were now filled with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, You are not worthy of mentioning them. Lin Yoqiang was also a little flustered by her sharp gaze. He wanted to extort money from his niece and continued to provoke her. I am not worthy of mentioning them. So how can you be worthy? You, an unfilial daughter, clearly knew that there was another hidden reason for their death, but you didn't care at all. If your parents knew about it, they would definitely die with their eyes wide open. I tell you, you must give me 100 million today. Otherwise, I will move your parents' graves in the name of the Lin family's legitimate son, so that you can no longer offer sacrifices to them, and they will not be upset when they see you, an unfilial daughter. Bang! Diana smashed the coffee table with her fist, and the valuable and sturdy marble coffee table broke into several pieces in an instant. Diana rubbed her fist and said calmly, I should have hit you on the head, but I was afraid of getting my hands dirty. Lin Yoqiang, I didn't want to argue with you. Why did you have to mess with me? If you had told me about my parents' affairs frankly at the beginning, I would have naturally taken some consideration into consideration. 100 million is just a small amount of money that I can't even consider. But you insisted on using this as a bargaining chip to force me to submit. I, Diana, don't want family affection wrapped in conspiracy and calculation. Lin Yoqiang had never seen Diana look so ferocious before, and he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. What do you want to do? You don't need to explain my parents' affairs. I can also investigate the truth of that year. As for you, Diana stepped on the marble fragments, walked in front of him, and looked down at him. Lin Yoqiang, if I remember correctly, your company is a joint stock company, right? There are several shareholders. It's not just a small workshop for you alone. You embezzled public funds to make up for your gambling debts, which is illegal. I just don't know how many years you will be sentenced to. Lin Yoqiang's face changed drastically. Of course, he also knew that embezzling public funds was illegal, so he wanted to take advantage of the loophole before the matter was exposed. Diana, Uncle was wrong and shouldn't have threatened you. In fact, Uncle was forced into a corner and did such a foolish thing. Can you save Uncle? Uncle kneels down for you. Lin Yoqiang knelt down and kowtowed to Diana. I was just trying to scare you just now. How could I touch my eldest brother's grave? I will tell you about your parents now. No need. Diana didn't want to do him any more favors. Get out, and never let me see you again. Chapter 22. Thank you for not looking down on me as a lunatic. Lin Yoqiang was so high-spirited when he came, and so dejected when he left. Even more miserable than him are the mother and daughter Eve and Lisa. At first, Lisa angered Johnson and was about to be kicked out when Eve and Monica came over after hearing the noise. When Eve saw Lisa being dragged and pushed outside, she thought Diana was trying to drive her daughter away, so she started cursing without caring whether Diana was there or not. This completely ignited Johnson's rage, and he ordered his men to carry the mother and daughter out, and also ordered that they were not allowed to set foot in the June family mansion again. When Eve was carried away in a panic, she asked Monica for help. She never expected that Monica, who had accompanied her to the garden with a smile just a moment ago, would not only not help them, but also said to her behind Johnson's back, I thought you had some ability to give that damn girl some trouble, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. It's really a waste of my time this morning. Humph. After driving away, the three members of the Lin family, Monica left in a huff. The June family mansion finally returned to peace. Johnson turned around and saw Diana coming down the stairs, so he said, You don't need to keep in touch with that cousin of yours anymore. She only talks nonsense and slanders you. It's better to stay away from such relatives. You don't mind if I kick them out, do you? I mind it. Diana put on an angry expression. It's too easy for them to throw them away. If it were me, I would definitely close the door and let the dog out to scare them before throwing them away. Johnson raised his lips and smiled. Okay, from now on I will keep a few vicious dogs at home, and I will close the door and let the dogs out if I don't like anyone. These words made Diana giggle, and even the unhappiness caused by Lin Yoqiang just now disappeared. After laughing, he asked Johnson again, What else did she say about me besides slandering me? Did she say that she is your real fiancé, and I'm just a fake one? Johnson thought about sitting on the same sofa with Lisa just now, and suddenly felt disgusted. He called the servant and ordered, Take the sofa in the living room out and throw it away. Then he turned around and said to Diana seriously, I'm glad that you married me. Thank you for not looking down on a lunatic like me. It's mainly because sometimes when I get crazy, I'm even more crazy than you. Diana said, and went upstairs to get her bag, as if she was about to go out. Johnson asked her, Didn't you say this morning that you weren't going out today? I have something urgent to do. I need to go out for a while. Besides, Diana threw her bag over her shoulder and winked at Johnson. If I don't go out, how can you work secretly? Johnson asked, How did you figure that out? He finished his work yesterday, and put away his computer before she came back. He thought he had disguised himself well, but he didn't expect that she could still see through it. Diana said, "It's very simple. Before I left, the laptop's battery was at 90%. When I came back, it was at 100%. It must be that someone used the computer for a long time, and in order to avoid running out of power, they simply used it with a plug so the battery remained full." Due to mission requirements, Diana worked as an agent for a period of time and is extremely sensitive to many details. Of course, the most important thing is that when I felt your pulse, it showed that you were a little tired. Johnson was exposed and felt guilty. "I'm sorry, I didn't listen to your advice." Diana said, "It's not a good patient to lie to the doctor, right? But since you've almost recovered, I'll allow you to work for 2 hours, only 2 hours. No more." Johnson was amused by her serious look. "Yes, ma'am." When the word madam came out, I was stunned for a moment. Then I felt relieved. She is my wife, Johnson, even if it is only in name. As soon as Diana left, Johnson took out his cell phone and called his subordinate. "Adong, help me check my wife's past. The more detailed, the better." Originally, he had not thought about exploring her past. But today, he heard Lisa mention that she had been missing for 10 years. What had she been through in those 10 years? It was so bad that she had nightmares every night. He was not just curious, but wanted to know everything about her. Diana took the June family's special car, drove out of the June family's gate, and got off at a remote intersection. She walked to a nearby parking lot, found a white family sedan, and found the car keys next to the car. There was no other way. The June family's cars were too luxurious. Any one of them cost hundreds of millions. Driving it out was too conspicuous. So yesterday, she asked the base to prepare a car for her. Today, she's going to Rongqing. As soon as she got on the road, she pressed the flower hairpin on her head and answered the phone call at the base. "White Wolf, it's me. I received the car, it's not bad. As long as you are satisfied. Also, help me get all the information about the major traffic accident that occurred on Rongqing Airport Boulevard in 2010. Also, I want detailed information about all the people involved in the accident, as well as all their connections. I want to see all the information within 2 hours." "Yes, sir." Diana drove very fast, and when she arrived in Rongqing, less than 2 hours had passed when Bailang had already sent her a reply. "Boss, all the information has been sent to you." Diana pulled the car over and turned on the car computer. Sure enough, there was a new email from White Wolf in the computer mailbox. 10 years ago, a major traffic accident on Rongqing Airport Road caused a sensation in the city, mainly because the scene was so tragic. Diana's parents' car collided head-on with a large truck and was completely crushed. The investigation results later showed that the driver was drunk and speeding. The final result was that the driver was fully responsible and was detained. Of course, these are the public data. Of course, the information provided by Lang also includes a lot of secret information found through special channels. For example, Diana's parents' car broke down and caused steering failure, which made it impossible to respond to emergencies in time. Coincidentally, not long after Diana's mother passed away, the hospital where she worked announced the results of a major medical accident investigation, which was caused by the attending doctor's improper rescue, resulting in the patient's death. The attending doctor at the time was Fong Qingru, Diana's mother. Diana would not let go of such an obvious problem and asked White Wolf to investigate. They have a special intelligence network that can easily find out many unknown secrets. After returning, Diana went to her parents' grave. She had been in such a hurry that she had not had time to see them. Then she visited her father's workplace and found nothing wrong. The next day, Diana went to Queen Mary International Hospital again. Chapter 23. Fighting for a parking space with Diana? Mary International Hospital is the most famous private hospital in Rongqing, and it is also where Diana's mother worked before her death. Although this hospital is an aristocratic hospital, it has a very good reputation in the outside world because they not only do business with rich people, but also accept poor terminally ill patients and provide free treatment. Diana's mother was recruited here with a high salary because of the hospital's reputation. To this day, Diana can still remember the time when she accompanied her mother to work overtime in the hospital when she was a child. Diana drove the car to the underground garage of the hospital. She was lucky and found a parking space near the elevator entrance. When Diana parked the car, a red sports car also had its eyes on the spot. However, Diana had the upper hand and was a good driver, so she parked the car neatly with just one turn of the steering wheel. It is very common to fight for parking spaces, and the default rule is first come, first served. Unexpectedly, A woman with big wavy hair got out of the red sports car and yelled at Diana. "Who told you to park here? This is my seat. Get out of my way." Diana took off her sunglasses, looked up and around the parking space, and said, "The hospital garage is not a private parking space. Why can't I park?" The curly-haired woman said, "This is the exclusive parking space the hospital has arranged for me, but they haven't had time to put up a sign yet." "Then wait until you have put up the sign. There is no reason for me to pay for your mistake." Parking spaces in places like hospitals are shared. That woman must have some connections to occupy a parking space, but Diana doesn't buy it. The curly-haired girl was always arrogant. So how could she be contradicted like this before? And the person who contradicted her was a man driving a low-end car? "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? I tell you, even the dean is polite in front of me. Sue Mimi. I can park wherever I want and occupy any parking space I want. I'll get out of the way if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Diana chuckled. "I thought the hospital was owned by your family, but it turns out you just have a good relationship with the dean. The garage is open to everyone, not your private garage. How can you occupy it and still say it's justified?" "Fine, I'll stop here today and see how rude you are." The woman named Sue Mimi was so angry that she simply turned the sports car sideways, thus blocking the road ahead. Not only could the car not drive out, even Diana had no way to get out. Sue Mimi said proudly, "Will you give in? If not, I will fight with you today." Diana finally realized what it meant to be unreasonable, and she was a little angry. "I'll count to 3. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude." "Hey, you're still pretty tough? I see why you're not being polite anymore." 3. Buff. Oh. 2. You dare to say such harsh words while driving a shabby car? Do you think you are the wife of a wealthy family and have someone to back you up? What? Soon as she finished speaking, Diana leaped up and, with a bang, jumped directly onto the roof of the sports car. She did another beautiful backflip and jumped out of the car steadily. "Since you are bored, just stay here for a day." After saying that, Diana touched the door of the sports car. She didn't know how she operated it, but the sports car made a rapid beep-beep alarm sound. The woman in the car wanted to open the door and get out, but the car's operating system was paralyzed and the car lock could not be opened at all. In the rearview mirror, Diana drove away, waving goodbye. When Diana arrived at the hospital lobby, a pretty nurse came over and asked, "Hello, miss. Do you have an appointment?" "No. I'm sorry. Our hospital is appointment-based. You can't come in without an appointment." 10 years later, the hospital has more and more rules. Diana remembered that it was not so troublesome before. She rolled her eyes and saw a banner promoting a lecture in the hall. So she asked, "Can I go to that lecture?" The medical guide said, "That is a public welfare lecture hosted by our dean himself. It is aimed at the elites in the medical field. Only doctors above the director level of major hospitals can enter." "Oh, I see." Diana took out a golden card from her bag. "Is this okay?" Domestic doctor titles include junior, intermediate, and senior, while Diana's gold card is an internationally recognized elite doctor certificate. Only doctors with special contributions and superb medical skills can obtain it. For example, in Country Z, there are very few people who get this gold card. "I'm sorry, this doesn't seem to be a certified title in our country." It was a pity that the female guide had little experience and failed to recognize it. Otherwise, she would have reported it to the dean immediately to come and greet him. "Does it have to be a domestic one?" Diana didn't force it, thinking that she should get a few more domestic certificates when she has time in the future. She put away her elite doctor certificate and walked out of the hospital building. But she didn't plan to give up. If the open way didn't work, she would take the dark way. There are a lot of security loopholes in this kind of ordinary hospital. She could easily sneak in and accurately find the auditorium on the 3rd floor. The auditorium was filled with people, all of whom were elites from major hospitals across the country. The person giving a generous speech on the stage was Sun Min, the director of Queen Mary Hospital, a capable-looking woman in her 50s. As far as Diana knows, Queen Mary Hospital was not very famous 20 years ago, and even had operational problems at one point. After Sun Min took over, he not only brought the hospital back to life in just a few years, but also attracted a large amount of financing. Especially in the past 10 years, it has become the top private hospital in China. Sun Min himself has also become famous in the medical community. Now when he holds a symposium, he can call on a group of industry elites to attend, which is quite prestigious. Diana found an empty seat and sat down. She listened to the lecture for a while and found it quite boring. Mainly, the so-called internationally advanced medical knowledge that Sun Min brought was something Diana was familiar with. As she listened, she couldn't help yawning. Coincidentally, a student of Sun Min was sitting next to her. He had blind admiration for the teacher and didn't expect someone to yawn during the teacher's lecture. He immediately glared at Diana unceremoniously. Diana was bored and was thinking about leaving when she suddenly heard Sun Min on the stage change the topic and begin talking about the glorious history of Queen Mary Hospital. At this time, someone in the audience asked, "Professor Sun, 10 years ago, your hospital had a fatal case due to surgical error. As a doctor, I deeply regret this. May I ask, what do you think about the occurrence of medical accidents in hospitals?" Sun Min said, "No one is perfect, but as doctors, we should be more meticulous in our work and strictly follow the procedures to avoid accidents." Chapter 24. Is she an international elite physician? So what you mean is that the doctor responsible for the accident did not follow the surgical procedures? Can you tell us more about the situation at that time so that we can learn from it? So Sun Min recounted the events of that year. Not only did she not defend the doctors in her hospital at all, she even said at the end, "Although Fong Qingru was a doctor in our hospital at the time, as a medical worker, I am ashamed of her, and I hope everyone here can learn from her." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the arena. Diana sneered. "She's been dead for so long, and you still won't let her go. You insist on using the dead to elevate yourselves. How shameless." When she said this, the applause had just stopped and there was silence, so everyone heard it clearly. The first to speak out was Sun Min's student. "Which hospital are you from? How can you talk like that? No, you look so young and don't look like an experienced doctor. Are you here to cause trouble on purpose?" Diana kindly advised the young doctor, "Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't be too judgmental. Otherwise, you will only appear ignorant. You're calling others arbitrary? What about you? You came to this high-level forum and talked nonsense like a madman. Where are the security guards? Take this troublemaker away." Without waiting for the security guards to arrive, Diana took a few steps forward, jumped onto the podium, and looked at Sun Min coldly. "Professor Sun, right? You are so impressive now, but don't forget whose blood you stepped on to get to your current position." Sun Min thought Diana had some grudge against him from what she said, and thought it was a doctor-patient conflict. But she was afraid of being in the spotlight and affecting her image, so she pretended to be friendly and said, "Girl, if you have any suggestions for our hospital, you can come to my office later, and we can discuss it slowly. I am willing to listen to the opinions of the masses. But our lecture is not over yet, and it is not good to keep everyone waiting. How about this? I will let my students take you to my office, and I will meet you later. No need to wait. I think this place is fine. Professor Sun, you have the nerve to give a lecture here. Do you dare to name the patients you killed?" Sun Min's face suddenly changed. He was afraid that she really knew something and would say something that would affect his reputation. He hurriedly said, "Since it's useless to talk to her nicely, I can only ask you to leave so as not to delay our business." "Security, take her out." Diana questioned, "What qualifications do you have to chase me away? Isn't your lecture a public one? Are you so panicked that you want to chase me away because you're afraid that I'll expose your past? What background do I have? Stop talking nonsense." Although she said that, Sun Min didn't dare to argue. She only saw that Diana was young, so she used her status to make an argument. "Although our lecture is open to the public, there is a threshold. Only industry elites above the level of chief physician can come in. Since you don't meet the requirements, please leave. It's more decent to be asked to leave by the security guards than to be carried out." The security guards also came over and asked Diana to leave. Diana sneered. "Who said I don't qualify?" As she spoke, she took out the gold card that represented her identity and placed it on the projector next to her. Then everything on the card was projected onto the big screen, allowing everyone below to see it clearly. This is actually an international elite doctor certificate. Oh my God, I never thought I would have the honor of seeing this. I've only seen the International Elite Physician Certificate in foreign newspapers. It said that only 3 people in our country have obtained it. One of them has passed away, and one of the remaining 2 has retired, and the other's identity is mysterious. How could she, a little girl, get it? These people are all industry elites, unlike the guide who has never seen the world. At this moment, they all recognized the gold card, but they were a little bit unbelieving. After all, Diana is too young. Not to mention such a high-value international certification. Even domestic mid-level and senior physician titles require people over 30 years old to get it. Sun Min was surprised for a moment, but soon calmed down. "Little girl, if you want to scare people, don't go too far. Do you know how rare this level of honor is? Not to mention you. Even I can't even dream of it." If you really want to listen to my lecture and ask for my advice, I might be able to make an exception and let you in. If you use deceptive methods, you will only embarrass yourself." Her ignorant student followed behind and sarcastically said, "If you want to cheat someone, you should consider your ability. You come here to attract attention. Do you really think we are all fools? Don't you know that it is illegal to pretend to be a doctor and cheat people?" Diana shook her head and sighed regretfully. "It's a pity that you all think of yourselves as the elites in the industry, but you can't even tell whether my certificate is real or fake." At this time, a middle-aged doctor said, "My teacher is one of the 3 people in the country who have received this honor. I have already taken a photo for him." As he was talking, the middle-aged doctor's phone rang. He picked up the phone and immediately became serious. "What? You said that this honor card is very likely to be real?" The cardholder is a young girl, about 20 years old. "Ah, teacher, you want to come over?" Before he could finish, his teacher hung up the phone. Diana frowned slightly. His teacher? Could it be him? With that phone call as evidence, no one dared to question Diana's international elite medical certification easily. Seeing this, Sun Min said, "Even if this certificate is real, it may not be yours. If it was you who came in person, we would naturally bow to you. But it is a bit too much to use someone else's certificate to cheat." Even if the certificate was genuine, Sun Min would first give Diana a reputation as a fraud. This way, even if she did find something on him, her credibility would be low. Sure enough, as soon as she started talking, those who had originally started to look up to Diana started to talk again. Those who can obtain this kind of certificate must be respected seniors. I guess this little girl is showing off with the certificate from her family elders. Even if it is true, such an act is despicable. About 20 minutes later, a 70-year-old man arrived exhausted. As soon as he appeared, everyone stood up to greet him, and the sound of greetings continued. "Ah, it's Mr. Liu. Teacher, why are you here so soon? I didn't expect that Mr. Liu would actually come. Mr. Liu, long time no see. Are you doing well?" "Mr. Liu, thank you for coming. Please take a seat first." Chapter 25. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Mr. Liu neither paid attention to the students nor responded to other people's greetings, and he didn't even look at Sun Min. He walked straight towards Diana, his face full of excitement. "Dr. Lin, after we parted in Africa 2 years ago, I thought I would never see you again in this life. I never thought that you would come back to Rongqing. It's really..." He was so excited that he couldn't say anything. Mr. Liu held Diana's hand for a long time before saying, "It's good that you're back. The motherland needs high-end talents like you." Diana originally just wanted to expose Sun Min's hypocritical mask, but she waited patiently after hearing that Mr. Liu was coming. "Mr. Liu, long time no see. I wanted to visit you in 2 days, but I had to trouble you to come here first. It's because I just returned to China not long ago and didn't have time to take the domestic certification exam. They couldn't recognize my card and insisted that it was a fake." Hearing this, Mr. Liu showed an indignant expression on his face. He held Diana's hand and pulled her to the microphone, saying in a very serious tone, "I can prove that this certificate is genuine." As he spoke, he took out another identical gold card, placed it side by side with Diana's card on the projector, and then began to speak in an excited voice. 2 years ago, I had the honor of leading a medical team from country Z to aid Africa, where a virus was breaking out and countless people died. Even more serious was that some militants took the opportunity to launch a riot. Just when we were caught in a dilemma, fortunately Miss Lin joined us. She is proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine, and worked day and night to study treatment plans. In the end, based on the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint of all things, she extracted an antidote that could restrain the virus from a local ancient creature, saving many lives. Otherwise, even I would probably have died in a foreign country." He paused and looked at Diana with not only gratitude but also admiration. "It can be said that it was thanks to Miss Lin that I was able to receive international honors. What's more admirable is that Miss Lin disappeared in a low-key manner after her success. Even when the United Nations awarded the medal, it could only be mailed to a designated location. Because of this, the official media could not report on her extensively. To this day, she is still suspected of being a fake. It's really a pity." Even Mr. Liu only had a vague idea of Diana's identity. He didn't know that the virus was actually spread artificially, with the purpose of plunging the world into a virus crisis starting from Africa. Diana was originally ordered to protect the elite experts of Country Z, but she accidentally saw the conspiracy behind it and solved the crisis with her exquisite medical skills. After she finished her work in Africa, she immediately left for Europe to carry out a new mission. She had no time to say goodbye to Mr. Liu and the others, and even less time to attend news interviews or award ceremonies. If she hadn't heard that the certificate was very valuable and might be useful in the future, she probably wouldn't have even left her address. Of course, that address was also temporary. After hearing what Mr. Liu said, everyone was in awe of Diana. It was actually true. It turns out that there are people who are born with outstanding talents and can crush everyone at a young age. At this time, Sun Min no longer dared to look down on Diana. Instead, he thought that since she was not causing trouble because of medical issues, maybe he could make friends with her. So he changed his attitude and came over to chat with a smile. Our great China is indeed full of talented people. I can't believe that Miss Lin is so outstanding at such a young age. I wonder which master you learned from. It's hard to tell who taught me, Diana smiled, but my mother is an old acquaintance of your Professor Sunday. Ah, who is it? Upon hearing this, Sun Min thought he could really establish a relationship with her, and even had the foolish idea of inviting Diana to work as a patient in their hospital. With such a renowned expert working as a patient, the reputation of their hospital would also increase. Diana moved closer and said in a voice that only Sun Min could hear, Fong Qingru is my mother. When Sun Min heard this, his expression changed instantly. Others thought Diana's mother was of such an important status, but Professor Sun was stunned after hearing this. Diana looked at Sun Min with contempt and amusement, like a cat that had caught a mouse. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that there will be no reward, it's just that the time has not come yet. This is your last lecture. Remember this highlight moment, because there will never be another one. After saying that, he walked away. At the same time, Sun Min's cell phone rang. As soon as he answered it, he heard his assistant's urgent voice. The dean exposed online that you had a failed surgery that caused death 10 years ago, and you framed others. It's well-founded and public opinion has exploded. Sun Min's heart ached suddenly, and she almost fell off the stage. Fortunately, her student was quick to take out a heart-saving pill for her to take, which helped her recover. But after she recovered, she would only be met with more cruel revenge. The surgery to take the blame was just the appetizer. There were more bad consequences waiting for her. When Mary Hospital was handed over to Sun Min, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Sun Min was unwilling to give up and went around to solicit investment. She actually raised a huge sum of money and brought the hospital back to life. But what no one expected was that the investor actually had a background in foreign mafia forces. The purpose of investing in Queen Mary Hospital was to trade organs. Sun Min was already in a dilemma and had no choice but to cooperate. However, this kind of thing could only be done in secret, so she accepted some poor, terminally ill patients who could not afford medical treatment for free treatment in the name of charity. She would wait until the person died and then remove the organs. In this way, not only would it be done without anyone noticing, but it would also gain a good reputation in society. Unexpectedly, this matter was later discovered by Fong Qingru. Sun Min was originally prepared to use money to keep her mouth shut, but Fong Qingru was too stubborn and insisted that doctors are there to save lives and should not lose their original intentions for the sake of profit. Sun Min had no choice but to invite the evil forces behind the scenes to create a car accident, which not only caused Fong Qingru's tragic death, but also ruined her reputation after her death. When Lin Youqiang was dealing with his brother's family's funeral, he found a threatening text message from Sun Min on Fong Qingru's phone. He didn't know the details, but he felt it might be related to the car accident. He took the text message to Sun Min and extorted a sum of money, but never mentioned it again. It was not until 10 years later that Diana returned to China. Lin Youqiang wanted to use this as a threat to force Diana to give him 100 million. But who is Diana? Why does she need to be threatened by him? With just one order, it was easy to find out the past and present of Mary Hospital. And the black power they relied on happened to be a foreign criminal organization that Diana's men were tracking and preparing to destroy. It was just right that new and old grudges were reimbursed at the same time. As for Sun Min, he is just an ant. There is no need for Diana to do anything herself. The law will take care of him. Chapter 26, Pitfalls. Ms. Lin, wait for me. Diana walked too fast, making it very difficult for old man Liu to catch up with her. She stopped when she heard someone shouting from behind. Sorry, I forgot that your legs are not working well. Old Liu said, Ms. Lin, are you going to stay in China to develop your career? The country also needs high-end talents like you. Have you decided on a hospital? Although foreign countries are good, China has also developed well in recent years. Many top talents have returned to serve the country after completing their studies. Born in a prominent family in Country Z, Mr. Liu devoted himself to medicine and practiced medicine with a kind heart. Even at an old age, he went abroad to support the country when it was needed. Today, after finally catching Diana, he naturally wanted to win her over and make her serve the country. Whether it was a private hospital or a public hospital, or even opening his own hospital, as long as Diana said a word, he could arrange it properly. Diana pointed to her heart and said, "The blood of Country Z flows here. I should devote myself to the country and the people." Mr. Liu suddenly became happy. "You mean you're going to stay in China? Great, great. As long as I am in China, anything is fine." Diana couldn't explain too much, so she just said, "Serving the country doesn't matter where you are." Mr. Liu was stunned. "What do you mean?" Just at this moment, the elevator door next to them opened, and Su Mimi came out. She saw Diana at first sight and was immediately furious. "You bitch, you dare to stay here. I think you are tired of living." Mr. Liu was not surprised to see Su Mimi. He was about to introduce Diana to her, but what he heard almost made him vomit blood in anger. "Mimi, what are you talking about? You always swear. Where is your upbringing?" Su Mimi then noticed that there was an elder standing next to her and immediately came over to support her respectfully. "Master, why are you here? If you want to come to our hospital, you should have told me in advance so that I can greet you in person." Elder Liu glared at her and turned to Diana and said, "Miss Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. This is the daughter of another student of mine, and she can be considered my disciple. It seems that there is some misunderstanding between you two. If I have offended you, I would like to apologize in advance." Although he is called Master's Master, actually Mr. Liu no longer has any students. Su Mimi can only meet him and listen to his teachings during the holidays with the help of her father. Su Mimi had never seen Elder Liu being so polite to anyone, and she immediately became angry. "Master, who is this woman? Why are you so polite to her? Is she selling health products and trying to deceive you with her eloquence? I tell you, she is just a poor person, and the car she drives is a cheap one. What qualifications does she have to stand in front of you and talk to you?" When Elder Liu heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to hit her with his walking stick. "You bastard. How dare you talk like that? I told you to concentrate on studying medicine, but you didn't listen. Instead, you believed in other people's flattery and came to this inferior hospital to see patients. Now you stink of money and have learned to look down on others." Diana was afraid that the old man would really be angry to death, so she said, "If Lu Laoma is angry, your health is more important. Don't worry, I won't bother with her for your sake." Just as Mr. Liu was about to thank him, the useless disciple put his hands on his hips and started yelling. "What do you mean you don't bother with me anymore? Now I want to bother with you. You just damaged my car, causing the entire driving system to be paralyzed. The car has been taken to the 4S shop for repairs, and the repair cost will be at least hundreds of thousands. You have to pay for this money, or I will find a lawyer to sue you." Diana helplessly spread her hands to Elder Liu. "Elder Liu, you've seen that your disciple is very capable. In this case, I can only accompany you to the end." Mr. Liu was still confused. "What's going on?" Su Mimi said angrily. "The hospital allocated a special parking space for me, but her junky car parked there first. I asked her to move away, but she refused. I was so angry that I blocked her way with my car, but she did something to lock me in the car, and the driving system was completely paralyzed. In the end, I had to force someone to pry open the door before I could get out. Now the car needs to be repaired, and the cost is hundreds of thousands. Of course, I have to ask her for compensation." Elder Liu was furious when he heard this. "The hospital's garage is not your backyard, so where is your exclusive parking space? They give you special treatment in the hospital because you are my disciple and they want to get some benefits. You are such a loser. You don't know how to restrain yourself, and you are proud of it. You are so arrogant and domineering. You want compensation and a lawsuit, right? Fine, fine. Come to me, and I will compensate you." Su Mimi was aggrieved. "Master, why do you always speak in favor of outsiders? Who is she? Who is it?" Old Liu snorted coldly. "It's someone you will never be able to catch up with in your lifetime. Master, shut up. Otherwise, I will immediately expel your father from the sect, so that I won't hear you calling me Grandmaster again," since she had been educated by her elders. Diana gave Mr. Liu some face and didn't bother with the idiot. "Mr. Liu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now." Diana walked into the elevator, and the moment the elevator door closed, she said to Su Mimi, who still didn't understand the situation, "For Mr. Liu's sake, I advise you to leave this hospital as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be in great trouble. What do you mean? Why should I leave here? Do you know how famous our hospital is across the country? People like you would be hard-pressed to get in. I, bah. Before Sue Mimi could finish her words, she was slapped hard on the cheek. Elder Lou said with pain and helplessness, "Go back and tell your father that he is no longer my student from now on. You and your daughter don't have to appear in front of me again." So Mei. A day later, Queen Mary Hospital was sealed off and all its employees were taken away for investigation. Sun Min, the once famous industry elite, lost her reputation overnight and was thrown into prison. What awaits her is severe punishment by law. Strangely, no news related to Mary Hospital appeared on any social media. Even some evil forces abroad were unaware of what was happening. By the time they found out, it was too late. They were all wiped out by a mysterious organization. The country is still peaceful and quiet, but who knows the good life that the people at the bottom of society have, and who is working hard to maintain it? What everyone is most concerned about is the news that breaks out from time to time on the internet, which gives people something to talk about after dinner. The video that has undoubtedly become the most popular on the internet recently is the dog crawling in a mall video. In the video, a gorgeously dressed young woman crawled out of LL's lingerie store crying. The caption reads, "A wealthy woman bullied a young girl and forced her to crawl like a dog." As soon as the video came out, everyone scolded the wealthy wife out of sympathy for the weak. Chapter 27 Public Opinion Storm. Unfortunately, the video only captured Song Chanchian crawling like a dog, but not Diana. However, 2 sentences from Diana were recorded in the background sound. "If I want to bully you, what can you do to me? Climb or not? I don't have that much patience. If you don't move, I will be rude to you." Bullying is something that can easily hurt the public's nerves, and with the blessing of the halo of the wealthy, it makes people even more imaginative. In the background sound of the video, Diana's 2 sentences undoubtedly ignited the public's anger. The onlookers were extremely angry and condemned. The rich are so great. Do they think they can treat people like dogs? Who knows if they are really wealthy? Maybe they are just mistresses kept by someone and they came here to show off. Yeah, the girl in the video seems to be from the Song family. Which Song family? The Song family of June? Wong? Song? Oh my god, they even dare to bully the Song family. How powerful must their backers be? Hurry up and check this woman's background. Maybe we can bring down a group of corrupt officials. I was at the scene at the time and heard that it was someone who claimed to be the boss lady of Tianfu City. What? The lady boss of Tianfu City is so arrogant? Damn it. I will never go to Tianfu City again. The things sold at Tianfu City are so expensive. The sooner they close down, the better. So the original crusade against a certain wealthy wife turned into a boycott of Tianfu Mall. The video became increasingly popular on social media. Johnson, who was idle at home, also saw the video and naturally knew at a glance that it was the commotion Diana caused that day. Just at this time, a distinguished guest came to the June family, Song Baishu. Song Baishu is 28 years old this year, a young talent. Back then, he and Johnson were known as the 2 business leaders of Country Z, and there was no lack of open and covert fighting. Later, Johnson was seriously injured, and Song Baishu began to dominate. "Long time no see, Johnson. I didn't expect you to recover. I didn't expect that after giving you 3 years of opportunities, you still couldn't bring down our June family. I was afraid that the June family would die too quickly and you would have no shelter. I was planning to wait until you died before destroying the June family. I guess you will be disappointed. The June family will only surpass the Song family." As soon as they met, they were at loggerheads, with each other's words being sarcastic. But after a few words, they smiled at each other. Song Baishu extended his hand to Johnson and said sincerely, "I'm glad to see you recover. It's too lonely to be invincible. I hope you can teach me more in the future." Johnson slapped his hand away. Get lost. Outsiders only know that the 2 of them fought each other in the business world. But in fact, sometimes enemies understand each other better and appreciate each other. Johnson got straight to the point and asked, "You suddenly came to my house because of that video on the internet?" Song Baishu raised his eyebrows. "This is just one of the reasons. The main reason is that I heard that you have recovered, so I came to visit you. How are you? Am I not bad? I told you long ago that you are worth making friends with." Johnson looked disdainful. "Thank you, no need. It's good to be an enemy. At least I don't have to worry too much when dealing with you in the future." "You are such a person." Song Baishu shook his head and sighed. "Your temper is like a stone in a toilet, hard and smelly. I really don't know how you got married. So your real purpose today was to find my wife? Yes, she taught your Song family a lesson, but you were the ones who provoked her first. You're giving the Song family face by only asking them to crawl like a dog instead of barking. Song Baishu's face also turned cold. Johnson, there should be a limit to protecting one's shortcomings. Humiliating in public would be a loss of face for our entire Song family. Now the entire internet knows that our Song family is being treated like dogs in Tianfu shopping mall. Johnson sneered. So, why did you, the Song family, post this kind of video online to humiliate yourselves? Song Baishu frowned and said, do you think it was our Song family who hung it? What else? Am I crazy? To make this shameful thing known to everyone. Really not you? Johnson was just testing the waters just now, but judging from Song Baishu's reaction, it probably wasn't him who did it. Song Baishu said, Song Qianqian is my uncle's illegitimate daughter. I don't need to embarrass the Song family for her. To be honest, Song Qianqian came to my sister to cry on the night of the incident. My sister knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately came to tell me. I had someone send Song Qianqian abroad that day. I wanted to settle the score with you privately, but I didn't expect the video to be leaked before I even got to your door. Johnson said, so, you think I did it? Song Baishu nodded. I thought so before I came here. After all, you have a reputation for being crazy, so it's not surprising that you do something crazy. But now I don't think so. Thinking about it carefully, the other party is mainly targeting you, Johnson, but they just stepped on our Song family in passing, hoping to cause us to fight each other. Johnson snorted coldly. That's a good trick. I hope he can hide his tail well enough. Otherwise, Song Baishu said, take down the trending search first so as to avoid causing a worse impact. Find someone to evacuate. After all, it was your Song family that made the mistake first. We shouldn't have to spend the money. Your June family's daughter-in-law bullied our Song family, but she still dared to ask me to pay to settle it so confidently? Why? Just because your cousin offended my wife and now caused her so much trouble, shouldn't you spend some money? It's just a fight between women. Why do you have to think it's our Song family's fault? Johnson, I've already given you face and let bygones be bygones. You can't push it too far. What if I can prove that you were the one who provoked me first? If you can prove it, I will settle this matter and apologize to your wife in person. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson turned the computer screen towards Song Baishu and said, see for yourself. Just now, during the time when the two of them were talking, the celebrity who first forwarded the video on social media removed the video and forwarded a brand new one. This video is the complete version, which clearly records when Diana and Song Qianqian started to make a bet. Song Qianqian arrogantly bullied the shop assistant and took the initiative to propose that whoever loses must run around the mall in his underwear, etc. As soon as this video came out, those netizens who had initially stood up for Song Qianqian were furious, and the direction of public opinion completely changed. The Song family is going too far. They are just an illegitimate daughter, and they are so arrogant. They are clearly trying to steal other people's things, and they even want to drive the clerk away. This time I'm on the side of the boss lady of Tianfu City. So cool. If I were the proprietress of Tianfu City, I would make Miss Song crawl out naked. If this kind of person is not taught a lesson, she will come out to cause trouble again in the future. Johnson looked at Song Baishu leisurely. How about it, Mr. Song? Have you seen it clearly? The direction of public opinion has completely changed now. Even if you spend money, I'm afraid you can't suppress it. Chapter 28, is she a top hacker? Song Baishu's face turned pale and blue as he watched. Song Qianqian didn't tell the truth. That day, she only said that she didn't know the second young lady of the June family and accidentally offended her. In addition to downplaying her mistakes, she also pushed all the responsibilities onto the other party. In her words, she implied that Diana became so arrogant after becoming rich overnight that even the Song family looked down on her. Although Song Baishu did not come out to support her directly, he was actually a little angry in his heart. He had originally wanted to save face here with Johnson, but he did not expect that he would get his face back, but was beaten even more painfully. Good. Johnson, you really have a good way. You have already solved this matter, but you deliberately made me say words of apology to your wife. Johnson smiled and said, if you are wrong, you should admit it. It's not shameful. Mr. Song always keeps his word and never breaks his promise. Song Baishu always felt that Johnson had tricked him, but he had no evidence. I won't go back on my word. After saying that, Song Baishu turned away. Johnson was still shouting proudly from behind. Hey, you said you wanted to apologize when? You have to set a date. Johnson also felt very strange. He saw a storm coming, and it was obvious that it was using Diana's matter to attack Johnson. But before it fell on Johnson, the wind suddenly changed direction. Just when Johnson was puzzled, Diana came back humming a cheerful song. She immediately spotted the video frozen on Johnson's computer screen. Have you seen that video too? Johnson thought she was worried, so he comforted her. The problem has been solved. You don't have to worry. Diana smiled brightly. I solved it myself. How could I not know? Johnson was stunned. You solved it? How did you solve it? Diana said, It's very simple. I just hacked the website, deleted the videos that were taken out of context, and then re-released the original videos. As for what is right or wrong, it's up to the netizens to judge for themselves. No need to explain too much. On the day of the incident, Diana saw a lot of people watching. She was not afraid of being criticized, so she didn't care. But she was always thorough and would not easily leave any handle for others. So when she made a bet with Song Chanchan, she recorded a video, and she didn't expect it to come in handy. As soon as the video came out today, she saw it. It was obviously edited maliciously to make others think that she was bullying the weak Song Chanchan. If she hadn't been prepared, it would have been hard to explain this. By then, Johnson's Tianfu shopping mall would probably have been implicated by her. Johnson couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. I never thought that my wife is not only an excellent doctor, but also a top hacker. Nowadays, social media platforms all have dedicated cybersecurity departments, and ordinary hackers expose themselves before they can break in. However, Diana managed to break in without anyone noticing in such a short time, which shows how powerful she is. Diana shrugged her shoulders. It's just a trifle, not worth mentioning. Johnson, this sounded like modesty, but it was not. You know, Diana can even access the intranet of some foreign countries at will. So what are these social platforms? Oh, by the way, I checked the contact system of the Big V who posted the video and found that his video was sent from another private mailbox. Although it was encrypted, it was not difficult to crack. The mailbox IP is from West City, Country M. Do you have any enemies there? I think this incident may also be aimed at you. It's aimed at me. When Johnson heard Shishir, he immediately thought of someone. Jun Zaheo, he is still impatient. Unfortunately, his tail is not hidden well enough. Jun Zaheo is the third young master of the Jun family and the son born to Monica. He is 23 years old this year. Jun Jiyuan married the woman he loved most, Johnson's mother. Unfortunately, he was a playboy at heart, and all the vows of love were bullshit. Not long after Mrs. Jun became pregnant, Jun Jiyuan hooked up with several women. He lived a comfortable life with red flags flying at home and colorful flags flying outside. Mrs. Jun caught her husband cheating, but when Jun Jiyuan cried and begged for forgiveness, she softened her heart. She forgave him again and again, but was betrayed again and again. In the end, Mrs. Jun died of depression. Jun Jiyuan, on the other hand, mourned his deceased wife with deep affection and even wrote many poems in memory of her. However, his mourning did not affect his romantic life outside at all. Monica was the best at making Jun Jiyuan happy among all his mistresses. She never cared whether Jun Jiyuan had other women outside and acted generous and virtuous. In the end, Jun Jiyuan was moved and married. After Johnson fell ill, Jun Qinghao took over the domestic business of the Jun family. Jun Zaheo, who was still studying abroad at the time, took over the overseas business. It can be said that the world was divided into two parts. Now, Johnson suddenly recovered. Given his temper, he would definitely not allow his brothers to interfere in his world. Jun Zaheo simply took advantage of the fact that he had not yet come out of retirement to strike him first. Monica was depressed for a few days and even didn't like staying at home. Every day when she had nothing to do, she would play cards with some rich ladies or go shopping to kill time. This morning, when Monica was about to go out to play cards, her son Jun Zaheo suddenly called back and said, "Mom, I'm going back home." Monica immediately became happy. "Ah, Zaheo, you are finally coming back? That's great. You should have come back a long time ago. If you don't come back, there will be no place for mother in the Jun family." "What do you mean there is no place for mom?" "Mom, you are the wife of the Jun family. You have worked hard for the family for many years. No matter what time, you are the mistress of the Jun family who has the final say." Monica was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes when she heard her son say this. It was indeed different to have a son as a supporter. "Son, when will you be back?" "I'll be back next week." "Mom, next week is your 40th birthday, and your son has come back specially to celebrate your birthday. I've already agreed with Dad to hold a grand birthday party for you, so remember to dress up nicely when the time comes." Oh yes, my birthday is in a week, and I almost forgot it. In previous years, Monica would hold a party for her birthday. This year, she was so angry that she even forgot her birthday. Fortunately, she has a filial son. So, in a good mood, Monica immediately called all her relatives and friends to attend her birthday dinner next week. In order to look stunning at the party, Monica was very busy with beauty treatments and shopping. That day, after she came back with a bunch of shopping, she saw Diana and Johnson sitting in the living room watching TV series. Diana was holding a huge bag of potato chips and giggling. It's so funny, look at that old woman. She bought so many clothes and she thought she was 18 years old. No matter how much she dresses up, she won't look any better. Monica looked at the clothes in her hands and immediately felt that she was mocking herself. Johnson sat aside, but didn't smile much. He just said lightly, "What's so funny? Some people just like to make trouble." Monica, are you saying she's making trouble? Chapter 29. If you are too attentive to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. Then Monica discovered that the sofa in the living room where Diana and her friends were sitting had changed and was not the one she had originally bought. Where's my original sofa set? Why was it changed? Johnson has been ill for 3 years, and Monica has long regarded the entire June family mansion as her own. The mansion was actually designed by Johnson's mother. When Monica first moved in, she didn't dare to do anything big. But after Johnson got sick, she replaced all the furniture and decorations with what she liked. Throw it away. Johnson replied indifferently. At that time, Lisa had sat on that sofa, and he immediately replaced it because he thought it was disgusting. In addition, it was also to let Monica know that she was not the only one who could rule the family. Monica was angry, but she couldn't do anything about it, so she asked, "Don't you have a TV upstairs? Why don't you watch it upstairs?" The TV upstairs is a little small, so the screen downstairs is more comfortable. Diana has been wandering around the world for many years, and every mission is thrilling. In comparison, the mission for the June family is much easier. Having nothing to do tonight, she simply asked Johnson to watch TV series together. "Hey, move aside. You're blocking my view of TV." Diana was very upset with Monica. She stood in front of the TV screen angrily for no reason. She didn't know who had asked her to do so. Monica was so angry, but she couldn't do anything about Diana. She glared at Diana and went back to her room angrily. After returning to the room, the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I felt. Johnson alone was enough to annoy her before. Now, Diana has come to make a pair. If things continue like this, there will be no place for her in this family. Monica took out her cell phone and made a call. "Shaoli, have you found out what I asked you to check?" "Madam, I really can't find out anything about Diana's past. I only know that she is Lin Yoqiang's niece. She got lost 10 years ago and was then adopted by an elderly couple in the mountains." "Nonsense. Who doesn't know what you said? I asked you to check something more private. For example, where are the old couple who adopted her? There are so many mountainous areas in the country. Which one do they live in?" "Ah, sorry, ma'am. I really can't find what you want." "Waste." Monica hung up the phone angrily. She had originally wanted to find the old couple, maybe use them to blackmail them, or write something about them. But she had never expected that the girl's background was so hidden that she even hired the most famous private detective in the country. But they still couldn't find out. No, we must not let that damn girl get so arrogant. If we can't deal with Johnson, how can we deal with a wild girl from the mountains? Monica had an idea. Since we can't find it, why not? The next morning, Monica ran to Johnson and Diana with a big smile on her face and said, "Next Thursday is my 40th birthday, and Zaheo is coming back to celebrate with me." Johnson has recovered now and hasn't shown his face in front of everyone yet, so this is a good opportunity to invite everyone to get together. Your father has booked the entire Longguang Pavilion Club. Johnson, Diana, remember to come. As he said this, he wanted to come over and hold Diana's hand, but Diana dodged him calmly. Monica didn't feel embarrassed and continued, "Diana, you don't have an evening dress yet? Do you want me to prepare one for you so you can wear it tomorrow?" Before Diana could speak, Johnson answered for her, "No, the clothes you gave me before were not worthy of my wife, so I won't bother you this time." Monica forced herself to hold her breath and said, "Okay, then Johnson, you help Diana prepare. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Diana looked at her retreating figure and asked incredulously, "You're not angry at all?" Johnson snorted. "If you are too nice to someone, you are either a traitor or a thief." Diana took a bite of potato chips and said, "I'm a little curious about what fun thing she has prepared." Johnson snatched the bag of potato chips from her hand and said, Why don't you eat junk food instead of breakfast so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid that you will get sick? Diana has really become addicted to the taste of potato chips these days, and she takes out a bag to eat from time to time. In addition to liking the salty and crispy taste, the most important thing is that eating potato chips while watching TV makes her feel like the good old days. Give it back to me. Go. Eat your breakfast obediently. I'll give it to you after you finish eating. Johnson, you are my husband, not my father. You don't need to control me like this. Besides, I am a doctor. I know that eating occasionally will not harm the body. You still dare to say you're a doctor? Have you ever seen a doctor eating junk food all the time? Yes, it's me. Will you give it to me? You won't give it to me? Diana glared at Johnson, turned around, and opened the locker next to her. A pile of potato chips fell out of the locker. They were colorful and had all kinds of flavors. Johnson, I've never heard that potato chips can be addictive. Just at this moment, Diana's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed. Mr. Liu. Dr. Lin, are you free today? Could you please give me a favor and have a simple meal? I have something I want to discuss with you. After the hasty farewell that day, Mr. Liu has been thinking about Diana all the time. Diana thought that since Mr. Liu asked her to discuss something, it must be something serious. In addition, she also wanted to exchange medical skills with Mr. Liu. So she said, I'm in the capital today, so I probably won't be able to make it in time for lunch. How about having dinner? Old Liu laughed. What a coincidence, I'm also in the capital. I heard that your license plate was from the capital the other day, so I thought you were probably in the capital, and sure enough. Diana checked the time and said, we are in the same city, so it's still early. Let's make an appointment for lunch. I can watch some TV series when I come back in the afternoon. As soon as the phone was hung up, Johnson had a sullen face, as if he was owed hundreds of millions of dollars. Diana, why are you suddenly unhappy? Johnson said in a bad tone. You asked me to stay at home all day to recuperate, but you are not home every day. There was even a hint of resentment in her tone. Diana said, it's so nice to be at home, eating chips and watching TV series. If you weren't sick and recuperating, how would you have the chance to be so idle? For example, sometimes she can't even take a break from her busy schedule. Cherish the present time, young man, Diana said, then walked away with her bag. Johnson looked at her back as she walked away and said, how about I go with you? He hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't say it out loud. When Diana and Lu Lao were in Africa, the conditions were very poor, and the food and accommodation were very simple, but neither of them cared. When facing patients, whether they were noble chiefs or poor people with insufficient clothing, they treated them equally. Therefore, Diana only knew that Mr. Liu was very authoritative in the country, but she didn't know that he was from a wealthy family and even lived in a courtyard house worth at least hundreds of millions. When she went out to meet today, she deliberately drove her 200,000 yuan car, thinking that it would not be appropriate to be too extravagant in front of Mr. Liu. But at this moment, when her cheap car stopped in front of the luxurious private courtyard, she suddenly felt as if it didn't match. Chapter 30. Treat young Master Song as a junior? When Diana's car stopped, a car came from behind. It was a limited edition black sports car, which was estimated to be worth at least tens of millions. Song Baishu got out of the car and saw that his luxury sports car was blocked by a white family car. The owner of the car stuck his head out and asked the security guard, handsome man, how do I get to your garage? Can I borrow your car to park? The guests of the Liu family were all rich or noble, and their cars were worth at least 1 million. Song Baishu saw that the girl was wearing an ordinary sports suit, and her car was just an ordinary car worth about 200,000 yuan. In addition, she used the word borrow when she spoke, so he really thought that she couldn't find a parking space and came to borrow it. Song Baishu said casually, drive forward, turn left, then turn right, and there will be a place to park at the end. Diana was still wondering why the parking space at Liu's house was built so far away. Wasn't it troublesome? But she didn't think much about it and smiled at Song Baishu. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the parking lot was farther away than she thought. It took her half an hour to park the car and walk back and forth. It was past the meal time she had agreed with Mr. Liu. Returning to the front door of Mr. Liu's house, she complained to the security guard at the door. Your parking space is too far away. It's inconvenient for guests to come. I have to talk to Mr. Liu later and ask him to open a few parking spaces at the door. Anyway, the space at the door is very spacious. As she turned her head, she saw the black sports car parked neatly on the left side of the gate. She was stunned. You can park here? Why didn't you tell me? This is indeed the parking space of our mansion. In addition, there is also a dedicated parking lot underground. The security guard was very confused just now why young Master Song pointed the guests to the parking lot outside. Diana gritted her teeth secretly. So, I was tricked? Security guard. I seem to have betrayed my own young master. Inside Lou's house. Diana long ago, but the food was already cold and no one had come. Song Baishi was so busy with his work that he forgot to eat breakfast. His stomach was growling with hunger. He reached out to grab a piece of braised beef, but was slapped away by the quick-eyed and quick-handed old Lou with a chopstick. You were so rude. You ate before the guests arrived. I don't know how you survived outside. Song Baishu is naturally not like this outside, but because he grew up with his grandfather, he is inevitably a little unruly. Even after being hit, he still felt very aggrieved. Grandpa, your friend is so arrogant. How long has he been late? Old Lou glared at him and said, didn't you invest in a film and television company last time and wanted to adapt your grandfather's experience in the foreign aid medical team into a movie? Yes, Grandpa. Did you agree? Song Baishu admired his grandfather very much, and he invested in the film company because he wanted to make a biography of his grandfather. He was worried about others taking charge. Old Lou said, Grandpa didn't agree at the time because he felt that the credit for that time didn't go to me, but to someone else. If you want to adapt the movie, she must not be skipped, otherwise Grandpa would become a shameless person who bluffed with the credit of others. Song Baishu became curious. Grandpa, who are you talking about? As they were talking, the housekeeper came in late with Diana. Mr. Liu stopped talking and stood up to greet him. Welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. When Song Baishu looked up, he saw the girl who had just tried to get a parking space at the gate. Huh, it's you. Elder Liu said, this is my grandson. I wanted to introduce him to you, but I didn't expect you to know him. Diana pointed out something. I didn't know him at first, but I was impressed by your grandson's hospitality at the gate just now. Song Baishu said, I'm sorry. I thought you were just passing by and wanted to use a parking space, so I pointed you to the public parking space. He said sorry, but Diana didn't feel any sincerity at all. No need. For Mr. Liu's sake, I won't bother with the younger generation. Diana and Mr. Liu had worked together before, and they considered each other to be close friends regardless of age. Therefore, Diana looked at Song Baishu as if he were her own grandson. But when these words fell into Song Baishu's ears, they had a different meaning. In addition, at this time, Mr. Liu politely pulled out a chair for Diana, and Diana sat down without any hesitation. Seeing this kind of arrogance, Song Baishu felt that this girl was rude and disrespectful to her elders. His grandfather was even more strange, and his words were full of caution. Can I call you Diana? It will seem more intimate. Sure. Song Baishu has never been a good-tempered person, so naturally he would not tolerate it. Little girl, you should be more humble. At least you should know how to respect your elders. Diana thought she was magnanimous enough not to argue with the younger generation, but she didn't expect that he would get angry first. Mr. Liu, it seems that your grandson doesn't welcome me. In that case, I'll take my leave first. She stood up and was about to leave, but Mr. Liu hurriedly grabbed her. Diana, don't bother with the junior. Come and sit down. He then picked up his walking stick and hit Song Baishu. You bastard. What are you crazy about? I finally invited Diana here, but you offended her? What do you want to do? Apologize now. Song Baishu got angry and was very stubborn. What are you apologizing for? Grandpa, how did you know her? There are many scammers these days who specialize in scamming lonely old men. She must have seen that you are rich and wanted to cheat you. Grandpa, please don't be fooled. Diana was so angry that she almost laughed. Mr. Liu, it's a good thing your grandson didn't inherit your legacy. Otherwise, with his arbitrary temper, he would definitely be a quack doctor who misdiagnoses patients. Yes. I didn't let him apply to medical school because I thought he was stupid and couldn't be a doctor. Old man Liu echoed Diana's words and hit his stupid grandson with a stick. Stop talking nonsense, little bastard. Diana was your grandfather's colleague when he was supporting Africa. At that time, thanks to her finding the detoxifying herb. Otherwise, how would your grandfather have had the chance to return home alive? He would not have been able to obtain the internationally recognized elite doctor certificate. Song Baishu was still a little bit incredulous when he heard this. She is so young. How good can her medical skills be? Old Lou scolded. You are such a dog that looks down on people. You even want to make a movie for Grandpa, but you don't know how to humbly ask for advice when a real hero is right in front of you. You. Is your head filled with shit? Song Baishu was a big shot who could make waves in the outside world, But now he was scolded by his grandfather in front of outsiders, and he felt extremely embarrassed. Chapter 31. The cheap car turns out to be a great car. Diana was in no mood to watch Elder Lou lecture his juniors. Elder Lou, I suddenly remembered that I have some things to deal with, so I'll go back first. I'll have dinner with you another day when I'm free. Diana. Mr. Lou wanted to chase her, but he had a gout attack in the past 2 days. His feet hurt, and he couldn't walk. He could only hit Song Baishu with his crutches angrily. You little bastard, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and chase her back. I tell you, if you offend Diana because of this, I will break off relations with you. Diana in desperation. As soon as Diana walked to the parking lot and opened her car door, a black luxury sports car stopped in front of her car, blocking her way. Song Baishu rolled down the window and glanced at her cheap car. Diana, right? I'm sorry that I just said something wrong. If you're willing to accept it, I can give you a new car. You can choose the model. Since my grandfather said that you are a talent, you do need a high-end car to match your status. For the sake of Grandpa, Song Baishu felt that he was really giving face. If he didn't accept it, this woman would be too ungrateful. You gave me a car. Diana glanced at his car with disdain. You're kind? Song Baishu thought. What a greedy woman. She asked for this model right away. This is a limited edition model, worth more than 10 million. But in order to please her grandfather, he could afford it. It was only over 10 million. Just as he was about to agree, Diana shook her head and said, the quality of your car is too poor. I don't like it. Song Baishu's anger suddenly rose. How can you be so ungrateful, woman? The quality of my car is too poor? Do you know how much my car is worth? Oh, I understand. You're trying to attract my attention. I've seen many women like you, pretending to be noble. Is this how my grandfather was bewitched by you? Diana frowned. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. What's the meaning? Idiot, you don't even know you're in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 men in black rushed out from the green bushes in the parking lot, submachine guns in hand. And without saying a word, they started shooting at Song Baishu's black gun. Song Baishu ducked down quickly and dodged, but his car window was shattered into pieces by the gunfire. The men in black surrounded them with guns in hand, and one of the leaders arrogantly said, Song Baishu, today is the day you die. Song Baishu was in such a plight. He usually brought bodyguards with him when he went out, but he neglected it when he came to his grandfather's place today, and he didn't expect that someone would take advantage of the opportunity and chase him. Just when the situation was extremely urgent, his car door was opened by a delicate hand. Song Baishu thought it was a man in black, but when he looked up, he saw the girl's overly calm face. I told you that the quality of your car is too poor. Remember next time, don't just buy a car based on its appearance. At that moment, Song Baishu felt as if there were 1,000 horses running wildly in his heart. At this time, she was still laughing at him for this question. What kind of car could be safe and sound under a submachine gun? What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Do you want to die? Diana dragged the man out of the car. Before Song Baishu could react, Diana stuffed him in her car like a sack. At this time, the submachine gun swept again. Be careful. Song Baishu hurriedly hugged his head and bent over. But Diana said, look at you. You are such a coward. Don't be afraid. My car window is made of special material. Ordinary guns can't penetrate it. Sure enough, dense bullets hit the car window, and it fell to the ground with a bang. But the glass did not move at all, as if it was just hit by soybeans. Song Baishu was extremely surprised. This is actually bulletproof glass? Is your car really a cheap car worth more than 200,000 yuan? Diana ignored him and stepped on the accelerator, speeding up the car. The starting speed was no less than that of a high-end sports car. Song Baishu's car just happened to block Diana's car, and now the situation was critical, so Diana drove the car directly to knock it away. Be careful. Song Baishu was not worried about his sports car, but was afraid that Diana's car would be damaged and she would not be able to escape. Just as he finished speaking, he saw his limited edition sports car was violently knocked away by Diana's car, and the rear of the car was completely dented. Looking at Diana's car again, it was completely unharmed and sped away. The men in black behind them did not give up and jumped into their cars to chase after them. Song Baishu was stunned for a moment before asking, what kind of car is this? It's so awesome. Diana smiled faintly. Of course it's a cheap car that you rich kids look down upon. The car that Balang prepared for her has been specially modified, so her car can charge in a battle even on the battlefield. Song Baishu said, don't fool me. Your car has been modified, But even if it has been modified, there are only a few cars in the country that can be modified into armored cars. Who are you, and why did you modify the car like this? Do you have an enemy too? There was no need for Diana to explain too much to him, as there was a car of men in black chasing them from behind. She took out a small megaphone and started shouting, "Listen to the vehicles behind. It is illegal to possess firearms. Using firearms to chase others is an even greater crime. It is the duty of every citizen to abide by the law. I urge you to surrender in time before any harm is caused. The law will give you a chance to reform." Song Baishu only felt a row of crows flying over his head. He was speechless for a while before asking, "Are you a policeman?" Diana denied. "No." Song Baishu couldn't stop laughing. "You are still shouting like that? Anyone who dares to chase me with a gun in broad daylight must be a professional killer or a desperate criminal. Your advice is simply talking to a cow. Little girl, you are still too naive." Diana looked at him like an idiot and said, "Do you think I don't know? Although this area is remote, there are still many residents. For example, Mr. Liu is not far away. I shouted out to let people around know that the situation is dangerous and avoid being accidentally injured. Is Mr. Liu okay?" Song Baishu called the police and said, "My grandfather's courtyard has strict security measures, and these people are coming for me. If I leave, my grandfather will be safer." That's good. If Mr. Liu was in danger, Diana would definitely leave Song Baishu behind and save Mr. Liu without hesitation. Diana was an excellent driver, and her car was so powerful that it had the speed of a sports car and the defensive power of an armored vehicle. She quickly left those who were pursuing her far behind. By the time the car stopped, we had already arrived at the police station. Chapter 32. Johnson peeks at her breasts. The passenger door automatically popped open, and Diana rudely drove him away. "You are safe. Please get out of the car. Also, no need to thank me. You are Mr. Liu's grandson, so you are my junior, so I am helping you. If you are rude next time, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of Mr. Liu." Song Baishu was originally very grateful to her and wanted to thank her, but Diana's words were really infuriating. "I know you are very capable, and maybe you have some background that I don't know about. But shouldn't you be more low-key when you speak, lest you do good things but offend others, which would be a loss?" "I don't usually talk like that." "Oh, then why?" "Because you pissed me off from the start." After saying that, Diana stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away, leaving Song Baishu with a resolute back. Song Baishu was so angry that he laughed. He had never met such an arrogant and domineering woman in his life. She was so arrogant that he actually found her very interesting. In the blink of an eye, it was Monica's 40th birthday. The dinner was held at Longguang Pavilion, a famous high-end club in the capital, which was specially used to entertain famous families. Of course, the cost was very expensive. However, the cost was paid from the Jun family's public account, so Jun Ji-Yuan didn't feel bad. In addition, Jun Ji-Yuan deliberately did not go out to have fun that day, but stayed with Monica, which was really giving her enough face. At 6:30 in the evening, guests had already arrived. Almost all the noblemen and ladies from the three major wealthy families in Kyoto were present. In addition to giving face to Monica, they also wanted to see how Johnson, who had been crazy for 3 years, was recovering. At this moment, in the private room on the second floor, Diana was choosing clothes. She actually didn't have a big obsession with her clothes, as long as she had a decent dress that wouldn't make people look down on her. But Johnson not only prepared high-end dresses for her, but also 10 of them at once, in various styles, all held by the servants for her to choose from. In addition, Johnson also found 2 well-known makeup artists to provide him with full-day makeup services. Diana couldn't help but laugh at this. "I'm not the main character today, so there's no need to be so grand, right?" Johnson said, "Do you really think those people are here for Monica? Who is she to invite the core figures of the 3 major wealthy families? Go change your clothes. Those wealthy ladies are used to judging people by their appearance. Even if you despise them, at least expensive clothes can reduce the number of people who bother you." Diana thought it made sense, so she picked out a piece that she liked and changed into it. After she changed into her clothes, the makeup artist helped her with her hair and makeup. When the whole set was finished, the maid accompanying her couldn't help but exclaimed, "Madam, you are so beautiful." Diana took a look and was quite satisfied. When she came out, Johnson had already changed into his dress. He was wearing a silver-gray swallowtail suit today, which made him look tall and slender. In addition, his facial features were very outstanding. Normally, he was already eye-catching in casual clothes, but now he looked even more noble and handsome like a prince. He was sitting on the sofa, reading some documents while waiting for Diana. When he heard the door open, he looked up and his dark pupils shrank slightly. After spending some time together, Johnson naturally knew that Diana was good-looking. But only now did he realize that this woman was more than just good-looking. She was absolutely gorgeous. At this moment, she was wearing a silver fishtail evening dress, embellished with diamonds all over her body, which was extremely luxurious and beautiful. The high-slit design vaguely reveals Diana's straight and slender legs. Paired with high heels in the same color, it is even sexier. The makeup artist designed a shawl-like curly hairstyle for her and pinned a pearl flower hairpin on the side of her hair, which made her look more feminine and noble. Usually when Diana only wears light makeup, she looks very pure and lovely. At this moment, in order to match this sexy dress, the makeup artist specially put on heavy makeup for her, instantly turning her into a goddess with a strong aura and also highlighting the beauty of her facial features. Compared with her usual appearance, it is completely different from the world. Seeing Johnson looking at her without saying anything, Diana waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Johnson, why are you so stupid? I finally rescued you. You can't be stupid again." Johnson suddenly came back to his senses and told the makeup artist with a cold face, "The collar of the dress is too low, sew it up." After saying that, he turned and left. Diana looked down at her chest. Indeed, the deep V neckline was a little too low, and her breasts were very full, so the cleavage was exposed. Sexy, but it was indeed a little revealing. "Wait," Diana suddenly realized. "So he was staring at my breasts. Johnson, you bastard." Fiona spent several days preparing carefully for her mother's birthday party. At this moment, she was wearing a pink and white dress. Monica couldn't help but praise, "Look at how beautiful my daughter is. Even I, as a mother, am jealous." Fiona pouted and looked a little dissatisfied. "Actually, I've got my eyes on a silver fishtail one, which is inlaid with lots of diamonds. It's very, very beautiful. I wanted to buy that one, but it's really expensive, costing 50 million, and I couldn't bear to buy it." She is still a student and only has a few million yuan of pocket money every month, which she spends easily. The cost of buying the dress this time was sponsored by Monica. Monica said, "Your dress is worth several million. It's not bad. When your brother takes full control of the June family in the future, you can afford any expensive dress you want." "Hey, why hasn't your brother come yet?" Fiona checked the time. "My brother said he would be here at 7. There's still half an hour left, so it should be soon. Let's go to the banquet hall first. There are already quite a few guests here." As they were talking, the door of the next private room opened. Diana came out in a glamorous and beautiful manner. As soon as she came out, whether it was her aura, makeup, or appearance, she completely overwhelmed Monica and her daughter. Diana didn't have a good relationship with the mother and daughter, so she didn't bother to say hello and just left. Fiona's eyes widened as she pointed at Diana and said to Monica, Mom, the dress I just mentioned, worth 50 million, is the one she's wearing. How can a wild girl from the mountains wear such an expensive dress? I don't even wear one." Monica saw Diana's beautiful back as she walked away, and she was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. "This damn girl, I'm the protagonist today. What is she trying to do by dressing up so beautifully? He must think that everyone here today is a VIP, and he wants to use this opportunity to get into the circle of Kyoto socialites. Don't think that you can turn a pheasant into a swan by inserting swan feathers. Don't worry, my daughter. I will make her look ridiculous tonight." Chapter 33, Sister-in-Law Provokes Again. Fiona is impatient. Monica asked her to hold back, but how could she endure it? Fiona was especially furious when she saw many noble ladies in Kyoto chatting with Diana and praising her beauty. At this time, the waiter walked by with red wine. Fiona's eyes suddenly lit up, and she thought, no matter how well this wild girl dresses up, she is still a mountain girl who has never seen the world. She definitely doesn't know anything about red wine. Unlike these real daughters of noble families, who have to take various high-end etiquette courses since childhood, and red wine tasting is also an indispensable course. So, Fiona took 2 glasses of red wine and walked up to Diana. "Second sister-in-law, are you thirsty? Come, have a glass of red wine." Diana was just strolling around the venue, but perhaps because she was dressed too ostentatiously today, as soon as she came out, many people came over to chat with her. Diana didn't say that she was Johnson's wife. When they were chatting casually, Fiona came over for no apparent reason and called her second sister-in-law. So the noble ladies around them immediately exclaimed, "Ah, so you are the new young lady of the June family? You are indeed outstanding in appearance. Fiona. She didn't even use her identity as the wife of the second young master of the June family to show off. My second sister-in-law grew up in the mountains and is not very good at speaking. Madame Zhou, Miss Zhao, and Madame Su. Please be more tolerant of her. Fiona appeared to be speaking for Diana, but in reality, she was implying that Diana was of a lowly background. There was something wrong with the way those ladies looked at Diana again. I heard that Johnson married for good fortune, but I didn't expect her family background was so humble. Fiona handed the wine over again. Second sister-in-law, the red wine at today's banquet is a 1982 collection, very mellow and fragrant. My third brother specially airlifted it from the winery in Country F. You must have never tasted it before, so try it and see if it suits your taste. It is true that the red wine used in today's banquet is the high-end red wine that Jun Zaheo brought from Country F, but the red wine in Fiona's hand is just ordinary cheap red wine. She said that on purpose because she thought Diana would not be able to tell the difference and would at most just praise her. At that time, she said that the wine was the wrong one and it was a cheap, low-end wine. In this way, everyone will know that Diana is all show and no substance and doesn't even know how to drink wine. Diana took the wine and just as it was close to her lips, she immediately took it away. Fiona asked, second sister-in-law, "Why don't you drink?" How could Diana not see through her tricks? This is the wine your third brother airlifted from Country F? A 1982 vintage. She sighed quietly. It's my mother's birthday, and as a son, I actually gave her an inferior gift instead of a good one. How unfilial of me. Fiona said, "What do you mean by that? Who allowed you to question my third brother casually?" Diana raised her glass and shook it in the light. The color of red wine is between purple and brown. The darker the red, the older it is. But this wine is obviously purple, so it must be no older than 3 years. 82 years old? That's ridiculous. Fiona replied, "You're not absolutely right. The better the quality of the wine, the brighter the color it will retain. High-quality red wine will still have a bright color even after 10 or 20 years. On the contrary, some cheap wines will turn brown after 1 or 2 years. You also said that only high-quality wine would be like this. But look at this glass of wine. There are impurities floating in it. It's obviously of poor quality." Fiona gritted her teeth and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, I think I got the wrong wine. This wine should be for the waiters. I'll go get you the wine my third brother sent." "No need." Diana turned to Mrs. Zhou and the other ladies and said, "Someone just gave me a bottle of good wine a few days ago. I rarely drink it, so why not give it to everyone to taste?" The wine was sent to her by Mr. Liu 2 days ago, saying it was an apology to Song Baishu. Diana is a person who performs various dangerous tasks all year round. She does not drink alcohol casually to avoid letting alcohol affect her vigilance. But not drinking doesn't mean you don't understand. She once drank the fine wine collected by the palace in the F country. The soft and mellow taste is still unforgettable. It is said that a mouthful of wine at that time was worth tens of millions. And it was extremely difficult to buy. Fiona didn't expect that this wild girl from the mountains actually knew a lot about red wine, which not only made her plan fail. Even when he offered to change her wine, she refused and invited the guests to drink her wine. Doesn't that mean she dislikes the wine her third brother specially sent her? Fiona couldn't help but sneer. "Second sister-in-law, what good wine can you produce? Did you brew it yourself when you were in the mountains?" Diana ignored her and started chatting with Mrs. Zhou about red wine. Mrs. Zhou is a famous wine tasting master in the socialite circle, and she even bought a red wine winery in Country F. During the conversation, Mrs. Zhou was surprised to find that Diana knew more about wine than she did. She knew all kinds of knowledge. At this time, the servant brought Mr. Liu's red wine. Just by looking at the color, you could tell that it was definitely a good wine. Not to mention the low-quality wine Fiona just brought over. Even the so-called 1982-year-old collection at the venue could not compare to it. Mrs. Zhou exclaimed as soon as she saw the wine bottle. "Oh, could this be the famous wine produced from the world's #1 winery, Condi Manor? I remember there were 2 bottles in Mr. Liu's wine cellar. I wanted him to give them up before, but the old man said he would not agree. Condi Estate is recognized as the best red wine estate in the world. The annual output is extremely small, so it is rarely sold. Aged fine wines are even more valuable and hard to come by." Seeing that Mrs. Zhou had recognized her, Diana simply said, "This bottle of red wine was given to me by Mr. Liu. If Mrs. Zhou likes it, the remaining half bottle will be given to you." Mrs. Zhou is a well-known strong woman in Country Z. and her husband is a politician. Therefore, although she is not a top-tier wealthy family, she has a high status in the wealthy circle. This is so embarrassing. Mrs. Zhou said embarrassedly, but did not refuse. But she didn't want to take Diana's good wine for free, so she simply took off the chain on her hand. This is my new bracelet. It's not a good thing, probably worth about 4 or 5 million. I hope Madame June doesn't dislike it. Diana didn't expect that in exchange for a bracelet with a bottle of wine, she would also make a good friend like Mrs. Zhou, so she accepted it without any hesitation. Fiona, who was watching everything, was furious. It was just a broken bottle of wine. Why should it be exchanged for a bracelet worth 4 or 5 million? It was because Mrs. Zhou saw that she was backed by the June family and deliberately sold the face of the June family. Fiona became angrier and angrier as she watched. Impulsively, she pretended to trip and fall towards Diana, splashing the red wine in her hand onto her. She thought maliciously in her heart, so what if it's a dress worth tens of millions? If the red wine is spilled, I'll see how you can show off. Chapter 34. Diana is a child bride? In a flash, just as the red wine was about to splash towards her, Diana slightly turned her body and easily avoided it. Diana dodged it, but the wine that had been spilled could not be taken back. Fiona originally wanted to fall on Diana, but she didn't expect to actually fall. But as soon as Diana dodged, she immediately lost her balance and fell flat on her face in public. She grimaced in pain and was about to curse when she looked up and saw her third brother. Jun Zaheo returned from a long journey and appeared at the banquet hall in fancy clothes. When he saw Fiona here, he came over to say hello. Who knew that his own sister would splash a glass of red wine all over his head and face? And his white haute couture suit was stained with spots, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fiona hurriedly got up. "Brother, I didn't mean to splash you. She was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. Jun Zaheo patted his sister on the shoulder and smiled. "It's okay, just change clothes. Look how anxious you are." He took out a handkerchief, wiped the wine stains off his face, and looked at Diana with a smile. "This must be my second sister-in-law. It's our first meeting, so I'm sorry." He then greeted the guests around him one by one, apologized, and asked everyone to allow him to change his clothes before coming back. From beginning to end, he was polite and courteous, like a prince, and even the wine stains on his body did not affect it in the slightest. Diana took a sip of the wine from her glass and said, "Is this Monica's son? He doesn't look like a good person." Interesting. At 7 o'clock sharp, the banquet officially began. As the protagonist of the banquet, Monica went on stage with Jun Ji-Yuan to deliver a speech and express her gratitude to all the guests. After the speech, Monica wanted to leave the stage, but she heard Jun Ji-Yuan holding the microphone and said proudly, "In addition to my wife's birthday today, I have another happy announcement to make. As you all know, my son Johnson was ill a few years ago, which caused many bad speculation from the outside world. Fortunately, God blesses our family, and Johnson finally recovered. Today, I would like to share this good news with everyone at my wife's birthday party. There are 2 things that Jun Ji-Yuan is most proud of in his life. 1. Reborn in your family, rich and powerful. 2. She can give birth to sons, and all 3 sons are very promising. To put it bluntly, the father is relied upon to build the empire, and the son is relied upon to maintain the empire. He just sat back and reaped the benefits. Therefore, even if Johnson's son often scolds him, he doesn't care. Anyway, as long as his sons are around, his good days will never end." Monica felt something different when she heard those words. She had always thought Jun Ji-Yuan was partial to one another, and it seemed that he was still the same now. Of his 3 sons, Johnson, born to that woman, was his favorite. The guests present at the meeting were all surrounding Johnson with various greetings and flattery, completely forgetting about the other 2 sons of the Jun family, Jun Qinghao and Jun Zaheo. These 2 people are outstanding people, but they have been like this since they were young. Whenever Johnson is around, he can suppress them. Even Johnson's wife Diana was praised for a long time. Diana couldn't help but murmur to Johnson, "Why are there so many flatterers around you?" Johnson held the red wine glass and smiled faintly. "You'll get used to it." At this moment, the door of the venue was suddenly pushed open, and 2 rural men in rustic clothes walked in. One was an old woman, about 60 or 70 years old, with gray hair. The other one was a man in his 30s or 40s, who was saying loudly, "Mom, is Diana really here? This place is so luxurious, it seems like she's having a banquet. How can we country folk afford such a feast? Don't worry, Gun. She is your wife. No matter where she is, as long as she is not dead, We can always find her. The guests around couldn't help but sneer when they heard their conversation, and some even prepared to call security. At this moment, Gooden's eyes suddenly lit up. Mom, look! My wife is there! Those who had been sneering looked in the direction of his finger and were immediately shocked. Isn't that the second young master's wife of the June family? Diana was still chatting with someone when she suddenly heard someone calling her, Diana. Then she saw a strange old lady walking towards her excitedly and trying to grab her with her hands. Diana was such a smart person that she dodged without waiting for the other person to get close. Johnson stepped forward, blocked Diana behind him, and asked sternly, "Who are you?" Gooden glared at Johnson. "Who are you and why are you so close to my wife?" "Diana, it was wrong for me to hit you. But how many rural people don't hit their wives? You can't abandon your husband and children and run away from home just because I slapped you." The old lady cried and said, "I have never left the rural mountains in my life. I came out to find you and suffered a lot. Don't be so angry anymore. Come back to the village with us. Are you so cruel that you don't even want your child?" Diana and Johnson were an eye-catching couple, and now all the guests gathered around to discuss. "You're here to see the second young lady of the June family?" "What do you mean, the second young lady of the June family has been married? And has she given birth to a child?" "I heard that the second young lady of the June family got lost when she was a child. I heard that some people in the mountains couldn't afford to marry a wife, so they bought one. Isn't this second young lady too pitiful?" "It's pitiful, but she's already married. How can she be the second young lady of the June family? Who is Johnson? How can he want a second-hand woman who has given birth to a child? What a pity. Such a beautiful girl. I thought she would be a good match for second young Master June, but in the end, she ended up being stuck in cow dung." Junjun was in a particularly good mood today, but suddenly a mother and son from the mountains showed up and accused his daughter-in-law of being a second-hand commodity. He had always disliked Diana, and now he felt that this woman had concealed her past and joined the June family, bringing shame to their June family. "Tell me, is what they said true? Have you really been married? And have you had children?" Monica also fanned the flames. "What's going on with the Lin family? Marrying a married niece into our June family. This is clearly a marriage fraud." Diana was about to explain when a big hand gently held her hand. It was Johnson's hand, warm and generous. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," he whispered soothingly, so gently. But when he turned around to face others, his face was terribly cold. People who knew him knew that he was completely angry. He was too disdainful to talk to the mother and son and called out, "Boss Wu, second master, what do you want me to do?" Mr. Wu is the boss of Longguang Pavilion. Since the guests at tonight's banquet are all wealthy and powerful people, he, as the boss, will be there to greet them personally. Johnson pointed at the mother and son and said, "Is this the security of Longguang Pavilion? What kind of swindlers can be let in casually?" Without even asking any questions, they just used the words cheating, deceiving, and defrauding, implying that they were liars and what they said could not be trusted. Chapter 35, Is the Mistress Worthy of Being My Mother? The man named Gooden immediately became angry. "What makes you say we are cheating? Diana is my child bride. She has been married to me for almost 10 years. She gave birth to a son for me last year. She couldn't stand the loneliness and hooked up with a man in the village. I caught her and slapped her, who knew she would be so angry, and ran away without caring about the baby." Before he could finish his words, Johnson kicked the burly man, who fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Diana was secretly delighted and thought, "It turns out that this sickly guy is actually a martial artist." When the old woman saw her son being kicked down, she cried and screamed and tried to pull Johnson over, but she was already held back by the security guards and could not get close at all. Johnson stared at the owner of Longguang Pavilion with cold eyes. "I asked you a question. Why don't you answer it?" The boss of Longguang Pavilion wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I just asked the security guard at the door. When this mother and son came, they were not allowed to come in, but..." He glanced at Monica. Mrs. June just came out. After asking a few questions, she let them in. The security guards naturally didn't dare to stop them. "Mrs. Yun?" Johnson turned to look at Monica. "So this is the person you're looking for?" Monica was prepared. "Yes, I let them in. They are poor people, orphans and widows, wandering around the city looking for someone. I happened to see them holding Diana's photo, and I thought, could there really be such a coincidence in the world? So I agreed to let them in to take a look, but I didn't expect that Diana would actually abandon her husband and children and marry into the June family through deception. Our June family is not a poor family that can't find a wife. How can we want a second-hand one? Husband, don't you think so? Jun Ji-Yun was furious and announced immediately. Of course not. Not to mention that our Jun family is a famous and prestigious family. Even ordinary families would not tolerate such things as marriage fraud. Monica said proudly. Diana, did you hear that? Hurry up and go home with your mountain husband to take care of the children. We in the Jun family don't want you anymore. Johnson said sternly. Who dares to let my wife go? Who do you think you are? When is it your turn to speak in the Jun family? Seeing his mother being scolded, Jun Zaheo stood up and said, Second brother, although she is not your biological mother, she is also the wife that father married in a formal ceremony and the undisputed mistress of the Jun family. How can you speak to her in such a tone? Johnson sneered. The undisputed mistress of the Jun family? Jun Zaheo, if you were smart, you might as well persuade your stupid mother to hide her tail. Otherwise, I will let her get out of the Jun family today. Do you believe it? Jun Zaheo was also angry. Johnson, do you think you are an ancient emperor? Why are you so overbearing? I tell you that the Jun family now is not the Jun family of 3 years ago. Do you think you can still have the final say? Seeing his two sons confronting each other, Juanja hurried out to smooth things over. We are all family. How can we quarrel over a woman? Zaheo, Johnson is your second brother. You should be more respectful when you speak to him. Johnson, Zaheo has no ill intentions. He just wants to protect his mother. His mother is also your mother. All these years. Shut up. My mother died a long time ago. How can this mistress be qualified to be my mother? Ridiculous. You unfilial son. Jun Ji-Yun was extremely angry, but he couldn't force his son to do anything, so he simply took it out on Diana. It's all because of you, the troublemaker. Ever since you came to our Jun family, you've caused unrest in our home. Monica secretly winked at the wife, and the old woman lay on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. Oh, the rich are bullying us poor people. They stole my wife and beat my son. I won't live anymore. I will die here today for you to see. Her son Gooden also recovered and started crying and making a fuss with his mother. It was a really ugly scene. Johnson was about to call security to kick them out, but Diana stood up and said, Wait a minute. The show isn't even over yet. Wouldn't it be a big letdown to kick them out? It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything just now, but now she stood up and stopped the security guard from chasing people away, which was really puzzling. Even Mrs. Zhou whispered to Diana, Since your husband is defending you, you should keep quiet. In her opinion, even if Diana really had a shameful past, she was still a victim, as long as her husband didn't mind. Diana smiled at Mrs. Zhou, feeling grateful for her kindness. But she had to clarify this matter. The reason why she didn't speak just now was not because she was in the wrong, nor was she afraid. She simply thought it was interesting and wanted to see everyone's reactions. Monica's ugly face, Jun Zaheo's sanctimoniousness, and Jun Ji-Yun's dull mind. And those who just said they wanted to be her friends. But when she was being slandered, no one stood up to speak for her. Only Mrs. Zhou showed sympathy for her. Among all these people, only Johnson stood firmly in front of her from beginning to end, trying to shield her from all the wind and rain. For many years, she has always been strong and fearless, and when encountering problems, she can only rely on herself. But today, at this moment, when she stood behind him, she suddenly realized that having someone to protect you from the wind and rain is such a happiness. But now, she has to stand up. She smiled softly at him. You're not good at dealing with shrews. Let me do it. Johnson didn't want her to face those dirty things. However, seeing that she was still smiling relaxedly, I knew that she was very confident about this matter, so I didn't say anything more. Diana took a step forward, stood in front of the shrewish old woman, and said condescendingly, Do you really know me? The old woman got up and wiped her tears and said, Diana, I knew you wouldn't disown us just for the sake of wealth and fame. You have been living in my house since you were 10 years old, even though you were bought. We love you like our own daughter. There is also a baby at home, but that is your own flesh and blood. Diana frowned and said, That's not right. I hear your accents, and you seem to be from the north. But I got lost and ended up in the south. The police have all the records. The old woman rolled her eyes and quickly explained. You went to the south at first, but then you were sold to the north. You were young, and you can't remember many things. You can't tell the difference between the north and the south. Diana chuckled. Actually, I just lied to you. I have never been to the south. I went to the north. The old woman felt embarrassed, but she had to continue the lie. Diana, don't be naughty. No matter where you are our daughter-in-law. You must come with us today. Otherwise, we will never give up. Gooden, take your wife away. Chapter 36. Johnson gets angry. In fact, this couple are professional human traffickers. They are good at acting and making trouble, and they are also very shameless. Monica had specifically asked them to come here to deal with Diana. If they took her away and sent her deep into the mountains and forests, it would be difficult to find her again. This mother and son used this trick to capture many decent women in the past. Bystanders who didn't know about it might have actually thought they were their family members. Unfortunately, the person they met today was Diana. As soon as Gooden stretched out his hand, it was grabbed by Diana. There was a crisp click sound, followed by a man's painful wail. His wrist was actually broken. Since your hands are not clean, it's better not to use them. Diana let go of the man's hand and said to the old woman, "You just said that I was bought by your family as a child bride?" According to the laws of Country Z, buying abducted women and children is a criminal act punishable by up to 3 years in prison. If the circumstances are serious, the punishment will be increased. I don't know if you can survive 3 years in prison if you're an old man like you. The old woman was shocked when she heard this. She had indeed done illegal things before, but she had stopped doing them in recent years. This time, Monica gave a lot of money, and I felt that they were just coming here to make a scene, so there was no risk. I never expected that Diana would bring up the law. I didn't know that buying people was a crime before. Diana, you actually want to send us to jail just for the sake of wealth? You are so cruel. Good, let's go. We don't want such a heartless woman. Knowing they could not gain anything, they simply decided to walk away. And before leaving, they did not forget to put the blame on Diana again. It's not that easy to leave. Diana blocked their way. I see that your methods are sophisticated. I suspect you are human traffickers. I have called the police and asked them to check whether you have committed any crime. The security guard immediately stepped forward, took the mother and son away, and detained them, waiting to hand them over to the police later. Diana looked around at everyone around her. Let me give you some scientific knowledge. If you see women or children being dragged by strangers claiming to be family members on the street, remember not to trust them. First, stop the person, then call the police immediately. Let the police verify whether it is real or fake. Sometimes, your enthusiastic act may save a family from tragedy. In fact, many times, everyone understands the truth, but when the situation comes, the victims are often unable to defend themselves due to panic and tension. At this time, if the onlookers could stand up and say something, the situation would be very different. Mrs. Zhou was the first to applaud. Second young master's wife is absolutely right. Don't just believe anything easily. Let the police investigate everything. Applause broke out all around. Monica planned carefully for several days, but she didn't expect Diana to crack it with just a few words. What's even more infuriating is that the person she hired at a high price was suspected of being a human trafficker. Alas, it's all because the time was too tight and there was no time to screen more suitable candidates. There are really all kinds of people these days. I never thought I would run into bad guys pretending to be Diana's family. Monica tried to comfort herself. Jun Zaheo also handed her a ladder and said, "Since it's just a misunderstanding, just clear it up." Junjin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding, and the Jun family's face was saved. From beginning to end, no one apologized to Diana for this incident, and they even prepared to pretend that it never happened. "Monica," Johnson called out to Monica as she was about to leave. "Do you really think you can escape?" Jun Zaheo defended his mother. "Brother, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. Mom was also deceived by someone, so they let that mother and son in." Jun Ji-Yuan said, "Johnson, the Jun family's reputation is important. Don't worry too much about it in public." Johnson ignored them and just said to Monica, "Apologize." Monica found it ridiculous. She was the wife of the Jun family, Diana's nominal mother-in-law. How could a mother-in-law apologize to her daughter-in-law? And in front of so many people? "Johnson, although I am not your biological mother, I am still your elder. How can you be so unfilial?" Monica was annoyed and directly put the hat of unfilial on him. Jun Ji-Yuan saw the guests gathering again and became very anxious. "Johnson, what do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Johnson sneered. "You Juinja are not afraid of being laughed at, so what should I be afraid of?" Jun Ji-Yuan didn't understand the deep meaning of his words and just tried to smooth things over. "If you have anything to say, go home and tell us. Don't let the distinguished guests laugh at you." Johnson said, "Dad, I want to save your face, so I don't want to talk about many things in public. But this woman openly bullied my wife. If I can't seek justice for her, what kind of man am I? What kind of husband? Seeing that his son was as stubborn as a bull and refused to give in, Jun Taiwan turned to Diana and said, "Say something." His original intention was to let Diana persuade Johnson, who knew Diana would say, "Forget about a verbal apology. Why not write a letter of apology and post it online?" She loves to kick a man who is down and out. You. Monica was so angry that her face turned blue. Jun Zaheo was also angry. "Don't go too far?" Diana asked. "Why? Is this too much? I was almost kidnapped and sold just now. Why doesn't anyone think it's too much?" Diana nose angrily and said, "Although Johnson was domineering before, he was at least filial to me. Since you came in, he has become more and more disobedient. It must be you, a woman, who is fanning the flames behind the scenes." "That's enough," Johnson shouted. "To this day, you are still defending Monica. Do you really understand her? Do you really know what kind of person she is? Just because you spend your days drinking and partying outside and she never says anything, you think she is virtuous?" Johnson. Jun Zaheo jumped out to defend his mother. "What do you want today? It's my mother's birthday, and you don't congratulate her sincerely, but you are still talking nonsense here. Are you really a member of our family? Why do you always go against our family? My mother has been married into the Jun family for so many years, and you have never called her mom or even aunt since you were a child. You have been sick for 3 years, and my mother has taken good care of you. Not only are you not grateful, but you also bully her like this. Do you have a conscience?" There were many guests present, some of whom were friends with her or had business dealings with her. Over the years, Monica had created an image of a good wife and mother. Before Johnson got sick, he was known for being cold and capable. With the contrast between the strong and the weak, everyone felt a little sympathetic towards Monica. They felt that she was a stepmother who had worked hard for many years, but still failed to impress her stepson's cold heart. How pitiful. Huh? Johnson laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. But the next moment, his smile faded, and his whole body exuded a cold and captivating aura. "I will never forget your taking care for 3 years." Chapter 37. Forcing Father to Divorce. Jun Ji-Yuan said foolishly, "It's okay as long as you remember it. Your stepmother is actually a very nice person. Let's get along well as a family in the future." Diana watched coldly and sighed in her heart. This father is really hopelessly confused. Johnson asked Monica, "Do you still remember Dr. Zhang? Aren't you curious why I couldn't contact him these days?" As soon as these words came out, Monica's face changed suddenly. Dr. Zhang is the Jun family's family doctor. After Johnson fell ill, Monica specially invited him to treat Johnson. After Johnson woke up, Dr. Zhang could not be contacted except for saying that he was going abroad. Monica did not take it seriously, but when she heard Johnson mention it, she realized the seriousness of the problem. Originally, Johnson kept Monica because he wanted to catch bigger fish, but now he has changed his mind, and he wants Monica to get out immediately. "Why, don't you have anything to say? Don't tell me it's okay. You can keep it and tell the police why you asked Dr. Zhang to poison me." Monica hurriedly defended herself. "No, I didn't. I don't know anything. Why do you say it was me?" Jun Zaheo glanced at his mother and had an idea in his mind. He quietly walked to Johnson and said, "Brother, let's talk about this in private. After all, there are so many people watching us now. I don't think you want the Jun family's reputation to be ruined." Johnson smiled and said, "Okay, return half of the Jun family's overseas business to me, and I can downplay this matter." This, Jun Zaheo hesitated. He had finally taken advantage of Johnson's illness to gain a foothold in foreign countries. Now that he had to give it all back, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Before Jun Zaheo could think clearly, his mother Monica came over and hugged her son's arm, whispering anxiously, "Zaheo, I am your biological mother. You can't just stand by and watch me die and let me go to jail at my age." The other guests were standing a little further away, but Juanja was close enough to hear it clearly. He looked at his wife in disbelief. You. After all, she still cared about the love between husband and wife and did not say what she had just heard. She only said to everyone present, "I'm sorry, everyone. Today's dinner party will end early. After we have dealt with family affairs, we will hold a banquet to apologize." Everyone present was smart, knowing that it was inconvenient to stay at this time, so they all said goodbye and left. Soon, only the Jun family was left in the huge venue. Fiona's skirt was stained with red wine, and she changed her clothes for a long time. When she came back, she found that all the guests had left. "What's going on? Where's the guest?" Wu Yinlian and Jun Qinghao had been standing by without saying anything. Seeing Fiona coming out, Jun Qinghao kindly advised, "Fourth sister, just stand by and don't talk too much." At this moment, Jun Jiyuan yelled at Monica, "Is what Johnson said just now true? How could you do such a thing?" Fiona rushed over and asked, "Dad, why are you so mean to Mom?" "Shut up." Jun Jiyuan rarely got angry at them, so much so that even Fiona was scared. Jun Jiyuan scolded Monica severely. He sighed and said to Johnson, "Johnson, it's all Dad's fault for not discovering the problem in time. Your stepmother also knows she was wrong. We are all family, but you are not as good as. So you were still protecting her." Johnson was smiling, and his smile revealed his deep disappointment with his father. "I have put forward the conditions." He turned to look at Jun Zaheo with a hint of teasing in his dark eyes. "As for whether to agree or not, it is not up to me to decide." Jun Jiyuan said directly to Jun Zaheo, "Why can't you agree to this?" The Jun family's business in the Outer Sea was originally opened up by Johnson. It is only natural to return it to Johnson now. In his opinion, they are all his sons, so it doesn't matter who holds them. Jun Zaheo weighed the pros and cons again, and finally compromised. "Okay, I agree." Johnson immediately asked someone to bring the equity agreement for Jun Zaheo to sign. The contract and lawyers were already prepared, and all the procedures were completed quickly. Jun Qinghao smiled and said, "As expected of my second brother, you have prepared everything in advance." Wu Lianlian was confused and asked her husband quietly, "Is Jun Zaheo also useless? He was threatened so easily. I need to replace him with someone ruthless who would rather give up my mother than lose her power." Jun Qinghao's face darkened. "It's useless." Most of the Jun family's overseas businesses were opened up by Johnson. Many wealthy families and royal families abroad only recognized Johnson. Monica and her son took advantage of the second brother's unconsciousness and used fingerprints to cheat for shares. There are loopholes in this matter itself. In that case, why only half of the shares? Jun Zaheo has been operating overseas for many years. If he strikes too hard all at once, it will also hurt the inside. Wu Lianlian added, "Johnson made Jun Zaheo give up half of his territory with just one move. Then our business in China." Jun Qinghao's face was terribly cold, and after a moment he spoke slowly. "Of course we have to make plans early." After receiving the contract, Johnson checked the time and said, "It's too late today. You should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau early tomorrow morning." Jun Jiyuan was puzzled. "What for?" "Go through the divorce procedures. This woman can no longer stay in the Jun family." Monica yelled, "Johnson, don't go too far. It's not your place to interfere in my marriage with your father." Jun Zaheo also said, "Johnson, don't go too far. I've already returned half of the shares. What else do you want to do?" "I only said that I would not pursue her legal responsibility, but I did not say that I would let her continue to be the wife of the Jun family." Johnson's cold eyes were full of teasing. "Or, you can use your other half of the shares in exchange for her staying?" Jun Zaheo was silent. Giving up half of his shares was the biggest concession he could make after weighing the pros and cons. He would never give up any more. Besides, didn't he still have Jun Jiyuan? Although Jun Jiyuan, that old bastard, is a playboy, he is still very nice to Monica. Sure enough, Jun Jiyuan stood up to oppose. He was able to have fun outside these years because of Monica's indulgence. From his point of view, there is no better wife than Monica. Johnson said, "Dad, do you know why Monica never said anything while you were having a blast?" "Why?" What happened just now was shocking enough. But at this moment, Jun Jiyuan felt that there was an even bigger thunder waiting for him. Johnson said, "She is very tolerant of you, but that just means she doesn't love you. She has never been after you as a person." Jun Jiyuan quickly denied, No, you are wrong. Huan really loves me. Before we got married, she took the initiative to notarize our property with me, and also agreed that if we divorced, she would not ask the Jun family for a penny. She is not after my money. She doesn't want your money, but your age or you're not showering?" Diana chuckled. "If she doesn't want your money, how can she live a life of luxury? How can her son gain power and wealth? Her methods are good, but it's a pity that she is too greedy. I'm afraid that in the end, it will be all in vain." Chapter 38, The Humiliation of Castration. Johnson said to Jun Jiyuan, "You have kept so many women outside over the years, but you don't have any illegitimate children. Aren't you curious?" Jun Jiyuan had never thought about this. He already had 3 sons and 1 daughter, so it didn't matter to him whether he had children or not. When Johnson mentioned this, he realized that something was wrong. "Shut up!" Monica screamed like crazy. Johnson said, "Dad, do you still remember your appendicitis surgery? That was more than 10 years ago. Monica sent you to a private hospital where she knew someone. It was also during that surgery that you not only lost your appendix, but you were also castrated without knowing it. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a physical examination." Jun Ji-Ewan slowly turned his head and looked at Monica, still a little unbelieving. "Is what Johnson said true?" "Hubby, please listen to my explanation." Pa." Jun Ji-Ewan slapped her hard with too much force. Monica couldn't bear it and fell down, hitting the 8-layer luxury cake next to her. The cake fell all over the floor, making a mess. "You bitch!" Jun Ji-Ewan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was also wondering why his abilities had been getting worse over the years. A while ago, he was even mocked by his mistress for his inability. It turned out that he had been castrated a long time ago. As a man, this was a great shame. No man can tolerate the humiliation of being forced to become a eunuch, not to mention that Jun Ji-Ewan has always been an extremely patriarchal person. "You, get out of me!" Monica didn't care about the stains on her body, and hugged Jun Ji-Ewan's thighs and cried. "A day of marriage is 100 days of grace, not to mention that I gave birth to a pair of children for you. Husband, you can't be so heartless. Am I ruthless, or are you vicious? You pretend to be a good wife and mother all day long, but you are actually a vicious person behind the scenes. You poisoned Johnson and asked me to get out of the June family, and never appear in front of me again." Jun Zaheo and Fiona wanted to speak for their mother, but Jun Jun glared at them and said, "From now on, if either of you dares to plead for her, get out with her." People who originally wanted to cause others to divorce end up getting divorced themselves. Jun Ji-Ewan was very ruthless. He did not allow Monica to return to the June family to get her personal belongings and made her leave the house with nothing. Monica was annoyed at Jun Ji-Ewan's ruthlessness, but she didn't dare to provoke him again and let her 2 children take her away. Jun Qinghao and his wife watched the show for the whole night and were in a heavy mood when they left. Johnson and Diana were the only ones left in the meeting room. "Wait for me for a moment. I have something to discuss with my lawyer." "Gian Nayond, I am sleepy. I'll go back first. I'll have my bodyguard take you away." "Why? Are you afraid that I will be bullied?" "Don't worry. Anyone who wants to bully me has already been trampled under my feet. You can keep your bodyguard for yourself." Diana waved her hand and walked out with light steps. It was great Monica got out of the June family. She would have a much quieter life in the future. Arriving at the underground garage, Diana just opened her car door when a silver gray SUV stopped beside her. "Miss Diana, it's you." Song Baishi got out of the SUV and looked Diana up and down. The last time we met, Diana was wearing casual sportswear and had no makeup on her face. She looked pure and innocent, yet a little dull. At this moment, she is dressed in gorgeous clothes and has exquisite makeup, which makes her look as dazzling as a goddess. Just now, Song Baishu saw her from afar and thought she was very charming, and wondered which famous lady she was. But then he saw her walking straight to a cheap car that didn't match her dress worth tens of millions of dollars. Song Baishu recognized the car and felt inexplicably happy. "Last time we parted, I got your cell phone number from my grandfather, but why can't I get through?" When Diana turned her head, that bright and beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of Song Baishu, making his breath stop. Song Baishu had seen many beauties, but compared with Diana, those women all looked mediocre. Unknown numbers are automatically blocked. What's the problem? Diana's tone was obviously a little unpleasant. Song Baishu then realized that he was being a little rude by staring at someone, and hurriedly said, "Sorry." After saying this, he felt strange. As the head of the Song family, why did he lower himself so low in front of a woman? Song Baishu straightened his expression and asked, "Ms. Diana, can you add me as a friend? It will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future." Diana refused expressionlessly. "We are not friends. Why add me as your friend?" Song Baishu laughed dumbly. "After all, we are close friends who were hunted down together. How come you can't even consider us friends?" "Hunted?" Diana thought it was ridiculous. "Are you talking about what happened when you left the Liu family a few days ago? For you, it was a hunt, a matter of life and death. For me, it's just child's play, not worth mentioning. As for you, haha, you're a weakling who was beaten by a few minions and didn't even have the strength to fight back. How can you be qualified to talk about life and death friendship with me?" As she spoke, her eyes fell on the bodyguards not far behind him, who were standing by at any time. You have learned your lesson, and now you know to bring a bodyguard with you. It was apparently a compliment, but in reality, it was a mockery of him for being so weak and dependent on bodyguards. Song Baishu originally wanted to make friends with her sincerely, but who knew that his enthusiasm would end up in the cold reception of others? Miss Diana, it is better for women to be gentle. Otherwise, no one will dare to marry you in the future. Don't bother. Diana jumped into her little broken car and said impatiently, Drive your car away. It's blocking the road. Song Baishu didn't move. Diana was slightly annoyed. Don't think that just because you change to an off-road vehicle, it will become a roadblock. In front of my car, it is still as fragile as tofu dregs. I will count to 3, or I will hit it. Song Baishu felt frustrated and helpless. And finally, he could only reverse his car to make way. Who made his luxury car not as hardcore as other people's small broken car? Johnson had finished discussing the matter with the lawyer, and when he arrived at the underground garage, he happened to see Song Baishu sitting alone in his car in a daze. He went over and knocked on the window glass. I have never seen a guest like you. You come after the party is over. Song Baishu pressed the window glass and said, I only realized after I arrived that I had missed the most exciting scene at the banquet, so I simply didn't go up. Congratulations to the second young Master June for taking back half of the June family's overseas territory. You are well informed? Did Fiona tell you? Fiona fell in love with Song Baishu at first sight after meeting him a few months ago. Although Song Baishu had rejected her a long time ago, Fiona still didn't give up and kept pestering him. Just now, because of Monica's matter, she was so sad that she called Song Baishu for comfort. Chapter 39, her code name, is Linghu. Song Baishu shrugged. It's not that I mean to pry into your family's private affairs. Your sister insisted on telling me, and I can't do anything about it. Johnson snorted coldly. So? Don't tell me you're going to be my brother-in-law. Diana, who was beautiful and cold, like an iceberg goddess, emerged in his mind. To be honest with you, I already have someone in my heart. Johnson seemed to have heard a very funny joke. You have someone you love? Then your heart must be broken into pieces of glass. Otherwise, there won't be enough to share. This time it's real. She's different from any girl I've dated before. Song Baishu's eyes lit up slightly, as if he was lost in some memory. After a long while, he said, It's really hard to explain things like feelings. She is obviously a fierce little wild cat, arrogant and domineering. But she makes people unforgettable at first sight and fall in love with her again. Congratulations, then. Johnson saw his foolish look and couldn't help but stab him. Maybe he is already married and had children. It's hard to keep a good girl these days. Others may not know, but Johnson knows that Song Baishu, the playboy, is always surrounded by women. How dare he pretend to be affectionate here? Johnson, you fucking bastard. Song Baishu was furious. Even if she's married, I can still get her back. That night, Song Baishu called Diana several times. Unfortunately, none of them worked. In desperation, he had to ask his grandfather for help. Mr. Liu was also a smart man, and he immediately guessed what his grandson was thinking. You little bastard, do you still get humiliated? I told you to be polite to her, but you didn't listen. Now you're like that? I'm telling you, Diana is a good girl. You can't just play with her. Song Baishu said with a smile. She is so fierce. How dare I? Grandpa, I am serious this time. I promise you. Hearing this, Mr. Liu smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits. You have good taste, kid. Well, I'll make an appointment for you later. You'd better seize the opportunity. That night, Diana received a call from Mr. Liu, asking her to have dinner with him. Diana had just received a bottle of high-end red wine from Mr. Liu 2 days ago, and she used the wine to exchange for Mrs. Zhou's bracelet worth several million. Naturally, it was difficult to refuse. The next morning, Diana opened her eyes and found herself in Johnson's arms again, as expected. She was about to kick the man away as usual, but she saw his brows slightly furrowed in discomfort. Diana then realized that half of Johnson's body was pressed by her. She felt comfortable, but after a night of pressure, Johnson must have felt numb and painful. But even so, he still let her press him down without saying a word. And he went on like this for several days. And what about her? She would get up every morning and punch him fiercely. At this moment, Diana felt a rare sense of guilt. She slowly moved her body so that he could sleep more comfortably. Sure enough, the man's brows relaxed in his sleep. No one knew what he dreamed about, but a smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he murmured, Spirit Fox. Diana's expression changed instantly. How did he know my code name? When Johnson opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of beautiful eyes full of vigilance staring at him without blinking. Johnson blinked, still a little confused. Why are you looking at me like that? As if he remembered something, Johnson jumped out of bed in a hurry, holding up his phone as usual to explain. No, I came here because I saw you having a nightmare this time. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. There's a video to prove that I behaved well all night. Diana narrowed her eyes and asked, have you never been curious about my identity? Johnson thought that Diana had discovered what he had done, so he simply confessed. I had never thought of asking about your identity, although I felt you had many secrets. Until that day, when Lin Yoqiang and his family of 3 came to Jun's house. At that time, Lisa told me something about you getting lost as a child, and I couldn't help but want to know about your past. Johnson couldn't explain why. He just wanted to know what she had been through that caused her to have nightmares every night, which was so heartbreaking. Sorry, he apologized sincerely. Diana asked, so, what did you find out? Johnson shrugged. Besides the things that are known to everyone, nothing. The men he sent out were no ordinary people. But they could not find anything except what happened before Diana was 10 years old. It was as if she had evaporated from the world in the 10 years she was missing, leaving no trace. Even the police could only find out a simple sentence. He later drifted to a certain mountainous area and was raised by the elderly people there. As for which mountain area he ended up in and which elderly person raised him, the information is blank. Diana was never afraid of being investigated. Every day of her life in the past 10 years was highly confidential, and no one in country Z could easily find out. I suddenly heard Johnson mumbling in his sleep just now, and I thought my identity was exposed. Now that I have calmed down, I feel that this is unlikely. Perhaps he was not muttering Linghu but Linghu, a small lake located in the suburbs of Beijing. If her code name could be found out so easily, she wouldn't be called Linghu. You can withdraw the people you sent out to investigate. There's no need to waste your efforts. I will let you know what I can tell you. You will never know what you should know no matter what means you use. But I can assure you that I am not a vicious person. I believe you, and I have already withdrawn the investigation personnel. Johnson paused, but couldn't help asking, have you really been lost? Have you had a hard time these years? After asking, he smiled as if he didn't care. I just asked casually, you don't have to answer. Diana nodded. Yes, I was lost. Actually, I was taken away by bad guys. Their modus operandi was similar to that at the banquet last night. A man and a woman claimed to be my parents and took me away. I struggled and cried desperately, but they lied to me that I was a bad kid, that I lied, that I skipped school, and that I ran away from home. People around me believed them, and no matter how much I begged and cried, no one believed me. I was so weak back then that I was captured just like that. Talking about the past, Diana spoke in a relaxed tone, as if she was talking about something insignificant. But Johnson felt very distressed when he heard it. No matter how tough and strong she is now, she was just a child 10 years ago. She had just lost her parents and had no time to get over the grief before she was kidnapped by the bad guys. How scared and helpless must she have been at that time? Chapter 40 Diana S. passed. Damn it, those people deserve to die. Yeah, damn it. She was still smiling, as if she really didn't mind. But the more she smiled, the more it made people feel sad. Johnson asked carefully, where did they take you later? Where did you go? The smile on Diana's face disappeared, and she said coldly, to a place more terrible than hell. Johnson's heart also became heavy, but she giggled the next moment. But fortunately, I crawled out of hell. Since then, no one dared to bully me. Now I am very powerful. If you dare to bully me, I will beat you up. As she spoke, she raised her fist and acted fiercely. Johnson knew that she didn't want to talk about the past, so he didn't ask any more questions and followed her words. No, I've always been timid. How dare I bully the lady? After taking back half of the overseas territory, Johnson had to deal with a lot of handover matters and became very busy. In contrast, Diana was much more relaxed. She enjoyed flowers and birds at home in the morning and went to meet Mr. Liu in the afternoon. The place where Mr. Liu met this time was a high-end tea house, decorated in a Chinese retro style, very luxurious. The private room was open and facing the lake, so you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the lake while sipping tea. Having learned from the last lesson, Mr. Liu specifically asked Song Baishu to wait outside while he drank tea and reminisced with Diana first. Taking advantage of Diana's good mood, Mr. Liu mentioned Song Baishu. He first apologized for Song Baishu for what happened last time and said a lot of good things about him. Diana wasn't the type to quibble, and since Mr. Liu had lowered his stance so much, she naturally had nothing to say. Old Liu laughed. I knew you wouldn't argue with my disappointing grandson. In fact, he realized his mistake afterwards. He heard that I invited you to dinner and tea, so he came over. I didn't dare let him in because I was afraid you would be unhappy. He is outside now. If you don't want to see him, I'll go out and chase him away. Having said that, Diana had no choice but to give Mr. Liu some face. Since you are here, come in. Elder Liu immediately called Song Baishu happily. Why don't you get out of here, little brat? Diana won't bother with you. You better be polite this time. Song Baishu was the head of the Song family after all, but today he was staying outside like an ancient concubine waiting for the emperor to summon him. Even he himself found it incredible. But when I heard my grandfather's call, the joy in my heart diluted everything. When he pushed open the door of the box, the first thing he saw was Diana's graceful figure sitting by the lake. She was wearing a modified version of the cheongsam today. The smoky purple color matched with the soft gauze made her look less fierce and more graceful. Although she was facing away from Song Baishu, her back alone could make people yearn for her. Song Baishu quietly took out his phone, took a photo of Diana's back, and posted it on WeChat Moments. He also added a poem with a poetic touch. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One glance can conquer a city, and another glance can conquer a country. Diana didn't know that she was secretly photographed. Otherwise, all of Mr. Liu's efforts and persuasion would have been in vain. Asu is here, Old Liu said while winking at his grandson. Diana politely. Knowing that Diana didn't like him very much, he thought of a roundabout way of attacking her, sitting aside and drinking tea quietly, so as to show his gentle and elegant temperament. Sure enough, he talked less, and Diana no longer disliked him so much. She focused on chatting with Mr. Liu about medical matters, sometimes frowning in deep thought, and sometimes laughing and chatting, each with her own style. Elder Liu wanted to let Song Baishu perform, so he changed the subject. Asu, didn't you say last time that you wanted to make a movie about Grandpa's aid in Africa? Grandpa thinks you might as well make Diana the protagonist. It would be more interesting. Song Baishu said. I think so too, but I don't know if Diana is willing. Diana thought that the movie could help everyone understand the story of the medical aid team and promote traditional Chinese medicine. So she said, if you want to make a movie, why not start with the entire medical aid team, which is more macroscopic? No matter how capable a person is, he still needs the help of the group. If you need to highlight a character, you can use my story if you think it's appropriate. I don't mind. Mr. Liu knows the details. If you don't know, just make it up. If a normal girl heard that her story was going to be put on screen, she would be very excited. But this girl, who was only about 20 years old, was able to remain calm in the face of honor and disgrace. She even attributed all the credit to the collective. It was not until this time that Song Baishu understood why she, at such a young age, could be so respected by a man of such high moral character as her grandfather. Diana's words have enlightened me. I will hire the best screenwriter in the country to write the script. I will let you read it first, and then we can start shooting after you are satisfied. Diana seemed to have thought of something and asked, haven't you found a screenwriter yet? Song Baishu said, in fact, we wanted to find Hua Ge to be the screenwriter at the beginning. Hua Ge is a world-class screenwriter. He has only written 3 scripts in total, but all 3 of them were popular all over the world and won 3 Oscar Best Screenwriter awards. Unfortunately, his identity is too mysterious. The outside world doesn't even know whether he is a man or a woman, what country he is from, or how old he is. He was absent from all 3 Oscar award ceremonies. Others were fighting over it, but he didn't seem to care at all. Diana was a little embarrassed. Maybe I was just lucky, and the audience and judges gave me face. In fact, it's really no big deal. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Song Baishu is a movie lover, and he even took the elective course of film studies when he was in school. He has always had a high opinion of himself, and the only idol he worships is Hua Ge. He is so talented, yet so indifferent to fame and fortune. Even though Diana was the girl he liked, the obvious disdain and disparagement in his words towards Hua Ge made Song Baishu feel a little uncomfortable. Ms. Diana, I know you're a medical expert and you have a say in the medical field. But in the screenwriting circle, Hua Ge is like a god. As the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. Isn't it a bit disrespectful for you to belittle him like this? Hua Ge is actually Diana's pseudonym. She has a talent for literature since she was a child. She wrote her own stories when she was in elementary school and won first prizes in several domestic fairy tale writing competitions. Although her circumstances changed drastically later, she still wrote when she had free time to gain some inner peace. Chapter 41, it turns out that Diana still has fans. Those 3 award-winning films were 3 scripts that Diana wrote on a whim a few years ago. They were all adapted from her own real experiences with some modifications. After handing it over to the film and television company, she didn't ask any more questions. Unexpectedly, it became a global hit after being made into a movie and won the Oscar Best Screenplay award 3 times. She wasn't so noble that she didn't even want the trophy. It was mainly because she was on duty every time the awards were presented. So how could she have time to accept the award? In the end, she gave an address and asked the organizing committee to send it to her. When Song Baishu mentioned it today, she realized that she, a part-time screenwriter, had actually been deified. Mr. Song, thank you for your love for Hwago. However, her 3 films do have many shortcomings. For example, the film Southern Rainforest describes a girl's adventure in the tropical rainforest of country Y. The cruelty of the wild is not written in detail. It would be better if some more crisis events could be added. The heroine was very young at the time, so the psychological description should be more detailed. It would be better if her fear and helplessness at the beginning were written more delicately. No matter how good a screenwriter is, he will always feel that his past works should be more perfect. Diana is the same. At this moment, she treats Song Baishu simply as a fan and speaks out her thoughts truthfully. But in Song Baishu's opinion, Diana was smearing his idol. Not detailed enough? Song Baishu laughed. Do you know how shocking the movie was when it came out? The familiarity with the mysterious rainforest made the audience feel as if they were there. I even wondered if Hua Ge went to the dangerous rainforest to experience it in depth just to write this drama. You actually said that he didn't describe such a dedicated and talented screenwriter. Then what is detailed? Miss Diana, you are not a screenwriter and you have never been to a real rainforest. How can you just say that someone else's writing is not good? Seeing his grandson's temper flare up, Mr. Liu was furious. What's there to argue about, you bastard? It's just a movie, isn't it? He tried desperately to wink at Song Baishu, but Song Baishu ignored him. He even thought that Diana and he had different values. So was she really suitable to be his future partner? Diana was not angry at all. She just sighed helplessly. The so-called idle brilliance is probably that if you are not careful, you will be blinded by a single leaf, and even your shortcomings will be ignored. Really, she is not that good, and she wrote the script on a whim. I'm sorry for your admiration. In comparison, those creators who polish the script carefully and study it painstakingly are more worthy of admiration. Song Baishu became annoyed. How do you know if he is good or not? What qualifications do you have to say that he is not worthy of our admiration? Diana said, because I am Hua Ge. I wrote the script on a whim to relax. I didn't expect to win an award, nor did I expect you to admire me so much. You are Hua Ge? Song Baishu was confused by this turn of events for a long time. He looked Diana up and down and said, how is it possible? How can you write such a sophisticated technique and such a description that is like a real experience without personal experience? How do you know I haven't experienced it myself? Diana took out her cell phone and showed Song Baishu the photos of the 3 Oka Best Screenwriter Awards trophies and certificates. Ah, she sighed and said in a lonely and helpless tone. Sometimes being too talented can be frustrating. I was just writing for fun. When I submitted it, I was afraid it would be rejected. I didn't expect it to become a hit. Even when I told people about it, no one believed me and insisted on looking up photos. Song Baishu was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. You are actually Hua Ge? This is incredible and surprising. Johnson was busy with official business for a while. During the break, he opened his mobile phone and frowned when he saw Song Baishu's circle of friends. Although the photo only showed a silhouette from behind, Johnson could tell it was Diana at a glance. When she appeared in front of him today, wearing this elegant Chinese costume, Johnson couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. He always felt that this woman was so versatile. She could be pure, charming, elegant. She always brought him different surprises. But now, her photo appeared in Song Baishu's circle of friends. What's going on? Song Baishu, that bastard, even wrote a sour poem for it. Johnson and Song Baishu have many mutual friends, so he can see a lot of comments below. Some are praising, but more are asking about Diana's identity. There are even jokes, asking if she is Song Baishu's new girlfriend, and asking if this relationship can last a month. People who are familiar with Song Baishu know that the shelf life of each of his girlfriends is only 1 month. At this time, Song Baishu replied to one of them. The past cannot be retrieved, but the future can be expected. Johnson's face suddenly darkened, and he wrote after Song Baishu's comment. You don't deserve it. Song Baishu had just found out that his idol was the girl he liked, and he was in such a good mood that he felt jealous when he saw Johnson's comments. Ha! You're jealous, right? You're envious, right? Who told you to get married so early? Johnson snorted coldly and replied with 2 words, stupid bee. Then he called Diana. Where are you? It's late. Do you want me to pick you up? Diana was accepting Song Baishu's flattery. If it was before, she might not care, but now that he was a fan, Diana would naturally be more polite. After all, this was her first time meeting a fan. Even when Song Baishu asked her to help write the script, she readily agreed. It was just a movie script anyway, not long, and she could write it quickly with her ability. She received Johnson's call. She realized it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. No need to pick up the phone, I'll drive back by myself. Song Baishu vaguely heard a male voice coming from the microphone, so he asked, Did your father urge you to go home? It seems that Miss Lin's family education is very strict. Johnson was caught off guard by Song Baishu's words on the other end of the phone and was very annoyed. He ignored Diana's refusal and declared domineeringly, Give me the location and I'll pick you up. There are a lot of perverts outside. It's not safe. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Diana was not so obedient. She sent him the location. He was coming. How was she going to drive the car back? She even had to call a designated driver. What a waste of money. Someone who didn't wait for the location naturally didn't get to pick up Diana, so he could only walk back and forth in front of the window angrily, occasionally sticking his head out to see if there was any car coming back at the gate. That anxious and helpless look was quite like that of an old father who found out that his teenage daughter was out on a date. Chapter 42 is Johnson jealous? When Diana came back, she saw that Johnson looked unhappy and a little strange. What's wrong? Is work not going well? Who pissed you off? Who provokes him? Who else can make him angry except Diana? Johnson pointed at the wall clock and said angrily, You are a married woman, even if it's just a name, but shouldn't you be aware of the impact? You come back so late and don't let anyone pick you up. Don't you know how dangerous it is outside? What if you get spotted by a pervert? Diana looked at the time and was a little confused. It was not even 10 o'clock yet. How could it be late? Besides, any pervert who dared to approach her would probably end up falling into the hands of a tiger. Also, what's with that worried, fatherly tone of his? Just at this moment, Song Baishu called and asked, Are you home safely? I just got home. What's wrong? Is there anything else? No, I just want to show my concern. I hope you get home safely. I wanted to send you home, but you disagreed. It's really worrying for a girl to go back alone. Thank you for your concern. Unveiling. Have a sweet dream. Good night. Well, good night. As soon as she hung up the phone, she saw Johnson's face became even uglier. She couldn't figure out how she had offended this man. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so angry? Johnson asked. Is it Song Baishu who called? Diana nodded. Any questions? Johnson asked. Do you really know who Song Baishu is? Diana had already read Song Baishu's information. Johnson was even more furious when he heard this. Song Baishu is a famous playboy in the capital. He has dated many girlfriends, at least 800 if not 1,000, and each one lasted no longer than a month, and the shortest was only an hour. That bastard, apart from being rich, is good for nothing. Although you and I are not a serious couple, I shouldn't ask about your relationship, but even as a friend, I don't want to see you being toyed with by that bastard. Diana burst out laughing. How could I not know who Song Baishu is? The reason I know him is because he is the grandson of an old friend of mine. I look at him like a younger generation. It is impossible for me to have that kind of affection for him. When Johnson heard this, his heart was at ease and he was secretly delighted. If that bastard Song Baishu knew that Diana only treated him as a junior, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Then do you know that he is interested in you? I can't. Diana felt that she and Song Baishu had met 3 times, and they parted unhappily twice. It was only today that their relationship eased. So Johnson showed Diana his moments. I knew you were so clueless about relationships that you didn't even know you were being secretly photographed. That bastard even wrote a sarcastic poem, and he had the nerve to post something that was plagiarized. How shameless. Diana also added Song Baishu's WeChat, but she hadn't looked through his moments. It was only then that she realized someone had secretly photographed her and posted it on Moments. Diana didn't take it seriously as an elder. It's probably because he was just seeing his idol for the first time, and he was so excited that he posted it. So Diana also briefly mentioned that she was a world-renowned screenwriter. Johnson was shocked after hearing this. A hidden genius doctor, a top hacker, an Oka screenwriter. How many aliases does his second young master's wife have that he doesn't know about? The next day, Johnson was going to Country M to handle overseas business. He wanted to take Diana with him, but Diana refused. She had long been bored of living abroad, and after spending a day in China, she felt so refreshed that even she could breathe. After Johnson left, she began to prepare to write a script. She had already thought of a name, Great Doctors from a Great Country, which mainly describes the deeds of the medical team from Country Z in assisting Africa. The protagonist is based on Mr. Liu, and she herself becomes Mr. Liu's assistant, witnessing the selfless dedication of the good doctors from Country Z in a foreign country. Diana is very talented in writing. She built a complete outline in just half a day. At her usual speed, she could finish the entire script in less than a month by writing for an hour or two every day. Of course, besides the script, she has more important things to do. The mission. In the afternoon, she turned on her computer and hacked into the network of June's group. June's group certainly had its own information security department, but in Diana's eyes, those were simply useless. Perhaps because they were afraid of being hacked by powerful hackers, the core part of June's network used a local area network. Even if Diana was powerful, she couldn't hack into it if she was not in the same network. Therefore, some core information could not be traced. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Diana, are you there? I'm your sister-in-law. Can you come in? It's Wu Lianlian. Ever since they first met, when Diana saw that the gift Wu Lianlian gave was a cheap one and later coughed up 2 million, Wu Lianlian became quiet and rarely saw each other even though they lived under the same roof. It seemed like she was deliberately avoiding Diana. This time he came to my house suddenly, and I don't know why. Diana opened the door. Sister-in-law, is there anything wrong? Wu Lianlian came in and started chatting with Diana. At the end, she asked, Diana, are you bored at home? Have you ever thought about going to study and further your studies? Wu Lianlian took the initiative to visit this time because her husband Jun Qinghao specifically told her to build a good relationship with Diana. As soon as Johnson recovered, he took away half of the Jun family's overseas empire. And today he went to handle the business in person, obviously wanting to take back the other half of Jun Zaheo's empire. Once matters abroad are dealt with, Johnson will definitely turn around a deal with Jun Qinghao. Jun Qinghao knew very well how powerful Johnson's methods were. As the eldest son of the Jun family, he was also tested by Mr. Jun, but unfortunately his business acumen was far inferior to Johnson. Therefore, Mr. Jun only let Jun Qinghao assist in the management of the company and did not give him much real power. After Johnson came to power, Jun Qinghao had been struggling as a subordinate until Johnson fell ill, when Jun Qinghao took the opportunity to take over. Once a person has tried to reach a high position, it is impossible for him to willingly return to his original position. Jun Qinghao just wanted Wu Lianlian to take care of Diana first. Sister-in-law, I don't mean to look down on you. It's mainly because of Johnson's status and education. We don't care, but it's not nice to hear outsiders say that. You are his wife, and sometimes you need to give him face. So, Johnson is a talented student who graduated from the Royal Academy of Country M. This school is one of the world's top schools and is not easy to get into. However, your eldest brother has a good relationship with the president of a private, aristocratic university in Country M. He can get you in without taking the entrance exam with just a word. Chapter 43, True Genius. Wu Lianlian's calculations were very good. Didn't Johnson dote on his wife? Now he looked down on everyone except Diana. In this case, let's send Diana to the United States to attend university. University usually lasts for 4 years, so Johnson naturally can't stay in the country and has to go there from time to time to accompany her. In this way, he didn't have much time to stay in the country and compete with Jun Qinghao for a position. If Diana felt comfortable living abroad and settled there, that would be even better. You're bored staying at home all day, so it won't hurt to learn more. After you graduate, you can say you graduated from a prestigious foreign university, and no one will dare to laugh at you for being a girl from the mountains. Diana in every word and action. If you're worried that you won't get used to it, I can stay with you for a while. I will leave after you get used to it. As he was speaking, Diana got up and went to the closet to look for something. Wu Lianlian said, Hey, don't be so anxious to pack your luggage. You can still have time to prepare after your elder brother has informed them and confirmed that you have enrolled. Before he could finish his words, Diana took out the certificate and threw it over. I don't think I need to go back to school and start over. Wu Yinlian opened it and was immediately surprised. The gold stamp certificate turned out to be a diploma from the Royal Academy of Country M, and it was a doctorate degree. She looked at it carefully again and again, still a little bit unbelieving. Is this true? At Diana's age, it was rare for her to be admitted to the Royal Academy. So how could she possibly graduate with a doctorate? This must be fake. The goods are genuine and the price is reasonable. You can check it on the official website. Diana has a special status, and she is going to enter the circle of wealthy families when she returns to China. She thought that her education might be useful, so she brought this certificate with her. As for why he was able to obtain such a high degree at such a young age, well, genius really doesn't need too much explanation. Sister-in-law, I think you are right. Huh? What did I say? I mean, I'm really bored at home, but there's really no need to go to school. I've learned enough. Why don't you talk to my brother and arrange for me to work at June's? With my education, it shouldn't be too much for me to join June's group, right? When Jun Qinghao heard that Diana wanted to join June group, he was also surprised. Why does she want to come to June's for no reason? Wu Yinlian got angry when she mentioned it. I did what you said and wanted to coax her to go abroad. Who knew she threw out a diploma from the Royal Academy? I checked it later and it turned out to be real. Didn't she disappear for 10 years? Could it be that she went to Country M and was admitted to the Royal Academy and became a doctor? Jun Qinghao was also puzzled. The issue of academic qualifications was secondary. Perhaps there really were so-called geniuses in this world. What he cares about is, why did Diana come to June Group? Wouldn't it be nice to be a leisurely rich lady? Or, he was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Johnson arranged this? Johnson had to be busy with overseas affairs recently and had no time to spare, but he didn't want to let go of this big piece of fat meat in China, so he let his wife take the lead. The next morning, Jun Qinghao was having breakfast, and Diana came downstairs. As soon as they met, she mentioned that she wanted to go to work at June's. Jun Qinghao said, Sister-in-law, your sister-in-law also told me about this yesterday. I thought about it. There are no suitable positions in the company's middle and senior management recently. How about waiting? Diana said, I'm not planning to be a senior executive. I'm just too idle at home. You can just assign me a sinecure. Jun Qinghao wanted to use the excuse that there were no vacancies, but Diana said, I saw the recruitment information on the company's website last night. There are many vacancies. Otherwise, I will submit my resume myself. Jun Qinghao. He even went to see the company's recruitment. How could he refuse? Those vacant positions are all grassroots, and they are hard work. The salary is low, and you have to clock in and out on time. If you go there, it's really a waste of your talent. Diana smiled and said, Isn't that the case for all office workers? Jun Qinghao frowned, thinking, is she just looking for something to do, or does she have other plans after getting into the company? For example, helping Johnson gain power? After weighing the pros and cons, Jun Qinghao said, I remember that the logistics department is still short of a logistics specialist, but I think it would be a bit of a waste of your talent to go to the logistics department. Okay, I'm not picky, but sister-in-law, you are the second young master's wife of the Jun family after all. It might not be good to let others know that you are doing that kind of work. If you really want to go, it's best not to reveal your identity. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your colleagues to get along. What do you think? Okay, I'll keep a low profile and not reveal my identity. When do you want to start work? Please arrange it for me, brother. I will go to work today. The so-called logistics specialist actually organizes company documents and does miscellaneous tasks. In Junshire Group, the logistics department is called the pension department. The work is easy, the salary is average, and most importantly, there is no future. Even if one is a capable and highly educated person, no matter how fast he climbs up the career ladder in the logistics department, he can only get the position of manager at best and can never get to the center of power. Jun Qinghao specifically asked her not to reveal the identity of the second young lady of the Jun family, not because he was worried that colleagues would not get along well with each other. In fact, it was just the opposite. Nowadays, the staff in the logistics department are either people with connections or old hands. If Diana enters as a pure newcomer with no background, she will definitely be excluded. By then, if she can no longer work on her own, Jun Qinghao will have a reason to kick her out of June's. Diana acted quickly and went to June's on the same day she said she would go. The logistics department was originally located on the 10th floor of the June Group building. Recently, because the 10th floor was requisitioned by other departments, the logistics department was moved to the second floor. At 8:40 in the morning, when Diana reported to the logistics department, the entire department was empty. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, The department manager Lu Dehai came hurriedly. Are you the new one? I just heard from the HR manager that there will be new people coming. Come in quickly. Lu Dehai pointed to the office casually and said, this office was just opened today, and the workstations haven't been determined yet. You can pick a position yourself. The biggest feature of our department is that it is leisurely. I will tell you when there is work, and you can do whatever you want at other times. It really is a pension department. Manager Lu said this frankly on the first day the new employee reported. This is exactly what Diana wants. She needs to be inside June Group to access the internal LAN and conduct effective monitoring. She looked around the office and chose a seat by the window. As soon as she sat down, other colleagues from the department arrived on time. Manager Lu came out with a smile and introduced the new colleagues to everyone. Diana was about to say hello to everyone when she heard a female colleague scream, "Why is she sitting at my desk? This is the seat I liked. I told everyone that you should sit here when you come today." Chapter 44, Bullying the Newcomers. Manager Lu said, "Ah, you picked this seat yesterday? Lily, why didn't you tell me? I don't know either, so I let the new colleague pick a seat himself. Hey, isn't it the same wherever you sit?" Wang Lily is very beautiful. Not long after she joined June's, she hooked up with June's CEO, Zhao. With this relationship, she was very domineering in the logistics department, and even manager Lu had to give her some face. Who knew a new person would suddenly come today? I don't care, I want that seat. The second floor doesn't have good lighting, and that's the only seat that has some light. Why should I give it to a new person? Manager Lu didn't dare to offend Wang Lily, so he asked Diana, how about you change your position? The other employees were all smart and had already taken up the good seats early on. The only remaining space was near the front door, and it was a very shabby desk with a lot of miscellaneous items piled on it, but there was no computer. Manager Lu probably felt that it was not a good idea either, so he added, the table is a bit old, but it can be used after it is cleaned up. Diana smiled. At this moment, she smiled innocently and cutely, just like a newcomer who is easy to bully, but what she said was not timid at all. What if I don't want to change? Without waiting for Manager Lu to speak, Wang Lily started yelling. How dare you not change when your manager asked you to? If you don't want to change, get out of June's group. Diana sneered. You are so arrogant. If someone didn't know you, they would think you were the boss lady of June's. Wang Lily smiled smugly when she heard this. Although I'm not the boss's wife, I also have the right to speak in June's. I'm not afraid to tell you that June's CEO Zhao is my godfather. As long as my godfather says a word, let alone a small employee like you, even if the department manager says to get out, you'll get out. Diana pretended to be surprised. Mr. Zhao is your godfather? That's amazing. I wonder if Mr. Zhao's wife knows that she has a new goddaughter. Diana could see through this godfather and goddaughter drama at a glance. Sure enough, when Wang Lily heard this, she became so angry that her face changed, and her colleagues around her also tried to hold back their laughter. Wang Lily always likes to use Mr. Zhao to pressure others, and she always shamelessly uses her goddaughter as a fig leaf. In fact, everyone knows what their relationship is, but due to Mr. Zhao's status, no one dares to say it. At this moment, everyone feels that Diana, the newcomer, is a young and fearless person, but no one knows how long she can hold on. Previously, there was a colleague from other department who was fired for no apparent reason because of a quarrel with Wang Lily. From then on, Wang Lily became more and more arrogant. Diana didn't care whether Wang Lily was angry or not. She turned to Manager Lu and said, as a leader, the most taboo thing is to change your orders every day. Manager Lu, you were the one who said that the workstations were not determined and asked me to pick one. If other colleagues have opinions, you can mediate them if you can. If you can't mediate, you must naturally uphold the principles of fairness and justice to make people convinced. Manager Lu is suffering. Doesn't he want fairness? But he can't afford to offend Director Zhao. Although Director Zhao has the lowest status among the dozens of directors of Junshi, he is still a director. How can a small department leader like him compete with him? He wanted to say something else, but Diana said, since I'm already sitting in this seat, there's no way I'm going to give it up. After saying that, he turned on the computer at his workstation and ignored them. Manager Lu had no other choice but to drive another rookie named Xiao Dong to the door and then spoke to Wang Lily for a long time before he finally let the matter go. But Wang Lily couldn't swallow the anger in her chest. She went out angrily and called the HR manager to find out how Diana got into the company. She was not stupid. She didn't continue making trouble just now because she was afraid that Diana might have some backers. Jun Qinghao used some tricks to erase Diana's background so that she could suffer more setbacks in the company. So the HR manager had no idea where Diana came from. Wang Lily was relieved that she didn't find out about Diana's background. Humph! A newcomer with no background dares to be so arrogant? If she doesn't give her a hard time, where will Wang Lily's face be? Diana had a very unhappy argument with Wang Lily in the morning because of the workstation. Who would have thought that after that, Wang Lily was not angry at all, but always came over to chat with her with a smile. Those who are familiar with Wang Lily know that Wang Lily is starting to plot against the newcomers. When leaving Get Off Work, Wang Lily suddenly said, "There are new colleagues in our department. We should hold a welcome dinner. It will also help everyone get to know each other as quickly as possible and facilitate future work, right?" Other colleagues echoed the words. Manager Liu said, "I have something else to do, so I won't attend," and then left in a hurry. Another new colleague in the department, Xiao Dong, is a little girl wearing glasses. She couldn't help but secretly wink at Diana several times when no one was paying attention. But Diana turned a blind eye and agreed immediately. Wang Lily suggested, "I know a very good restaurant. I guarantee you will like it." So everyone followed suit and said that Wang Lily's introduction must be good. When they arrived at the parking lot, Wang Lily paid special attention to Diana's car. It was actually a domestic sedan, and it looked like a second-hand car, which was nothing compared to her BMW Z4. So, she despised Diana again in her heart. Just as Diana was about to drive, Xiaodong came over and knocked on the window. "I don't have a car. Can I take your car?" "Sure, come up." Diana just saw this little girl winking at her and knew that she must have something to say if she came here at this time. As expected, Xiaodong said as soon as he got in the car, "You'd better cancel this dinner. This is a private dinner, and the company won't reimburse you." Wang Lily proposed the dinner in order to blackmail you. Manager Liu knew the trick a long time ago, so he withdrew early. Diana asked, "From your tone, have you been blackmailed?" When Xiao Dong heard this, his eyes immediately turned red and he felt very aggrieved. The so-called welcome dinner is actually just old employees making up excuses to get new employees to treat them. Xiao Dong just joined the company last month. On her first day at work, she heard that everyone was going to hold a welcome dinner for her. I originally thought that this was a benefit provided by the department, and they paid for it. As a result, she found out during the meal that the department did not have this benefit, and the money was not reimbursed by the company. Xiao Dong naively thought that colleagues could go their own way, as they were in the same office and should always build good relationships. But when it came time to pay, the old hands all found excuses to leave and didn't even mention AA. In the end, Xiao Dong had no choice but to pay the bill. The bill cost her a whole month's salary, and she had to eat only steamed bread for a whole month. Chapter 45: Blackmail and Counter-Blackmail. The most annoying thing is that Xiao Dong's meal didn't even earn him a good look from his colleagues. In the later work, Xiao Dong was the one who was bullied the most. All the dirty and tiring work was thrown to her. Today, she was even given the worst seat. At this moment, seeing that there was another new colleague who was about to be taken advantage of, and looking at Diana's dress, she seemed to be a newly graduated student. I couldn't help but remind her to avoid spoilers. Diana drove and said, "Thank you for your reminder. They saw you sitting in my car just now. If I just left like that, they would definitely know that it was you who ruined today's party." "I know, but don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you," Xiaodong sighed. "I originally thought that Junsure is a large international company, and I would have a very good development prospect here, but I didn't expect to meet such a colleague. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just resign." Diana said, "June's is good, so we can't let a few bad apples spoil the whole barrel." As they were talking, the car had already arrived at its destination, Minglan Private Club. Xiao Dong was anxious. "I told you they wanted to blackmail you. Why did you come to me? In this Minglan Private Club, I heard it's expensive. Most people can't afford it." Diana got out of the car and said as if she didn't care, "Since they want to play, I will play with them. I, Diana, have never been scared by anyone before." The boss of Minglan Private Club is familiar with Wang Lily. Whenever there is a dinner party, Wang Lily will always bring people here. After the meal, the boss will give her a large kickback. The last time I blackmailed Xiao Dong, I also had a meal here. However, Wang Lily knew that Xiao Dong came from a poor family and didn't have much money, so she only ordered some mid-range dishes, spending a few thousand yuan. The main reason was that she was afraid that the dishes were too expensive and that a poor person like Xiao Dong couldn't afford them. But even so, Wang Lily received more than 2,000 yuan in kickbacks from that meal. Diana today. First, Diana can drive to work, so her family is at least well off. Second, Diana has offended Wang Lily today, and Wang Lily will not be able to calm down unless she makes her vomit blood. As soon as they sat down, Wang Lily said enthusiastically, "I've been to this restaurant several times. I know which ones are delicious. Why don't I try some?" Xiao Dong desperately winked at Diana. "Don't let her order. This woman is so mean and wicked. She will definitely order the expensive ones." Unfortunately, Xiao Dong's eyes were almost sore from blinking, but Diana acted as if she saw nothing and just agreed with a smile. So Wang Lily took the menu and started ordering a lot of fresh seafood: abalone, shark's fin, and fish maw. 6 people were eating together, and they ordered more than 30 dishes. Xiao Dong couldn't help but said, "Sister Wang, you can't finish all the food you ordered? How about returning a few?" Diana thinks that Xiao Dong is quite interesting. He looks timid, but he has a bottom line and dares to speak up for her when no one else says anything. Wang Lily immediately glared at her. "You're not the one paying the bill. Why are you talking so much?" Another veteran employee, Sun Ju, also advised Xiao Dong. "The portions of the restaurant's dishes are small. If you don't order more, there won't be enough to eat." Diana just smiled and said nothing, not taking it too seriously. Seeing her like this, Wang Lily thought she was easy to bully, so she added 2 more bottles of red wine. Xiao Dong glanced at the menu and was immediately shocked. 2 bottles of wine cost tens of thousands. This meal is going to be outrageous. Xiao Dong quietly sent a message to Diana to remind her. "I was so angry because of this newcomer Diana. She looks smart and pretty, but why couldn't she handle this kind of thing? I didn't dare to listen to my advice and insisted on coming. Now I sent her a message, but she didn't even look at it." Soon, the food and wine were served. Among the people present, except Wang Lily, who had eaten a few good meals with Mr. Zhao, all of them were working class and had no chance to have such a feast. At this moment, they all ate without caring about their manners. "Xiao Dong, have a try. I heard that this high-end red wine is delicious." Sun Ju saw that Xiao Dong was constantly sending messages, so she picked up the red wine and was about to ask someone to open it. Diana snatched the bottle, glanced at it, and frowned. "How much is this bottle of wine?" Wang Lily was afraid that Diana would find it too expensive, so she smiled and said, "I just ordered it and forgot to check the price. I guess it's not that expensive, right?" Xiao Dong said hurriedly. "I just looked at the menu. A bottle costs more than 5,000 yuan, and 2 bottles cost more than 10,000 yuan. There is no need to drink such expensive wine for a dinner with colleagues. How about changing a bottle?" Wang Lily's face immediately turned cold. "What's the point of drinking cheap wine? Xiao Dong, you have never tasted high-end red wine. Don't be ungrateful if you have the chance to drink it." Diana shouted directly, "Waiter, return this wine." Xiao Dong was secretly delighted and thought, "She finally reacted. It wasn't easy." Wang Lily sarcastically said, "Why? Are you reluctant to part with it? It's just a bottle of red wine, not something high-end. Is it necessary to return it?" Diana smiled. "It's not high-end indeed." She called the waiter over and asked, "Is this the only best wine you have in your store? Do you have any aged red wine that's over 20 or 30 years old?" The waiter said, "We do have 2 bottles of 30-year-old wine, but they are very valuable, 100,000 each. Are you sure you want them, sir?" Diana said, "Okay, let's change it. It's a rare occasion for us to have a meal together. How can we not drink something good?" Wang Lily thought. Diana must have thought that the company reimbursed her, so she ordered such an expensive wine. Humph! Just order more, and don't cry when the bill comes. The other colleagues were also waiting as if they were watching a good show. When the red wine came back, everyone rushed to taste it, and no matter whether they could drink it or not, they all praised it. Wang Lily even posted several moments to show off. Diana took 1 sip and stopped drinking. Compared with the wines worth tens of millions, a bottle of wine worth 100,000 is really nothing. After eating and drinking, Sun Ju, who was as cunning as she was, used the excuse of going to the toilet, took her bag, and left. Not only did Sun Ju sneak out by herself, she also called Wang Lily. Wang Lily answered the phone while pretending that the signal was bad and also walked out. How can you leave in such a hurry when there are so many dishes yet to be eaten? Just as she was about to walk out of the box, Diana suddenly patted her from behind. So Wang Lily froze on the spot. My feet were still in the position to move forward, but I couldn't move forward. It was as if my body was completely out of control. But his mouth was still able to speak. "What's wrong with me? Diana, what did you do to me?" What could Diana do to her? She just pressed her acupuncture points to temporarily immobilize her. She didn't want to waste time talking to her, So she grabbed Wang Lily's collar and dragged her back to her seat like a chicken. Then she called Xiao Dong. Are you full? If you're full, let's go. Xiao Dong was stunned by her sudden reversal and asked stupidly, who will pay for the meal? Chapter 46. Firing the entire department. Only Wang Lily was left in the box, still holding the phone and screaming. Diana, come back here. You haven't paid the bill yet. Why are you leaving? Her crazy shouting didn't attract Diana, but it did alarm the owner of the restaurant, who came running over to take a look. Hey, why are you the only one left? Have you paid the bill? After learning that the bill had not been paid, the boss who always greeted Wang Lily with a smile suddenly turned hostile. I don't care. You have to settle the bill for tonight. It's $240,000 in total. Even if you deduct your kickback, it's still $180,000. How could Wang Lily have so much money to pay the bill? She could only call her old lover, Mr. Zhao, and told him about Diana's plot against her. She cried and asked Mr. Zhao to order the Human Resources Department to fire Diana. Director Zhao had just arrived and hadn't figured out the whole story yet, when his wife and a group of her family members suddenly showed up and beat Wang Lily up. Director Zhao is also a heartless bastard. In the past, when he held Wang Lily in his arms, he always called her sweetheart and little darling. At this moment, in front of his wife, he was as cowardly as a pug, watching Wang Lily being beaten without even daring to fart. In the end, he didn't even settle the bill and just followed his wife away in disgrace. Wang Lily was so miserable. She was beaten, had to pay compensation, and lost all her dignity and face. She also didn't know why she was so unlucky. Of course, it's not such a coincidence. Diana already knew that Wang Lily would never pay for the bill herself, regardless of whether she had money to pay or not. It was obvious that Wang Lily would ask Mr. Zhao to settle the bill. So Diana called Mr. Zhao's wife. With her skills, it was not difficult to get Mr. Zhao's wife's phone number. So, the funny scene of the mistress being beaten happened in the box. Wang Lily was unwilling to suffer a loss and wanted to ask Diana for money, but she didn't even have Diana's phone number. So, she could only ask everyone in the group chat to pay the meal fee. Sun Ju and the other old-timers could take advantage, but they couldn't afford to bleed, so they all pretended not to see it. Wang Lily was so angry that she said, if you don't pay, I'll deduct it from your salary. This statement angered Sun Ju and the others. That was more than 200,000 yuan, and each person would have to pay tens of thousands of yuan. So they started to curse each other in the group, and the atmosphere was immediately chaotic. And what about Manager Liu? He said nothing from beginning to end like a grandson. Just when Diana was amused by the quarrels in the group, Johnson called over via video. I heard that you went to June's today. What position did Jun Qinghao assign you? Diana said with a smile. I went to the logistics department, and the employees, they're very interesting. Johnson's face darkened when he heard this. He actually arranged you to a remote corner of the logistics department? Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to join June's? The logistics department was actually quite good when Johnson was there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been on the 10th floor in the first place. In fact, every department was well organized when he was in power. When Jun Qinghao became the president, the logistics department was occupied by old hands and people with connections. Jun Qinghao turned a blind eye and didn't care. Although Johnson had just recovered, he had a thorough understanding of the situation in each department in a few days. He was just waiting for the overseas affairs to be dealt with before returning to reorganize Junsher Group. Diana didn't care what part she was in. Logistics is also good, the work is easy, and it suits me. And I can watch good shows, which is very interesting. As he spoke, he took a screenshot of the quarrel in the work group and sent it to Johnson, and told Johnson everything that had happened today, as if it were a joke. Johnson was a little annoyed at first, but when he heard about Diana dealing with Wang Lily, he couldn't help but laugh. She actually bullied you. You are really stubborn. You seem to be enjoying it. Do you still want to continue playing with her? Diana shook her head. I just teased her today, because I was in the mood. If you keep someone like this in the company, it will only ruin the reputation of your June family. Johnson agreed. In that case, fire everyone in the logistics department. When I come back, we'll reintegrate them. If you still want to work, wait for me to come back and be my assistant. Diana said hurriedly. What do you mean by secretary or assistant? They sound like positions reserved for mistresses or mistresses. They're too dishonest. I don't want them. Johnson was amused by her words. What do you mean by exclusive positions for mistresses and third parties? There are only dishonest leaders, not dishonest positions. Diana didn't want to move, so Johnson helped her drive away the flies around her. His way of handling the matter was also very simple. He directly sent the screenshot to Jun Qinghao and questioned him. Brother, is this the Juns you manage? The manager doesn't look like a manager, and the staff don't look like staff. They even blackmailed new employees. It's really abominable. If the logistics department is like this, other departments can be compared. Jun Qinghao originally wanted to send Diana to the logistics department to let her give up, but he didn't expect that these things would be exposed, which brought disgrace to himself. Brother, I didn't expect something like this to happen. I will fire all the staff in the logistics department and also issue a notice prohibiting blackmailing new colleagues in the name of dinner parties. Since my wife is in the logistics department, I will promote her to department manager. As for the people below, let her handle who to fire and who to dismiss herself. His wife likes the logistics department, and Johnson can't let his wife be a clerk. Even if she is a department manager, he thinks it is too unfair for her. That evening, Manager Liu received a dismissal notice from the Human Resources Department, citing dereliction of duty as the reason. At the same time, the manager's dismissal notice was sent to all employees' mobile phones. The next day, Sun Ju and other old employees arrived at the company early in the morning and were still discussing why Manager Liu was fired. And they also mentioned the loss Wang Lily suffered yesterday. When Wang Lily was arrogant, they followed her to fawn on her and bully the newcomers together. When Wang Lily was in trouble, they laughed at her and called her a mistress who deserved it. At this time, the HR manager accompanied Diana to the logistics department. Sun Ju asked with a smile, Manager Wu, why was Manager Liu fired suddenly? And who is the new manager of our department? Sun Ju even had a wild fantasy. Since he had worked in the logistics department for several years and had the longest experience, he might be promoted to manager. Manager Wu looked at Diana and smiled. From now on, this will be the new manager of the logistics department. Everyone was shocked when this was said. Sun Ju even asked directly, She was a new employee who just came to work yesterday. How could she be the department manager? Even if there is a shortage of people, we should promote the old employees. Others also echoed. Chapter 47 Johnson is injured.